pinnacle of the North Wales costume Irish Sea cliff-based athletic season culminates here today, and you're all about to witness it. There are some important safety things that I'm going to need you to get right, but it is an amazing opportunity for the spectators to get to spectate. But we've got to kind of get you safely there and back. So, my friend and colleague George, who is dressed as a Newcastle supporter, we'll shortly be following up with some important information in order to make sure that you don't die. You lot who are running. It is you lot, isn't it? Oh my God. You look amazing. You look absolutely amazing. And so for everybody who's been fundraising, I need to thank you. But there's been a particular fundraiser which has captured people's attention. It started off really small, and it's funny how these things grow, much like Aza's beard. Hey mate. Thank you. Aza has been cultivating this fine thing. Come on, I don't want to touch it. Kind of nice. Anyway, say goodbye to it. It's going. Right, where are the clippers? While the clippers make their way here, Aza, tell us how much you've raised.
We're currently sat at £1,480.
I'll chuck in another 20 quid, maybe 50
Thank you very much.
Go from here, mate. We will literally just go. No, we'll literally just go. Come here and we'll do You've done this before, so you're really proud of you, which is great. So, well, we probably should get started. Do you want to? Here we go.
Just do it.
Oh, that's a bit high. That is. That's halfway up here. Oh, it's hideous, put it back!
I did warn you!
I love you.
Right!
Please be nice.
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, while that's happening, I should just point out that there's some themes going on here. So there's a bit of a, where's the army? Where's the army? There we go. There's a bit of a cops and robbers theme going on there, where the Brigadier is definitely not a cop, so he's in the middle of it, being chased about by his boys. We've also got teams who are here who've been fundraising too, who've done amazing stuff. So I think we've got the entire... We're joined actually by all of, excuse me, Luigi and Mario, different Luigi and Mario. Luigi, Laura, these guys here. So you've got the whole of Toy Story, which they've got a special feature. And it's not that you pull the thing out on the back and you say something, but if you go, guys, Andy's coming! Oh my God. So, while we're talking about that, last night we had a bit of a raffle which raised £1,000. A huge round of applause please to everybody who bought raffle tickets. And we've also had a Marshall group who's been raising money for us. Where are they? Who's that? What's that? Does anybody want to own up to that
She's dressed as a sailor.
Dressed as a sailor down here. How much have you raised?
£300.
Amazing. Thank you very much indeed. It's really cool. And then the man who's turned fundraising into... Yeah, just leave it like that. Come on, Aza, let's go. Come on, folks, that's it. We're ready to go. Right, so... That'll do. We haven't time for any more. Well done, mate. Well done, mate. His fundraiser is still open. His fundraiser is still open. But I should also point out one of Mission Motorsport's trustees. This gentleman is a member of the Thunderbirds. Mark, you need to come out here just because. So Mark works in the city where he launders money for big business. But his company has also agreed to double to match fund anything which he is able to raise. So if you've even got a £5 or a £10, if you can find a man who looks a lot like a Thunderbird after this, or you go on our social media, because I know we've smashed it on there, haven't we? You will find Mark Cornelius's fundraiser for the Biathlon of Foolishness, where if you give us 10 quid, his company will add to it too.
And we get the gift aid.
Double up the money, and we get the gift aid as well. Very cool indeed. Thank you very much. Okay, so at which point I will hand over to my Geordie colleague, who will be able to help us. But you guys, what you do need to do, please, is open this right up, because at the end of his briefing, the speed this lot will go off at. Listen in, sorry!
Okay, so when we do set off, if you want to spectate, move straight across from here, across the track, to the top of
Right.
Okay, for those of you who've not done this before,
can you just close right in? Seriously, the runners, we just need you to close right in to get this right. I know we smell. Keep coming closer.
okay, for those of you who've not done this before and you're wondering what the hell you signed up for, okay, so what you're going to do, you're going to set off from here, when the word go. You'll go from here, you'll follow the track round, and you'll follow the track all the way around in a big loop, okay? At which point, when you get almost in line with the pit lane on the other side of the track, you'll see one of the marshals, okay, wearing a high-vis vest, okay? That's a point where the tyre wall is split, so you're able to get through the tyre wall and climb over the fence, okay, and move outside the track. At that point, you'll follow the track round, okay, for 40, 50 metres, and then you'll see a steep slope, okay, down into the sea, okay?
It's really selling it.
Your footwear, okay, and do not go pushing each other down a hill, okay?
Make sure you've got a broke. Okay, so the serious point is, don't do your ankle. Don't do any of that. Please, just be careful on the way down and on your way back up, and just help each other a little bit out. No point getting hurt.
If there is an incident there, the medical team, okay, is going to be stationed at the top of that hill, right? So if there is any issues, highlight yourself to one of the marshals, okay, we'll bring the medical team down to you. Hopefully that goes all fine. You get into the water, there'll be two beautiful assistants as lifeguards in the water. Okay, they're going to be up sitting around chest height. Okay, you're not to go out any further than them. Okay, so you go out towards them and then come back in. And then from there, you'll make your way back up the hill, back across the track, and then back in through to the pit lane and actually across the finish. Any questions? Yeah, you're in the wrong back. Okay, ladies, you can cut straight across.
Okay, good.
Okay, so the gates behind you are going to be open when you come back, so you'll be able to just come directly into the pit lane.
Okay, be careful, it's going to be fast.
Take your marks! Set! Go!
So, for those of you watching on the live stream, you may be expecting to have tuned into the Race of Remembrance and expect to see huge numbers of Caterhams and Mazdas and Lotus Elises going around the circuit, and you've seen something which is rather different. And just as these things have grown out of strange little ideas, so the biathlon of foolishness is one of those things that has grown out of a little idea, and I'm delighted that James Cameron, the CEO of Mission Motorsport, has taken time out of his busy schedule to join us up here. I mean, the biathlon of foolishness, I think, James, it only started, 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, it wasn't always part of the Race of Remembrance, but it's now an absolutely critical part and a very integral part of the Race of Remembrance activities, isn't it?
And it is a preposterously stupid idea that for some reason has resonated, and we're just watching some wonderful costumes that are sort of making their way around. And me, actually, I should point out.
You're there,
so
yes.
I have the joy of watching myself doing this, sort of back as we then do the commentary for this, for it going out on the live stream. This was about an hour ago, so I'm now sort of I will give away the plot by saying that I'm warm and back, and but it's quite bracing, that, and it's a lot further than you think. You come out of the pit lane, it's a short run to the first corner. Not in an inflatable suit, it's not. As our chief operating officer, dressed as a giant blue shark, found out.
And of course, I mean, talking about Mission Motorsport, James, because we've got a few minutes whilst, as you say, it is a bit of a long way to the first corner. Then you've got to run all the way up to the banking, and then you have to come back in. Then only then you get to make the second part of the biathlon. So
look, I should just point out, look, there's me in an Edwardian swimming costume, making a very, very strong move there to the inside.
Yeah, I think pacing yourself very well there, James. Quite clearly.
There's the shark. That's Andy. That's our chief operating officer, everybody. We're very proud.
And you've had to deal with a huge turnover this year. I mean, it's not a different Mission Motorsport. I mean, it's still Mission Motorsport with the same kudos, the same mission, but with a lot of new staff this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and new trustees. There's one on the screen there, Joe Bagulay, helping just marshal people. Some of the faster runners there, just peeling off the side of the track. And in amongst them, actually, there's a gentleman with a beard who's another of the trustees, Lieutenant Commander Chris Chew, who, despite the fact that, I mean, he's I think he's currently been commanding a minesweeper, but he steps up from that very soon onto bigger things. Interesting to see, an officer of his high regard not letting himself getting beaten by some of the young ones. So I think he managed. He really got a bit of a move on going down there. And we're just watching now the cast of Toy Story as they make their way down. Where the standing gag at the beginning of that was, of course, if you shout Andy's coming, they all fell to the floor. They have very much the same effect when you ask them to go down this hill.
Yeah. I'm amazed that there weren't more people who came to grief coming down this hill, because it's quite treacherous. It just seemed like a recipe for a twisted ankle to me.
Well, it is, and it's part of the briefing, as we ask people to be as careful as we can be. And we recce the route down, so where they're coming, believe it or not, is the best or the safest route down there. But you're relying on people to be quite sensible. I mean, this is a fun event, and we created this in order to. There's Chris just making his way down the bottom of the screen there, refusing to be beaten by the 20-year-olds. Good lad. We wanted to come up with something to give people a really good excuse to go fundraising. But the idea of the biathlon of foolishness was to do something. I mean, that's the Irish Sea, and we're in November here. And for those who are fooled by the sunshine, the Irish Sea is not what you might term tropical.
I think it's 8 degrees at the moment in the water.
It's it certainly felt it. Although, to be honest, I mean, we are so lucky with the weather this year, just as last year. I mean, actually, it's by the time you've run around there and down the cliffs, all of the rest of it, it's rather nice kind of getting in the sea. But
just say that again. It's rather nice getting into the sea.
It genuinely is. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's what could possibly go wrong. So out there floating about, you've got a Cornish hotelier and surf instructor who's part of our water sport safety team, and we've got Adi Martin who runs Woodland Experiences, which is an amazing company that's doing sort of veteran and armed forces woodland experiences, getting people out into the woods. And again, he's a water sports instructor, and so they're out there doing safety to make sure that the number of runners that go down into the sea, you want to be broadly similar to the number of runners that come back up.
Yes, hope not too many more.
Yeah, no, you're trying not to accumulate any, and you generally try not to lose any as well. Now, look, the bear led there for much of it, but there's Andy. At this point, he's been coming into the wind in an inflatable shark costume for the best part of a quarter of a mile, and I think that's probably a bit on the cheeky side.
He's probably getting quite sweaty inside there, isn't he, as well? Here's some great shots on the stream of the actual aquatic part of the biathlon. And as you say, it's all very well monitored from safety points of view. But again,
there's also quite a lot of kelp that's trying to make its presence felt at this point.
you've got to have a certain mentality in November too. There you go. There's the chap in his Edwardian costume again.
That's me. Yeah, well, I'm doing quite well.
But you know, you've got to have that kind of. I'd almost call it a military mentality to not think about how foolish this is and just do it.
And I think that's probably why it resonated with us. You know, that's Elvis. That's so cool. What a wonderful. There we have our winner. And I'm sorry because I don't know his name, but I will absolutely have to go and find him. But that is a very creditable victory there. Last year this was won by Danny Holland in a race suit, who did this in race suit and boots. But that's a good effort. They've really done well to get there. Outstanding. So you've got a load of military teams taking part in this. The Royal Air Force. Really taking a leaf out of the Marines book. Of course, all of the Royal Marines taking part did it in ladies' evening dresses, as is traditional for the Royals. They look very glamorous, particularly as they're emerging from the waves.
Yes.
But when we look back at the first ones of these that we ran, there's a core sort of team at the Central Mission Motorsport going, come on, let's do something really silly. And give people who want to do it the opportunity to come and join us, and it's suitably silly such that you can raise money against it. You know that it is something that genuinely requires people to dig in and do this, as you can see. Whoa, hello, there we go.
There's a slight there, wasn't there?
That's it. Andy's here, that's why. They kept getting sabotaged.
Skittles happened there. But
that's the cast of Toy Story, you see, just doing the piece. But what we do is we also that's Major Mark Greensmith there in the swimming costume, and
he came dressed for it.
Mission Motorsport swimming hat. There's a bunch of the army team just making their way through. Cops and robbers theme for the army today. But we give all of the teams, they have a entry, they have a place in the Biathlon of Foolishness, whether they like it or not.
Right.
So they've got a choice. They either fundraise, dress in fancy dress, join in and just join in with the whole spirit of the thing, and they can nominate somebody in their team to be able to go and do that, or they can pay to not participate, to forfeit their place. So it's this sort of reverse fundraising psychology. But when you look at the first year, there were maybe 20 of us running, of which perhaps half of us were in fancy dress. I'm just amazed, just looking at these pictures, just how many people there were out there. And the sheer variety of the fancy dress. There's our clerk of the course there, BRSCC's Luke Such there, dressed as a hot dog, just making his way down the cliffs.
Good old Luke.
And and Andy Brown, Lieutenant Colonel retired Andy Brown, currently considering his life choices as Mission Motorsport's Chief Operating Officer, and he's one of those new staff this year, so you can see we're recruiting exactly the right calibre of blue inflatable shark.
And presumably this didn't come up at the job interview, did it?
No, goodness, no.
Funnily enough.
No.
Good. Absolutely splendid stuff, and just a quick moment on Mission Motorsport, because there is a lot that goes on within Mission Motorsport beyond the race of remembrance, beyond the cars, beyond the biathlon of foolishness.
A
lot of things going on during the year.
And also, even sort of during this race, you kind of see the front end stuff, and you see, obviously the race cars and the stuff that's going on, but you'll see in the background of this as well, like sort of lasses who are wearing like pink high-vis vests, who are our occupational therapy team. There's Luke from BRSCC doing a great job. He's done really well, actually, to be up there. There's a toga, I think, going on there. Yeah, look, a lot of satisfaction there. So we've got an entire OT team there who's there helping us out, because we're also bringing veterans and family members along to this thing who would not be able to consider doing this. It would just be way too much for them. But if you do it with the right support around them, you allow people to achieve stuff that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do on their own. And the most important thing around this is community. I mean, I adore this weekend. You know, love the place, you love the race, you love all of the rest of it, but actually there's a whole family that kind of comes back together for this thing, and it's really, really wonderful to see. And you'll see it as well in the liveries of the cars too. There's cars that have gone out and got individual sponsorship. One of the teams has got an absolutely beautiful car with the names of 110 people on the top of it. Some of those are former service people, some of those are folks, R44 actually, just looking out the window at a beautiful Civic, which we'll see racing in Race of Remembrance, which is really lovely. But there's also, some of the crew, there's a relative who sadly passed away of COVID just recently. And this weekend's quite special to a lot of people and for a lot of reasons, and you see all of that sort of coming. There's the Toy Story cast just made it back there. It's a rather bedraggled.
Some seem to have enjoyed it more than others.
Yes, absolutely.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the sense of community that you get out of this, James. I wasn't part of it. I wasn't down there, but you do get the feeling that this is one big happy family going out having fun.
100%. And actually, we deliberately, I mean, this is the middle of the day on the Saturday of a major race meeting. This is the most expensive bit of track time. And we use it
to make money.
For a supercar Saturday that makes no money whatsoever. An hour and 3/4 we ran a collection of amazing cars out here in order to do passenger laps for beneficiaries, for family members, and for the key volunteers who make all of this stuff work. And that's not just the carers for our beneficiaries, it's people like the marshals who are able to do it, and also some of the service folk like the amazing RAF chefs who are here feeding all of the military teams. 100 people they're feeding. We get those into supercars in the most expensive part of the race weekend. We give away 2 hours. We did 400 passenger rides, individual passenger rides, of cars from that outrageous Lamborghini through to a much more modest looking, sort of Mark II MX5 that's got a turbo on it and was drifting through church with passengers in it that just looked absolutely spectacular this morning. It's a very different sort of event, this, of course. 70 odd school children through here yesterday, because it's all part of that social value. It's all part of giving back.
Absolutely. James Cameron, thanks very much for joining us during that. Whilst all that was been going on, as James mentioned, it has been pre-recorded. We do have a grid having formed up behind us. Thanks, James. James is now off to join the grid. And we've got our own man down there on the grid in the shape of Rob Lewis. Welcome along to the Race of Remembrance, Rob.
Good afternoon here from a very sunny, a beautiful, resplendent Anglesey circuit. As you can see on our shots here, the sun is out, the weather gods have prevailed, and we are here for some superb motorsport. Now, the vibe I'm getting around this paddock, this is a lot more than just racing. Now, the big question that we've got on everyone's lips today is, can these guys do it 3 years running? Rob Boston and Tom Roach, they've got themselves on pole position again, and Rob Boston desperately wants that hat-trick. However, I can see Tom over in the corner. I'm just going to see if I could grab my first driver interview. Can I just butt in here, chaps? We're live on Alpha Live. Tom, you're on pole. Brilliant pace in qualifying. How do you feel? I assume you're all kitted up, so I assume it's you that's starting and Rob's sat with his feet back having a cup of tea. But what's your plan going into this race?
Well, I can only mess it up from here, really, can't I? It's, yeah, try and stay out of trouble, don't hit anything, and hopefully hand over to Rob in the lead in a couple of hours' time.
So what was the briefing from Rob going into it? Just drive past, don't mess it up, and we'll get the hat-trick?
Yeah, we're quite tight on fuel, so we're going to try and make it to sort of an hour and a half, but we're not quite sure when it's going to start running out. There's no fuel gauge, so it's going to drive until we get fuel surge and then pit.
No fuel gauge. I tell you what, that's quite daring, but to be honest, to have two drivers of your calibre in this field is obviously a testament to the event itself. What attracted you to the Race of Remembrance? I've
wanted to do it for ages, yeah, so I was really pleased when Rob called me and said, do you fancy it? Yeah, it's a great event, and it's been brilliant so far, and it's nice it's all for a good cause as well. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting it started. Fantastic. I'll let you get suited up and ready there. So that was Tom Roach. So he is on pole position with Rob Boston in this beautiful, resplendent Lotus Elise. You'll notice a number of Caterhams here. There should, in theory, be two Lotuses on the front row, but the second ES Motorsport car, the 777 car, they're back in 12th place. We'll hopefully have a word with them. They had a 10-place grid penalty for a little bit of overtaking under the safety car, which is a big no-no. So unfortunately, they were one of a number of teams that got penalties yesterday. Let's make our way further down the grid. So alongside them, actually, we should have here somewhere Callum Lockie with the Williams Motorsport team. They're just having a bit of a team briefing here at the moment, but I'm just wondering if I can... Hi, Hello. Hello, Callum. We're just live on Alpha Live. First of all, I think I was just having a chat with Paul Trustwell just now. He estimates that you're probably the only BRDC member on the grid, first of all.
Well, I don't know, but whatever.
What brings you back to this event every year?
It's just a fantastic event. Everyone's here for one purpose, to pay into the pot of the broken soldiers. Mission Motorsport, Jim Cameron and his crew, and all the marshals and all the officials here. A great thanks to them, because obviously without them we couldn't be doing this event, and it's just a brilliant end of season event. And look at this.
I was going to say, the weather gods really have smiled on us today, haven't they?
Unbelievable. I mean, mid-November, nearly north of the Arctic Circle, and we're standing in sunshine. Brilliant. and also Anglesey, what a circuit. Absolutely brilliant driver's circuit.
There's not many other circuits out there where you can go for a motor race and have the mountains in the background. It's just stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. All around, the scenery, the location, the sea, it's just brilliant. Love it.
Now, down to the proper stuff, the motor racing. What's your game plan for this race? Those Lotuses are quite tricky, aren't they?
They're pretty quick, yeah. I think, we've just got to play our own game plan. We've set a game plan. As ever with a long race, you've just got to stay out the pits, stay out of trouble, don't get penalties. All of that. The cleaner we can run the race, the better result we'll get.
Fantastic, Callum. I'll let you get suited up. Thank you very much for talking to us now. Let's have a wander back down now and see who else we can grab a hold of as well. There are quite a few stories up and down this grid here. I want to go and see a good friend, Callum McDougall, actually, with Turn 7. Let's see if he'll come and talk to us today. Callum, apologies for interjecting. Good solid qualifying. We were having a chat earlier on. You've actually made a custom fuel tank for this event just to get the stints right. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Well, between us and the guys at RAF Engineering, we've built a 50-litre fuel tank, which is sort of 60% bigger than the original fuel tank, to enable the car to run long enough to make it competitive for the overall race, as opposed to running a relay race.
So what's the game plan for this weekend? Have you got any tactic? Is it literally run it until it coughs and then pit?
It pretty much is at the moment, because we haven't had time to test it and do a full distance race run, if you like. So yeah, first stint is very much how far will it go, and then we'll make the rest of the plan on the fly from there.
Will you be praying inside the car as you're racing?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I'll let you get suited up. Right, so that's Callum of RAF Motorsport and Turn 7. Now, speaking of RAF Motorsport, I have to speak to this man. I've already spoken to him on the circuit comms of the Club Sport race earlier, Chris Slater. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. I'm a bit drier and a bit cooler than what I was when I got out of the car.
Yeah, so that was a good Club Sport trophy race for you, but the real game begins now with the Race of Remembrance. So you've got a number of 116 cars. All okay so far?
Yeah, we ran 116 in 2018 and then 2019, and then expanded to 2 last year, and this year we've come back as a 4-car team working with Callum on this one. So we've got 3. They're all spec. They're all 116 trophy spec, in line with the rest of them. So 12 drivers in them. 4 of them, they've come through our novice program that we're trying to get more people in the Air Force involved. So 4 drivers in their first ever race. So 1 in 2 cars, and then we've got 2 in a single car as novices. So, but they've done really well. We came up here testing at the end of September, fresh after they passed their ARDS test, and it was raining horizontally, and the track was shut because it was so wet, and we had a really good day. And they're all relative with each other on pace. We've got two cars that are a little bit quicker than the other one, because that's the one that's carrying 2 novices. But it's all about trying to get as many people involved as possible, having a good time, trying to get a good result, and then remembering what this weekend's all about, which is obviously really special to us all.
So for you, I take it, is it a case of the racing comes second to ultimately what we're going to do tomorrow morning?
Yeah, well, this is a race meeting wrapped around a remembrance parade. So, and the people that are affected by stuff, and just an opportunity to get together to remember, and yeah, it's just really special for us. And we bring partners in. So Callum's been with us since 2018. He's either been stuck with us or we've been stuck with him, but it's really special to him, because he's been so involved with us, and yeah, and we're obviously shoulder to shoulder with the Army. There's a team of Royal Engineers here, and the Navy and the Marines are here as well. So.
Superb, mate. I'll let you crack on. Obviously, you've got lots to get to. So that was Chris Slater there with the RAF Motorsports. We're going to try and wander our way down now. Can I just point out the livery on these Operation Motorsport cars? They are beautiful. Look at this. Look at this detail. This is astounding. That is stunning. All of these names. veterans, the wrap, everything. So these are Operation Motorsport. Now, we've got 2 teams, one from the US, one from Canada. They've come across the water, brought these cars over in a shipping container, and I believe they're Skip Barber racing cars, what they use at their racing school over there. But beautiful, beautiful Hondas. Keep a lookout for these guys. They'll be getting quicker as the race goes on, and with the machines looking like this, I am not surprised. Now, one team I haven't seen so far is RKC Motorsport, which should be here somewhere. Well, looking at my grid notes, they are meant to be in 5th. Now, there is a car missing, so I know RKC Motorsport, certainly on my notes, car number 99 and car 999, they've had an absolute nightmare this weekend. The 99 Honda ended up with a broken gearbox, and the car 999 Honda blew an engine in testing yesterday, so they've actually hired a Mini to get out in this race, so we'll see if we can track them down somewhere. Now, ES Motorsport, car 777. I'll see if I can just grab a chat with the driver. Can I just have a chat? Yeah, sure. How are we doing? You're live on Alpha Live. You had a 10-second grid penalty, unfortunately, for a bit of an incident under the safety car. Would you, obviously you've had your time with the clerk. Do you want to give your version of events?
Didn't see it. I'm going to blame my brother, but no, I just didn't see it. So the one I saw, which I thought was okay, and the guy said, yeah, I'd gone through one. So
in this case, bang to rights.
Yeah, if that's where we are, we're here. We have to start here. But if I can get through at the start, yeah, it should be a good race.
Well, what's the game plan then? Because, and again, without being disrespectful to the cars in front, they would appear to be a bit slower on pace, certainly, than you guys. So what's the game plan? Kind of sit back, wait for them to make a mistake and get through and just keep at your own pace, or?
Nah.
Send it. Send it.
Yeah, we're going to try and, we come here to give Rob a good run at the front. So my brother's raced this all year and had a lot of problems with it. So it's a standard stock car, but it's got the aero on it the same. But, we're going to look in and give it a good run this year. Hopefully we get the reliability and get over that.
Absolutely. The one thing I wanted to ask, especially with the slower cars up and down the grid, do they pose that much of a problem going later into the race?
Yeah, tiredness and fatigue, but that's what it is. You just got to be a bit aware of it, and they're in their own race, so you just got to be careful on that and be aware of that, and we just see how it pans out.
Absolutely right. I'll let you psych yourself up and have a drink, but good luck in the race there. So that's the car 777, the ES Motorsport car there. Look out for those guys coming through the field. They will be chasing that Rob Boston racing car with Rob Boston and Tom Roach. Now, what I do want to do, I know we've been at the front, we've been to see the glorious cars here resplendent. We've got the Clapham North car here as well. I do want to have a chat with George Grant if he's about. I have a feeling he's scarpered, bless him. Right, tell you what, let's have a walk further down. Let's see if we can bump into some BMW drivers. There's someone I wanted to bump into. Good. Now, people that normally watch on the BRSCC live stream, this is the boss that I normally work for when I'm presenting the C1 racing coverage. Now, you haven't raced all year. No. And now you've got greedy.
2018, actually.
Since 2018.
Yeah.
But you've got greedy. You're racing 2 cars this weekend.
Yeah, I have, definitely, yeah. So I'm in the 318 car with WRC. And then Alan Pebble, our lovely sponsor, decided to let me have a little go in their car in qualifying as well.
So you're back behind the wheel of a C1?
I am, yes. Going really well as well.
It's not a bad, and okay, I'm a bit biased, but not a bad class of cars this year, is it? 9 cars, really, really good competition.
Yeah, it's really strong grid, and the C1's always brilliant around here. So it's actually a really hard balance of tyre preservation as well, because you can't just go flat out because we've got to make tyres last. So it's interesting.
Yes, it's a good point. As we also found out when the BRSCC raced here earlier in the year, tyre preservation at Anglesey is key, because this tarmac is so abrasive. It's so bad on the tyres, it rips them apart, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's an absolute nightmare. But it's the balance of fuel versus tyres. If we can get 2 hours on fuel or 2 hours on tyre, what can we do first? Let's just see what happens really with it. But it's going well, it's going good.
Fantastic. Now, I'm not going to ask you what the aim for the race is, because there's only one thing you want to do, isn't it?
First to last, Ricky Bobby style, mate.
Exactly, mate. Right, Robin Welch there with the C1 Racing Club. I'll let him carry on there. Hopefully we can make our way back down the grid. There we go. So we've got the car 999 Mini. So that car there has been hired for this race. RKC Motorsport, unfortunately, had their beautiful Honda Civic, had an engine failure in testing, so they've hired this for the race. I'll just let them take their photo, and then hopefully we can have a chat with the team.
Thank you.
How are we doing? We're just live on Alpha Live. A bit unfortunate, not in the car you really expected to be out in at the start of the race weekend, but needs must, I suppose.
Absolutely. No, we were unlucky with the Honda, so the gearbox gave up on the day of testing. But we were very lucky. The garage next door to us, the team from Scotland in the Minis, this is their test car, so it was never supposed to race, and they were fantastic in helping us get in the grid today, so it's something to look forward to.
Beautiful, wonderful. I'll let you get suited up and ready to go there. Right, I do want to see if I could chat to some BMW drivers. Now we've got this MX5 here. You'll notice as well the Super Cup cars. Those are painted on, those headlights, so they've had to put these on ready for the night stints later. As you'll remember, it's beautiful weather here, but it is November and it will be getting dark probably in the next 10 minutes. You know what winter's like. Anyway, I'll just dive in here. Now I'm told you're a bit of a young gun. You've got the FF course, so tell us what you normally race aside from this and what brought you to the ROR.
Well, I've started car racing this year. I've done a lot of karting on the European, the national level.
Yep.
I met up with FF Corsa this year, I've been sort of part of their driver development programme to get in a seat for the Ferrari European Challenge next year. We managed to get a partner during the Ferrari World Finals at Imola. So that's been good. So I'm just here for some signatures, but also to have, a bit of experience. Like endurance racing, in my opinion, is one of the hardest forms of racing out there. So if you can cut it in this, then everything else should come a bit easier to you.
Have you found how unique the event is in terms of the paddock atmosphere and the real reason, the kind of racing going a bit secondary to what we're really here for with the Remembrance?
The atmosphere is amazing. Like it's so great to see people conglomerating in one place and being able to fight for the same sort of cause. So it's really nice to see how everyone's in a really good mood. There's nobody with a frown on their face, and it's a great event so far. So yeah, should be good for the main one.
Fantastic. I'll let you get in the car and get psyched up. So that was Thomas Fleming there with the Porsche Motorsport MX5. Sorry, I was going to say RX-7. You don't see many of those endurance racing nowadays. I'll just try not to knock over the chief pit as well. Now we've got some BMW cars down here. However, because they're sat back sort of not doing anything, I'm going to come down and speak to NJM Motorsport, Nick Jackson and the Moores Motorsport team down here. Nick.
Hello.
ROR, what does it mean to you to come out and race in this event?
For us, it's just a good event. It's supporting, obviously, an awesome course. And for us, as I say, to do the 12-hour race throughout, it's just good fun. It's a team spirit. It's nothing too serious. It's just, enjoyment, fun, supporting the guys which do the hard work for us.
Fantastic. So the car itself, the beautiful Kermit-coloured Fiesta, how's that been for you so far in qualifying?
Yeah, it's good in quali. This car didn't finish last year, so this is the first outing it's had since then, bar some testing. Right. So fingers crossed we get across tomorrow. That's the main goal.
That is the main goal. So you're not going for the win. You just want to finish and pray it does.
Yep, taking us 12 months, but we're going to cross that line.
Well, remember, mate, I race a Ford too, and I can feel your pain when it doesn't cross the line. I've been there one too many times. That's well done, guys. I hope you do well in the race. So that was the NJM team there in their Fiesta. Now let's talk to some BMW pilots. We've got the Royal Navy Motorsport guys here, looking resplendent in their team gear. We had a chat with the RAF Motorsport, Chris Slater at the top. Yeah. Now, we're not going to talk about rivalry or anything like that, but is that the ultimate goal, to pull their pants down a bit?
Completely. There is no other goal out of this apart from beating the other services. Thankfully, we're starting ahead of them at the moment.
Yep.
Evidently, they've got the Caterham fully up there, but that's nothing to do with this little race. But yeah, the battle's not with anybody else in the grid. It's the purely RAF, Army and Navy, and see how we come out on top of that. It's inter-service pride.
Fantastic. Now, what does this event mean to you?
A huge amount. It's the pinnacle of the racing season for us. It's the opportunity for us to show the rest of the motorsport community how much we value them, and also what we feel with regards to those who have given their lives in the name of our country. And it's absolutely important that we're here representing our service tomorrow morning at the Act of Remembrance, and that is why we're here for. The racing is just a bit of a side play of the actual main event itself, and so we'll be there in uniform, laying a wreath and reflecting on our fallen colleagues, basically.
Absolutely, mate. Right, I'll let you guys get ready and crack on there. So look out for the inter-service rivalry there. But again, with the key message, the real reason we're here this weekend is to pay respect and pay tribute to our fallen troops and those that are still ultimately suffering. They can use this, they can prep the cars. A lot of soldiers on the grid that have, you know, PTSD, they've fallen in combat, they've got injuries, and they use motorsport to sort of give a meaning back to them. It's wonderful to see in this event. Now, Pure Track Racing, I'm going to come down and see Sarah Dennis, who is suited up, ready to go in the Clio. You knew I was coming to see you. So, Sarah's been quite busy with the team this weekend. Yourself and your husband Matt have been absolutely flat out. You're running 2 cars this weekend.
We are indeed, yeah.
What's the game plan for you guys?
To be fair, the first and foremost, it's finish the race. We want to get both cars back over the line, so that's our main objective. Anything that comes over that, if we get P3, P2, P1, brilliant, but we just want to get the cars home.
Fantastic, Sarah. I think I have a feeling they've just blown the whistle to get us off the grid. So, if that's the case, now my learned colleague Paul Trustwell is ready and waiting up in the commentary box to commentate on the annual Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance. So it's only for me to hang up to my colleague Paul Trustwell, and I'll be up there shortly to join him in the commentary box. Up to you, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. Rob Lewis down there on the pit lane and doing a fine impersonation of Martin Brundle. Great job. And if there is anybody else that you want to talk to, Rob, then there's probably time, because you're a commentator. You don't have to leave at the same time as everybody else. You can hang on in there. However, what you do need to do is to make sure you're kitted up with a high-vis jacket, because you're going to be in the pit lane later on, and they are going to insist on high-vis jackets for that. Anyway, Rob Lewis down there in the pits. He went through a fair number of personalities, drivers and other members down there, and it was great to hear from them. But we do start now clearing the grid and start turning our attention to the serious stuff as far as the Race of Remembrance is concerned. But of course, for a lot of people, as we've been hearing, the very serious stuff comes tomorrow at 11 with the Service of Remembrance, which gives me an opportunity just to describe once again how this weekend will unfold. 7 hours of uninterrupted racing about to get underway, starting on the dot of 3 o'clock. And once we get that underway, as Rob said, it will be dark within an hour and a half. But undeterred, our teams are going to be carrying on racing until 10 o'clock tonight. So we'll have 7 hours is the plan, and if we have to use the safety car we will, but hopefully that won't be necessary, and hopefully we'll be able to get through to the 10 o'clock time. If you're listening on the public address, it will be turned off before 10 o'clock, so you'll have to find other means, in which case I suggest you get yourself onto the BRSCC website, get yourself onto the Alpha Live website, follow the YouTube, and whatever you need to do to either listen to us or watch the pictures on the live stream. The grid positions, I'd say there's no point in me giving them to you, because they don't reflect what's being shown, or at least my grid sheet doesn't reflect what's actually happened on the grid. So there's obviously been an updated one, which I haven't been forwarded. But number 25, the Rob Boston Lotus, is on pole position, and alongside it is number 29, which is the Williams Motorsport Caterham, in the hands of Callum Lockie. That we know, because Callum told us, and it will be Tom Roach driving in the Rob Boston racing car. 25 and 29 is the front row. The second row is number 97, the Rocket racing car, bearing in mind that the pole position is on the left. So Rocket racing car number 97 is just Steve McCulley and Andrew Perry, as far as we know, and that will probably therefore be Steve McCulley driving that car at the start, and alongside him will be car 71, Ben Hansey, Ben Short and Alex Livesley in number 71. Then the third row, car number 7, the RAF Motorsports Caterham Sigmax, which is not a real car, as the Royal Navy told us. Callum McDougall and his team, Neil Huggins and Lloyd Huggins, along with Andrew Jebson, a very rapid team they are, and they will be starting on the inside of row 3 with the ES Motorsport car number 30. Oh no, they have got it right. What they've done is left a gap, so there is a gap where number 99 isn't. So on his own on row 3 is number 7, Row 4 is then number 33, the first of the relay cars, and that's Michael and Bailey Edwards. Michael Edwards driving the green Lotus Elise, and Bailey Edwards has got a white one, so you'll know which is which there, because Michael Edwards is in a green car and Bailey Edwards is in a white one. Alongside him is the Operation Motorsport Canada team car 220, and we'll tell you who's at the wheel of that once the race gets underway, because the screen doesn't tell us yet who's at the wheel there. And then on the next row back, behind the Operation Motorsports Canada, is the Operation Motorsports USA team car number 22, which, as Rob was rightly saying, these are American spec cars and they've been shipped over. And as I say, these cars are Skip Barber race school cars which have been shipped over especially for the occasion, and so unbelievable. I think they said 39 members of staff have also been brought over from the United States and from Canada. Rob Lewis is now back up here again. I was going to say breathless, but he's not. He's such a fit young man. He's climbed the stairs and he's in good breath. Well done. Welcome up here. Great sight, isn't it?
It's a beautiful sight. All these cars resplendent. You'll see on the monitors already, we're going into the dark this evening. So you've got the likes of, I could see the pink Mini car number 155 in front of us now on the grid. All these lights on the outside, they're going to look nice in their little bits of trickery. So look forward to the fireworks show as we go into the race tonight. But yes, I wouldn't say I was fit. Yeah.
Well, as now I've mentioned it, he suddenly loses his breath.
Yeah. I will be honest, Paul, when we were on the grid talking to the Royal Navy team just then, I did get choked up because you realise just how important this event is.
Trust me, when we get to Sunday morning and the race and the Remembrance service itself, then that does. I mean, we all have our different views of Remembrance services, and I think that's the important part of it. But the wonderful thing is that the way the Remembrance service works, doesn't matter what your view is, it does hit you, and all of a sudden you do realise that motor racing is a fairly pointless exercise, and that what these guys are doing is actually quite a serious thing. And I think one of the things I want to talk to James Cameron about, but it is a great thing, is the way that this event brings together two entirely different communities, the military on the one side and the motor racing community on the other. They're both fairly close-knit communities, but this event shows how well they integrate together. And it really is a good and a joy to see from that point of view. We've got 1 minute, 30 seconds to go now before the safety car leads them on their way. There will be one pace car lap, one lap behind the pace car, and then it will pull off, and the 7 hours of today's racing activity will be underway. If you can see the TSL timing screens wherever you are, tsl-timing.com will take you there as the green flag waves, but they will be showing you a 7-hour countdown which will get underway as soon as the safety car completes this one familiarisation lap, a final warming up lap.
There we go, the car's just getting ready now, getting that heat into the tyres, which is going to be key on this circuit. We've mentioned the weather and how lovely it is and the sun is out, but that track will start to get cold as we go into the night. And I'll tell you what, some of the battles you want to look for in this field, I've already mentioned the C1 class as well, but the two key battles is also going to be the BMW 116 trophy class. That's got a number of cars in there, a good 7 or 8 cars, mostly with the services teams as well. And Paul, what you said there about this event being a crossover with military and motorsport, it's brilliant to see up and down this paddock the service teams using motorsport as a way to heal soldiers with PTSD, as I said on the grid walk, soldiers with PTSD, soldiers that are injured in whatever way, and they use this to recover and help themselves to...
And yes, when you say soldiers, you mean all kinds of military personnel, which
absolutely,
may go beyond just the soldiers and so on. So, yes, the cars making their way around then on this final lap. We had the one gap where Ricky Coomber's RKC Motorsport car was absent. That was on the 3rd row. We've got another row, another gap back on row 24 where car number 418 is not. Now, both of those cars will be starting the race, I'm pleased to say. So we will have 55 starters, but those two cars are going to be starting from the very back. In fact, starting from the pit lane once the safety car has gone through at the completion of this lap. So they will be able to join in, but they will be joining in a little bit later.
Two cars with notable trouble, as I said on the grid with the RKC car there. That's had a gearbox change, and that is, I did go down and have a look at that gearbox. I couldn't obviously lift it for obvious reasons, but it has got, I can confirm, probably a golf ball to a fist-size hole in the gearbox. That's never good when you want to go motor racing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to lie to you. But luckily, the RKC team have sprung into action. They've put the spare gearbox in that car overnight. Talking of the gearbox as well, that seemed to be the theme in the WRC Developments 418 car. They sprung into action this morning. It was a bit, well, the way it was described to me, Paul, it was graunching. So that's the technical term. Look it up in the dictionary. It may not appear in there, but it was graunching a bit. It was a bit rattly, shall we say. So Clive Brookston and the team sprung into action there. I did have a chat with Toby Ward, who was quite busy trying to get that car back together. So they will start from the pit lane as the cars head up and start to bunch up towards the hairpin now.
Yeah, so up to the hairpin, back down from the hairpin, past the old pit lane, into the bus stop, and the final left-hander which brings them onto the start-finish line, and then it will be all eyes on the start-finish gantry with
all eyes on that man there, Rob Boston Racing, as they
It's actually Tom Roach, isn't it?
Oh,
He's,
yes, it's
going to be starting the Rob Boston Lotus Elise, and then alongside him the Williams Motorsport car, the bright pink car, which is Roger Patke's regular mount during the season, but has Callum Lockie doing the driving of it at the moment. So those two will be gunning for the front, but look out for the ES Motorsport car coming from further back, and the 777 Lotus having to deal with its grid penalty at the start. But as the lights go out, the race is underway, and 7 hours of racing is cleanly underway at the moment. They're all still going through as these 55 cars, as the leader Tom Roach then goes through the hairpin, or through the banking for the first time, and then back down our view. But he's coming under pressure from a very racy looking Callum Lockie as they turn through onto the back straight, and the Lotus just has a little bit more power, draws away from Callum despite everything that he's trying to do. But behind him there in third place comes the BS Motorsport car number 71. We didn't establish who was in number 71. The
Ben
Mazda
Short,
MX5.
by the looks of it.
Ben Short, you suggest, okay. So
what a start by the field there as they make their way up through to the back end of the circuit. But I'll tell you what, that Ben Short car rocketed up Skull Straight and round the bend up towards Rocket there. But Rob Boston, he's got that wily old fox Callum Lockie hunting him down in that Caterham, two established seasoned racers. It'll be fascinating to see how this fight gets on at the front. You just saw going through your screen there car 777, that ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, who I spoke to on the grid. He'll be looking to get through quite early. We can also see the two back markers there have already caught up to, or should I say the two pit lane starters have already caught up to the C1s on the back of this Race of Remembrance grid.
Yes, and it was Ricky Coomber starting in the 99 car, so certainly Ricky is a very quick driver. Tom Roach and Callum Lockie, the two drivers in the first and second places, certainly two of the faster drivers in their cars. And this is, okay, a first few laps are just going to be a dash to try and make up as many positions as you can, but you need to settle into a groove fairly early on, particularly for those teams who are worried about fuel consumption, to ensure that they do get the best of the fuel and that they can go as far as they possibly can on each tankful. Along the back straight goes Tom Roach then, leading the way.
He's away like a scalded cat. Look at him go, pulling a massive gap on the second place car there of Callum Lockie, with Rocket Racing car number 97 hotly pursuing them. And then we've got the MX5 in fourth place. I tell you what, they can't say this isn't a diverse grid with Caterhams, Lotuses, MX5s, Minis, you name it. And in fifth place, Callum McDougall. He told me earlier he was going to go for it at the start. He's taken that starting position, and he's got that turn 7 Caterham up to fifth place. With the Operation Motorsport Canada car, I showed you those beautifully prepared Honda Civics, fresh from the USA and Canada. They're in 6th and 8th place, respectively. Car 33 ES Motorsport in 7th. 9th is the other ES Motorsport Lotus Elises, the 777 car that had the penalty at the start. And rounding out our top 10 is car 360 with 360 Motor Racing Club's Mini Cooper.
Right, that's the top 10 with 3 minutes of the race elapsed. Into the pits with just 1 lap elapsed is car number 3, the Mazda MX5 from the traction with TWP Racing. John Munro, Adam Bessel, Nick Duggill, the drivers of that car. And to check down to see who the driver is of that car, but he's our early pit stopper. I'm tempted to say there's always one.
The one thing I can say, they haven't got the bonnet open on that car, so there is clearly an issue, maybe inside the cockpit, or they're just trying to get something sorted out inside the cabin with the driver. But I must say, there's not a lot of crew rushing around that car.
Adam Bessel is the driver who brought it in.
Yes, just our view from down there. I can see Greg Graham of the BRSCC looking on as we see the only KA in the field, car number 100. Now, I love that livery on the car. If the cameraman can get a chance to have a look, get a close-up of the wrap of that car, it is beautifully prepared. And you'll notice on the roof there as well, they've got a couple of hand-drawn poppies from their kids. And they've got it printed out, ready on the wrap, and that's on the roof of that car. I took a close-up of that earlier on. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful example, and a great tribute to our fallen. So, 5 minutes started in this race, and already, Rob Boston has a monster lead. Fastest lap of a 1:38.7. Certainly, he is going to be the hare in this race. Hopefully, that car can hold out for the 12 hours. Obviously, it's split up into 2 days, and I am told, incidentally, overnight the race stops at 7 hours. But I believe you can work on your car overnight. They don't hold them in parc fermé conditions.
No, that's correct. You can work on the car, so make any changes you want to. Crucially, you can also change the tyres, refuel overnight. So what we'll see at the beginning of Sunday morning is the cars restarting the race with a full tank of fuel. The only restriction is that the restart on Sunday morning has to be with the driver who finished on Saturday night. So they'll wheel the cars away, and as I say, they'll be pretty free to do whatever they want to. Reason for that rule, apart from anything else, actually it's just too difficult to police. BRSCC or anybody else who was organising it didn't want to have people making sure that nobody went and worked on the cars. So they said, OK, if you want to work on the cars, you can do.
Have at it.
So yeah, have at it. Yes, why not? So Tom Roach then, he's established a 5-second lead then over what is now being shown as Steve McCulley up into second place. So Steve McCulley is now second in the Rocket Racing Caterham, and my belief, Rob, you may be able to confirm this, that is now running as a 2-driver entry, as up into second place then is number 97, Steve McCulley sharing with Andrew Perry. So the first 2 cars through are both 2-driver teams. Then we've got Callum Lockie with the Williams Motorsport Caterham, number 29, and then it's Ben Shaw to the wheel of the number 71 car in 4th place.
Yes, that number 97 car did have Don Henshaw down on the entry list to race that car alongside them, but unfortunately he pulled out, I believe, due to illness. Best wishes. Hopefully he's watching on the live stream as we see a couple of Mazda MX5 duking it out, the Mark III Cup cars. It's brilliant to see those guys going for it. And I could just see out of my window now that number 99 Civic starting from the back. He's rocketing his way through. But just on screen now, you've got the Clapham North MX5 car chasing in a little battle pack there. Again, I have to say, the diversity of cars on this grid racing today is something pretty special. Everyone from many walks of life, as well as military personnel, people that just want to come to pay tribute, and people that just want to take this event in, as we see there, car number 96. I believe, is that the Jaffa Cake Racing car? Could be... Yeah, Jaffa Cake Racing. I did speak to them earlier on. Their car was cutting out in qualifying, in the daytime qualifying. They had a little poke around with it, and as far as they were concerned, yeah, okay, it's working in the night qualifying, so they've just sent it as it is, and fingers crossed, working okay so far.
Yeah, they were at the top of their class earlier on. Just check down to see if they still are. Yes, they are. Leading in Class B. Leading in Class C is just ahead of them on the road. They're in 14th overall. Jaffa Racing in 13th place overall is APO Sport, and that's the car number 129 with Alex Osborne at the wheel of that car in 13th place, leading the way as far as Class C is concerned. So
already we're just looking out the window of the gantry here. That car 3, the Mazda MX5, is still in the pit lane from lap 1, so unfortunately they're still trying to battle with issues on that car. So as we could just see on the screen there, he's got a couple of team members in with him. I'm wondering if there is some sort of electrical fault on that. It's a beautiful livery on that car with its traction sponsor scheme on there, but unfortunately they've hit snags first up. Car number 16 in the pit lane as well. I did notice that did have a meatball flag, so it was called in for something, but I don't know if you can see on the screen there, Paul. Have a look at that makeshift roof on the car. One way to brave the elements.
Yes, it's just a piece of cloth basically, tie wrapped onto the roof. But whatever caused the black and orange flag, Rob calls it the meatball flag. It's known as such to motor racing regulars, but black and orange flag is the one which means that your car has some kind of mechanical fault and is required to come into the pits straight away. It's not an option, it's a mandatory call into the pits. And so that's come in, although I have to say it looks like it's had a little bit more serious a problem than that.
I'm just checking out the battle on the screen there, the BMW 116 cars. Go on, guys, absolutely. Well, a train of 4 BMW 116 cars, one after another. It's the Royal Navy versus the RAF. There's no holds bars here, they're going great guns. You see their car number 90 as well. They had their issues after the warm-up this morning. They had a leaky radiator, which is fine, it's okay. We'll just replace, oh, contact! Car number 19, just 417 out there riding the Royal Navy car. Hopefully they can keep going, but it was on the front right of the car, so hopefully that hasn't led to anything going iffy with the suspension. But I can see them going great guns. They're side by side as they come up the pitch straight there. Car number 19 and 90 in the BMW class as Rob Boston roars past, leading the race and putting a lap on those cars. This is great racing. First up in this endurance racing, forces it wide again. Oh! Come on, guys, remember, this is a 12-hour race. This isn't a 15-minute sprint. Calm down. But again, Paul, you can see with these slower cars battling away, and you've got Callum Lockie and Rob Boston trying to make their way through as car number 90 back down the inside. Wonderful.
Yes, and this is the rivalry between the forces, isn't it? And of course, the problem is, I mean, the BMWs, although they're slower, are actually significantly bigger cars than the Caterhams, and you do kind of worry for Callum Lockie going through with the little Caterham there, purely because of the physical size of the car. He's kind of overwhelmed a little bit by the forces having their own little battle, but Callum was able to get his way through there, but the battle continuing.
The battle continuing. I've just noticed on the screen there, Nick Jackson in the MJN Racing green Kermit Fiesta just cocking a wheel up and locking a brake at the same time as he was doing the old racer's trick, flashing his headlights to get the car in front to move out of the way. Unfortunately, mate, it doesn't work like that, so he's going to have to press on, work a bit harder to get past those guys in front. But this gaggle of 4 BMW 116 trophy cars have been having a great scrap, and as you say, it is an inter-forces scrap. This is wonderful in the first part of the race. The turn 7 car just flashing his lights. Callum Dougal, he wants them to get out of the way. He's trying to chase down the lead battle in front and keep up with them. But car number 90, as you can see on screen there again, I'll say it about all these cars in the field, beautifully prepared, lovely big poppy on the side of that car. They had their issues after quali, they changed the radiator, nice and simple, but unfortunately it also led to them stripping a thread on the oil cooler, so they had to replace that as well. Never simple.
No, that's Tim Crichton at the wheel of the number 90 car, as you've been describing. That's leading the BMW class at the moment, and it's Danny Holland in the 19 BMW for the RAF Motorsports team. Now, Danny Holland is a regular here at the Race of Remembrance, and he's a member of the Race of Remembrance committee, as far as I know. And as I say, he's certainly a big character, and no doubt will be up here later on to tell us about this battle that he's been having. But Tim Crichton at the wheel of the 90 BMW, he didn't complete his night laps last night. And
No.
the BRSCC have issued a bulletin to say that Tim Crichton's not going to be allowed to drive at night. So he's in the car now, and we'll get an hour's worth of driving in till the car runs out of fuel, presumably. But then he's going to have to get out of the car because, as you've been saying, darkness is going to fall, and Tim Crichton is then not going to be able to drive anymore until tomorrow morning when the sun comes up.
I was going to say, but in terms of daylights, I mean, it's getting a bit dim already as we could see those wonderful Operation Motorsport cars. They're following nose to tail. The one thing I didn't ask them on the grid is whether there was a bit of rivalry there between the USA and Canada. As we see car number 3, that's being pushed into the garage, unfortunately. So further work required on that car. Again, we draw back to the Operation Motorsport cars, those Skip Barber racing cars, wonderfully wonderful examples, and the livery on them absolutely superb for this weekend. They're just making their way through the traffic. But you kind of wonder, Paul, if there's a bit of rivalry between the USA and Canada, sort of cross-border rivalries.
I get the feeling that they are here as a team, but inevitably, you know, you want to beat your teammate, don't you? So
absolutely.
Yes, there is no doubt a bit of rivalry as far as I think any race driver is concerned. You can speak from personal experience, but I think as far as most race drivers are concerned, you are the only one that matters, and everybody else is a competitor.
Oh, absolutely, and that will never change, no matter what walk of life or what car you race in. So yeah, the field becoming a bit more spread out there. I'm just looking out the window. I can see on the screen, we're obviously cycling through these cars again, those Operation Motorsport Civics. However, look at that on the left. Is that the fuel flap? The fuel filler flap on the left looks like it needs to be tied down, or so. It's not going to be dangerous. Surely it won't be something they'll be flagged for. But
I think it's only an inch open, isn't it? So,
well, I think it was a full 90 degrees as they came through the shot just now. It's pulling that much G. It's opening the fuel flap on the car. But as long as there's no fuel getting out, they'll be all right.
I certainly hope so. So the car that had the black and orange flag, incidentally, we spoke about that, I think has resumed. Just down the screen that was going to tell me who was in the pits hasn't actually functioned properly. So no, in fact, number 16 is still in the pits, the tequila car, number 16. So that car, one of 2 that are in the pits at the moment. That was Clive Bailey who brought it in. So that car has completed just 4 laps, 1 lap completed by Adam Bessel with the number 3 traction car, which Rob reported being pushed back into its garage. Those 2 still in the pits, everyone else still running. So 53 out of 55 with some 15 minutes now gone. Still Tom Roach leading, but the gap is coming down, and Callum Lockie plugs away at it, and the field battling their way through the traffic. Just 2.2 seconds now is the gap first to second, so that is coming down. And Jason McAnulty in the 777 Lotus Elises, we've not really mentioned this, Rob, but Jason McAnulty in the 777 car, having started 9th on the grid, has now fought his way up to be 3rd overall in the race, and is closing in on the Rob Boston racing car in Tom Roach's hands. And as he gets there, he'll get to Callum Lockie as well.
Absolutely, and he did say to me on the grid he was hunting down that car. He wanted to give Rob Boston a good run for his money. And again, the other thing to figure out with these Caterhams, Turn 7, Williams Motorsport, I didn't get a chance to ask Callum actually what sort of duration they had on the stints, but those Caterhams are sweating. They could probably do about an hour and a half on a good stint. So with the way this race works, the mandatory rules are you do 6 pit stops. The pit stops have got to be 4 minutes long. And if you are one of the more experienced teams, you could just see, sorry, as I cut across to the screen there, the 2 Operation Motorsport cars trying to get around the WRC Developments 418 car. Sorry, so just going back, the duration of fuel for these Caterhams is so minute, so they are really going to be running them until they cough. But even Tom Roach, you know, he was telling me on the grid, they haven't even got a fuel gauge in that Lotus, so it's literally run it, wait for it to cough, get it in, stick some fuel in it and go back out again. How mad's that?
It won't be quite as brutal as that. There will be somebody, I'm sure, down there doing the calculation, and they'll have a reasonable idea of how much fuel they're using.
Yeah.
And I would imagine they've got telemetry on the car as well, which will tell them how much fuel that they're using. And so they will be able to calculate it a bit more finely than waiting for it to cough. Problem is for them whether or not they can actually make it all the way around on a lap with the car potentially about to run out of fuel. The race lap here at Anglesey. 2.1 miles, 3.38 kilometres. So 2.1 miles, that actually might be a little bit more than you need. So yeah, they're going to, as I say, they're going to have to need a bit more science than just waiting for it to cough. But
we'll certainly find out as this race unfolds. We lots of cars locking up. They're really going for it in the first stint of this race now, as we can see the Mini on screen there. So that is the RKC Motorsport Mini. It was meant to be a Honda, but unfortunately they've had to change identities, as it were. The Honda they were running, I was told, blew up an engine, but on the grid I was actually told it blew up a gearbox. So I know RKC Motorsport, Ricky Coomber and co have certainly had their a trial by fire experience at the Race of Remembrance here this weekend. So we just see that Mini going round, hopefully not causing any trouble so far. They can just get their head down and get a good hammer on it.
Kenny Murray it is who's driving it at the moment, 999. He's in 37th place overall, 9th in Class B is the position of the 999. And on the subject of Ricky Coomber, he is out, having started from the pit lane, and is up to 24th. So he's been making good progress in the Honda Civic. In fact, he's now up to 23rd because he's just overtaken somebody on that lap. So
He's been getting a lick on. As we can see, car number 3, Mazda MX5, that rejoins the race. So we'll have to look at the timing screens to see how many laps down that's rejoining. But
10 laps on the race leader.
10 laps on the race leader. That's such a big gap so early in this race. You feel for that traction with TWP Racing Team there going out now. But will that count as one of their pit stops, surely?
Yes, I mean, it will. But in fact, to do the whole race on only 6 pit stops is going to be a bit of a tall order anyway. So if you think about it, if you're going to do a 12-hour race on 6 pit stops, you're going to have to go 2 hours per tankful. And for the quick cars, certainly that's going to be a very tall order indeed, unless we get a lot of safety car time, and of course that will enable them to save fuel behind the safety car. But hopefully we're not going to have to worry about that. Rather, let's be positive about it. Race distance record 384 laps for 12 hours, so that's the kind of pace that we'll be wanting to see. And Tom Roach at the moment goes through and sets another lap. His best lap at the race has been a 1:37. His last lap there was a 1:39 for Tom Roach, and his lead now over Jason McAnulty, who's up into second place. So the two Lotuses, first and second now, with the 25 car leading the way, and the 777 ES Motorsport entrant of Jason McAnulty, who pretty much put his hands up to you, didn't he, as the culprit of the safety car incident.
Well, he did say, oh, maybe I'll have to blame my brother, but, you know.
I think once you pushed him, he wasn't going to make a big thing about it. There you go. No, that's Bailey Edwards going through in the other Lotus Elise. That's the relay team car.
As we could see, sorry to cut across you there, ding-dong battle on the telly there with Nick Jackson really trying to get past that 116 car in the Fiesta. I think, to be fair, he said to me yesterday, and he said to me on the grid, he wants that car to finish, and if he can have a ding-dong battle with a few cars out there, so be it, especially the 116 trophy cars and the C1 racing cars. Let's not forget, they are in a battle of their own. They want class honours, and they really want this. As we also see there on screen, the Pure Track Racing Clio 200 or 197, famous for the driver Sarah Dennis. She works with the Toka staff, and her husband Matt Dennis. They run the team together as well, normally seen out in the likes of Club Enduro and Road Sports on the 750 Motor Club package, and she's also an occasional driver in the modified Ford series. As we also see coming round, Nick Jackson still following car number 17, with Rob Boston trying to get past. He's lapping these slower cars, and again, Paul, with Rob doing that, he's got a fastest lap of 1:37, but these slower cars are going to hold him up, and maybe that's going to play into the hands of the cars behind.
And that's where, you're talking about the kind of philosophy of the race. Do you want to win at all costs? Do you want to finish at all costs? How do you kind of take it? Racing driver mentality is always, I just want to overtake the car in front. I just want to overtake the car in front. And yes, you do have to do that. But this is where, in my mind, the guy on the radio, the race engineer who's talking to the driver, assuming that most of these cars will have ship-to-shore radio, pits car radio.
There'll be a few of them, yeah.
Most of them should have, I would think, in order to communicate with their driver. This is where he can actually calm the driver down and say, look, you know, you don't have to worry about that car. Let it go if it wants to. Just drop back a little bit. Run your own race. Otherwise, you sometimes get these rushes of blood to the head, so we say.
Absolutely, but you can see it there. You can see it there on the screen. The difficulty being, you had Rob Boston. BMW 116 car. That's one way to get it really crossed up there. I think is that car number 90 that was just getting it a bit locked up when Rob Boston was trying to come through. But what we saw there on the screen just now, Rob's trying to overtake all of the cars because he's leading the race. You've got
Tom Roach.
Yeah, sorry, Tom Roach, my apologies. You've got the sort of medium-paced cars with your Clios, your Minis and everything, trying to get past the likes of the C1s that are at the back of the field. Yes, let's be honest, they are at the back, but they are in a ding-dong battle of themselves. No one wants to give any racing room, you know. This is where the hard competition comes in, as we see, is that car number 528 on screen now, a couple of the C1s duking it out, and that looks like the Rab Sport car, is it? Oh, just the 777 ES Motorsport. Yes, thank you very much. I'll have the gap in there, thank you very much, and clear off into the distance. Callum Lockie as well, just trying to avoid the BMW 116 car 90 there.
Yes, Callum Lockie's in a good little battle for third place when you get it on the screen. Car 29's in a good little battle with Steve McCulley in 97. They were battling for second place, remember, in the early stages of the race. That's now become third as Jason McInulty has moved up with the Lotus Elises into second place. But Callum Lockie, in the battle between the two Caterhams, certainly is well involved. And Steve McCulley is less than a second behind Callum, so they're having a great little battle. Callum McDougall in the number 7 turn 7 entry is in 5th place, but is around about 50, in fact he's nearly 18 seconds behind now. So Callum McDougall in the next of the Caterhams is a little bit further back. And then there's another car back, the first of the Mazdas is in 6th place, Ben Short, and he's in car number 71. But he is a further 16 seconds behind. And then we get the two Operation Motorsport transatlantic cars, the Operation Motorsport Canada still ahead of the Operation Motorsport USA. Kevin Bones at the wheel of the USA car. We're hoping that Kevin's going to be coming up to have a word with us up here later on. He's really been the man behind getting these cars over here.
Yes.
Races regularly in the United States in touring cars and has been very successful over there in touring cars, and is kind of the group leader, if you will, if you can imagine them all on a bus.
The focal points.
The focal point is another way of putting it, yeah. So Kevin Bone then, at the moment, seemingly quite happy to follow around the teammate car, Travis Hull, at the wheel of the Operation Motorsport Canada car, and those two running still nose to tail in 7th and 8th places overall. So they've had a good run so far. Very much for them, though, Rob. I think that's going to be a story. They're not here to win. They're here to play, to participate. There they go again, crossing the line with the USA car getting much closer that time too.
The USA is getting closer to Canada. The cross-border relations are just getting held up by one of the C1 class cars there. I'm wondering if the Canada car's getting a bit twitchy, just looking in the mirrors thinking, oh, what's going to happen here? Don't forget, folks, we're in the first 25 minutes of a 12-hour endurance race. Okay, it's split up into different segments, but this is a 12-hour endurance race. But these two are going great guns as well. 777 up to second as well. I'm very impressed. What a good start by those. And we did miss it on the images earlier, but I've got to talk about the C1 class there. Good friends. And we had the 318 car there out there on the circuit somewhere, the WRC Developments car. Now, Nicole Drought, who is at the wheel of that car at the moment, she's got quite a busy weekend ahead of her because she's only racing here today because she's then popping over to Holyhead, back on the ferry and heading back over to Mondello overnight, and she's going to do a bit of Irish rallycross tomorrow and hopefully try and win some more trophies there. What a legend. I mean, that's someone that really takes her racing quite seriously and really is one of the stars of Irish motorsport.
So presumably, Rob, Nicole is only going to be here for today's element of the race and won't be here for tomorrow.
That's it.
She's in the car at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And
currently third in class.
Yes, so that AC1 class, that's being headed up by Patrick Scherferger. We've got Mike Harris in the Silver Lake car in second, and obviously Nicole Drought in third, hotly pursuing them. And Alan Preble with the second Silver Lake car, he's in fourth place in that class. And he'll be really looking to get a decent result for the Silver Lake team. He's enjoying his first time at Race of Remembrance this weekend. As we see those Operation Motorsport cars, the Canada car has just got a bit more of a gap to the Team USA car, but probably the same as the nations in real life. The Canadians can't really do much without the USA bearing down on them.
Careful where you're going with that one. But an interesting point, though, from a race driver's point of view, though, Rob, because it isn't actually as difficult to follow closely behind like that as it may seem. I mean, from outside, we're kind of looking down on it and said, oh, you know, they're nose to tail, they're battling it out. But when you're actually behind the steering wheel, to be right up behind someone, it's not actually as difficult as that. It kind of finds your lines. You can relax with somebody, particularly if you know who they are and you trust them.
Yeah, absolutely, and let's be honest, we laugh and joke about cross-border battling and things like that, but they would have probably all got together and had a brief before the start of this race. Follow each other, don't do anything stupid, get yourself into this race. As we see on screen, car 777 really getting squirrely going into the hairpin there. Fantastic, as he's followed closely by the Caterham, being hotly pursued by the Caterham now. I have noticed...
Yes, and that's caught back up again. In fact, that's a good spot, Bob, because Steve McCulley has overtaken Callum Lockie for third place, but also has closed down the gap between himself and Jason McAnulty in the 777 Lotus Elise.
And set the fastest lap of of his race so far.
His personal best,
Yeah,
yes.
his personal best, which is a 1:38.749. Obviously, the race leader currently, Tom Roach, who's absolutely sending it out there at the moment. He's done the best lap of a 1:37.7, and he's sort of averaging a 1:38.1 as sort of a banker lap. He's just taking it in his stride, getting it in as we can see these gaggle of cars out on the pit straight there. We had a close-up shot there of car number 97 as well, the Rocket Racing car there of Mr. McCulley. But again, as you can see, we're just going into the twilight areas of this race, so for a while all you're really going to see are the headlights, but keep a lookout. In particular, some of the C1s are carrying some extra lighting, shall we say, just to really jazz up the field, so it's going to look a bit like a fairground as we go into the darkness.
All joking aside, though, it's not just to jazz up the circuit, is it? The idea is to make it easy for the team to spot their car.
Absolutely.
And we're lucky here at Anglesey because there's an awful lot of the circuit that you can see if you're standing on the pit wall. And as it goes dark, then anything that enables you to identify your car, if you're hanging your pit board out to it, I mean, having a car that's easily identifiable as it's coming towards you is very useful indeed. And some of them do get a bit out of hand, I agree, with the way they do it. But I mean, it was something that was originally adopted at Le Mans back in the 60s, when, even earlier than that in the 50s, they used to have identification lights in order to distinguish the cars from one another. These days, with such bright LED lights, you do get a much brighter forward light than you ever have done in the past. Good for the driver, bad for anybody who's actually stood watching the car, because you end up being blinded by it.
Absolutely. Sorry, I cut back to you there with car number 97 being hotly pursued by Callum Lockie in that Williams Motorsport pink Caterham. He's really getting up his back now, so I'm wondering if maybe car number 97 was held up by a bit of slower traffic there. We're coming up to more C1s as we cut back to the shot of the bright beam of LED headlights. That's the car 777 ES Motorsport. You can hear the supercharger roar on that as he sends it into the hairpin down the inside of one of the C1 class cars, but he will obviously also have it in the back of his mind. He will see those two Caterhams in his mirrors hunting him down. He cannot afford to back off so early in this race.
No, and this is again the crucial thing. You cannot afford to back down, even when you feel you're going at your limit. If there's cars behind you, you've got to push on, and it is a fascinating battle at the front there. 4 cars, the top 4, all within 10 seconds of each other, and that's after half an hour of racing. So, they are getting spread out a little bit throughout the 50-car field, but at the front, those top 4 separated by less than 10 seconds, with Steve McCulley getting onto the tail of Jason McAnulty, and Callum Lockie isn't very far away, and I think Callum is perhaps doing a little bit of canny fuel saving himself there, tucked in behind the other Caterham. He'll get a lot of slipstream effect, and if he doesn't use the slipstream to try and overtake, then he can just lift and save fuel.
Well, you could certainly see that as they went up into rocket right up his backside again, Callum Lockie. I say it again, the wily old fox. Don't forget, he is a British GT champion. This guy has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. He's got a wardrobe full of them. He will have a lot of tricks up his sleeve as he just has a little look down the inside. He's just letting him know he's there, I reckon. And the rocket racing car there with McCulley at the wheel will be wary of that in his mirrors. But McNulty in second place in the ES Motorsport car, he will be seeing this going on in his mirrors. You can see they're getting closer as they go up to the hairpin. The Silver Lake car just getting in Callum Lockie's way. That'll be frustrating for him. He was just getting into that groove and just getting into his slipstream, which is so important here, especially going up the school straight towards Rocket. You can get a little bit of an advantage doing that, as we could just also see on screen the two RAC cars duking it out, with the number 4 Elise trying to lap with the Rob Boston Racing Mazda MX5s. It's chaos out there.
It's not chaos. It's good racing. Difference in attitude. It's good racing, certainly. I don't think you'd argue with that one, Rob. I think the interesting thing was Callum was up here first thing this morning just saying hello, and what was interesting was he said how this morning, it was after the warm-up session, so it wasn't quite first thing, but he said during the warm-up he noticed how the Caterham responded to the fact that the wind had dropped. The wind today is about half what it was yesterday, the wind speed.
Oh, yes.
I know you noticed it, you were out in it yesterday, and it is a much calmer day today. But he was saying that just as a result of the wind having dropped, he was gaining a second a lap.
Remarkable, isn't it?
So, you know, the Caterham is such a wind inefficient machine that the wind blowing up and down the start-finish straight and down the back straight.
Well, he's certainly got the wind up his sails now, as I've noticed the two Caterhams have got past that 777 Lotus Elise, so certainly something's happened there. A big gaggle of cars there, hard racing going on, but the 777 Elise has lost out to the two Caterhams as they're fighting through a massive squabble of cars, ducking down the inside there, the BMW 116 cars as they head down into the hairpin, locking the brakes. That was close, but Callum Lockie again, he's just keeping in tight, keeping behind, stay in the slipstream, and let's see if he can get back up into second place.
I mean, I think that's one of Callum's skills, of us and his many in his toolbox of racing driver skills, is an ability to stay calm if he needs to, and the endurance racing mentality of staying calm. Callum there, as you demonstrated there, did a very good job of being calm at the wheel there. And I think somebody else you were talking to, it was Tom Fleming, wasn't it?
Yes.
Who said how endurance racing gave you a lot of skills that you can use in other parts of motorsport as well.
Yes.
And how, you know, the skills that you have to assimilate driving in a endurance race cover everything that you might need. And Callum Lockie then, as you say, both he and Steve McCulley, having got themselves ahead of Jason McAnulty in the 777 Lotus Elise, that has enabled Tom Roach to just establish his lead a little bit more securely. 6.456 is now his gap. That's the gap first to second. And then less than a second separating Steve McCulley, Callum Lockie and Jason McAnulty in second, third and fourth places. Callum McDougall still there in 5th place, Ben Short in the Mazda MX5 in 6th, in 7th place and 8th are the two Operation Motorsport Canada and USA cars respectively still. In 9th place is the leading relay car, Bailey Edwards still out there leading the way in the green Lotus Elise, and then in 10th place is Ben Headley with the Marlborough coloured Caterham car number 50.
We see it again, that 777 Lotus Elise has managed to just get himself back past the Caterham there of what looked like Callum Lockie. You could just see the sea of lights as they go back down the start-finish straight. They've got the Clapham North MX5 there just getting in the way. And again, this battle for second, third and fourth. Callum Lockie, tell you what, mate, I'll stick to your back bumper and wait for you to make the mistake. The Pure Track Clio's like not having any of that, and they'll just get out of the way and let them dice it out. But Callum Lockie having a look up the inside, fantastic. Slots in behind, takes the slipstream, and now here comes the big power stuff, because that 777 car is going to rocket up School Straight and aim for that 97 car.
Yes, and that's where Callum Lockie's eyes are. I think he's not worried so much about the 777 car, but it's Steve McCulley in the Caterham up ahead, which is going to be more of a worry, because that gap is now going up between second and third. McCulley in the Rocket Racing car in 97 in second place, just getting away a little bit from them. You mentioned the George Grant car, the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5. He's currently running second in class to Alex Osborne with the BMW. Car 129 is leading in Class C. The way the classes work in the Race of Remembrance being the other way round to the Club Sport Trophy, and that Class D are the most powerful ones, and then C, B and A are the least powerful cars. And then behind that you've got the BMWs, and behind that you've got the Citroen C1s. So those are the 6 classes that are all fighting for their own little trophy. And then there's the relay trophy as well for the 2 relay teams.
The one thing I didn't get a chance to ask them on the grid, but surely in this case the relay teams, have they got a bit of an advantage? They can keep their car nice and fresh and maybe afford to put it in my more youthful terms, send it a bit harder, so that if they do come a cropper, they could just send the other car out.
Yes, I mean there's a safety net insurance policy, call it that, if you would. In fact, time was with the Race of Remembrance when I would say there would be a dozen relay teams, and so many of them would there be. In fact, they'd have to have a whole separate tent marquee over in the paddock where all the relay teams were housed, because if you think about it, you had 50 entries, but then you had another 50 cars made up of relay cars. So here at the Race of Remembrance were over 100 cars.
Yes.
A bit like the Burkitt, which is another relay race. The problem is that the way the regulations are now written is that the Heroes Trophy, the Race of Remembrance, is not allowed to be won by a relay team.
Yeah.
So effectively you're putting yourself into an invitation class.
That's cancelled that out, isn't it? Yeah.
If you're a relay team. So it gives you that insurance policy of being there at the end, but it takes you out of contention to hold up the winner's trophy.
Absolutely. Well, talking about trying to hold up the winner's trophy, we saw Rob Boston there still lapping himself through traffic. They are in the driver's seat, as it were, at the moment in this race. They lead this race by just under 4 seconds from Rocket Racing, Williams Motorsport, Callum Lockie in third, and ES Motorsport back down to fourth. It could all change on this lap. The traffic, as it were, the slower cars, as Callum Lockie just coming through with the 777 car in hot pursuit. They've got Caterhams and C1s getting in the way as well, as we go into the twilight here at Anglesey. And I must just say as well, in the commentary box up here with yourself, Paul Tresswell, what a beautiful view. What an awesome place Anglesey is in the summer, but never mind, we've lucked out on this in the winter as Silver Lake car just getting a bit. That's Nicole Drought and the Silver Lake car there, car number 458. Now, who is that? Would that be Michael Harris? I could just see the other Silver Lake car. He wants to get in. That's Alan Preble. He wants to get involved as well. He's really up for this, but Nicole Drought, she's told me before she loves racing at Anglesey, so she's battling with Mike Harris and Alan Preble there in the 2 camouflage Silver Lake car. We see there Alan Preble coming through on screen. He's loving his time in the car this weekend.
And they are leading the class still in C1?
Well, the car leading the C1 class is the FDL Packaging CSC racing car of Patrick Scherferger. Now, if you look out on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be somewhere out there with a green tinge. They've got green LED lighting down the inside, goes the Cold Drought. There's a little bit of contact with the Silver Lake car. The Operation Motorsport cars around the outside while they're having this little ding-dong battle in the C1 class. I'll tell you what, folks, they may be at the back of the grid in terms of raw pace, but it's on for Young and Holt for class honours.
I mean, having watched the Citroen C1 24 hours earlier this year, so did you, Rob. it's kind of par for the course for Citroen C1 racing, is for them to do that and get away with it.
Oh, they play for keeps.
They know what they can do, and they're just going past us now, actually, across the start-finish line. They know what they can do, they know what they can get away with, and I was watching that at the same time as you were, and I was thinking pretty much that's par for the course for Citroen C1 racing.
Yes.
However, it's not par for the course for the cars that they were running in contact or in close proximity to them, and they're having to let these faster cars through, and it was causing you a minor heart attack there.
It was
Rob,
causing me quite a heart attack. I saw Michael Harris just duck down the inside, trying to cover from the cold, trying to sort of cover from the cold drought there, and we saw Callum Lockie, the battle for the overall sort of podium positions between Callum Lockie and the 777 ES Motorsport Lotus Elises. It very nearly ended up in tears, but you could see the three cars they bump drafting down the straight, heading up into Rocket. Alan Preble having a nice little look on the cold drought. She loves racing here at this Anglesey circuit. And 99, the Ricky Coomber RKC Motorsport car appears out of nowhere.
That is Ricky Coomber at the wheel of it, and yes, you say appears out of nowhere. I mean, this is the point. The Citroens, you suddenly realise they are quite slow. When there's only Citroens on the circuit, then relative to one another,
yes,
they're the only things out there. All of a sudden, you realise with a slower car, you can take much more liberties, and of course, that's what they're doing, taking liberties. But as I say, it's fairly scary for the cars having to overtake whilst they're doing so.
But one thing I just noticed there, Alan Preble managing to have a nibble at the cold drought. Luckily, Mike Harris is just able to get away and have a little breather in that second Silver Lake car. Now, one man that would be very keen to get a chat with later on, we chatted to him earlier on the grid, Robin Welch. Let's be honest, he's got a vested interest here in two of those three cars because he's racing both of them. So Robin really, he can't lose here, can he, unless they take each other out?
Yeah, it's going to end up on 2 steps of the podium, which has been done before. But yeah, it's going back to the point you were making here at Anglesey, and I think you heard it as well from some of the drivers you were talking to on the grid, Rob. It is a great driver's circuit. It's a good mixture of fast corners, long straights, tight hairpins, and you inevitably have to do all of that normal compromise setup to make sure your car is good everywhere, or rather at least handleable everywhere, to make it suitable for the whole circuit. But it's also a pretty circuit. It's a aesthetically artistic circuit with great views. The drivers themselves, as they come over the top of the hill, coming down through Peel, beautiful view you get of the sea there, and you have to kind of focus your attention to avoid looking at the view. It's a bit like driving around the Nürburgring. There's some times there where you get some beautiful views.
It almost gets to a point when you go, oh wow, how stunning is that? Oh crikey, I've got to turn in. So it kind of gets like that. We're still watching this ding-dong battle take place here between the Silver Lake car and the WRC Developments 318 car. I wish, if at any point the cameraman can get down to the Silver Lake garage, Robin Welch is probably sat there cackling with the fact that he's onto a winner here. He's got two cars that are really invested in this overall podium battle for the C1 Class Honours. We can just see the car number 11 there, the Mazda MX5, the Q-Tech sponsored car, just trying to make their way through, flash of the headlights, just trying to get past the Silver Lake car. You know, we've mentioned this before with the speed differential of these cars going around the circuit in their own battles. Now, speaking of, let's see, just looking at our timing screens, what's happening in terms of our lead 2, 3 and 4. So Simon Cully has, well, he's within 2 seconds of our lead. Oh, car number 99 has slowed.
Yeah,
no.
So Ricky Coomber then, a problem for the Honda Civic, just heading up towards the, is that going up towards the hairpin, isn't it? And this is the car, of course, which has had a new gearbox fitted.
No.
And you just wonder whether or not that car is bright enough. Not yet an hour into this race, 45 minutes have elapsed. Ricky will be trying to get it home. He's on the left-hand side of the circuit, coming past the old pit, so he doesn't have far to go.
Not far to go, but I tell you what, boy, he couldn't buy any luck. He couldn't get any luck if he tried. He really couldn't. It's such a shame. Both cars having issues this weekend. They've hired a Mini to replace the 999 Honda Civic that had engine failure in testing. But
here he is just coming down into the pit lane now then. So now might be a good opportunity for Rob to roll his sleeves up and get his spanners out and go down and help them fix it. You think I'm joking? Yeah.
Well, yeah, you say that. I'm told Hondas are supposed to be reliable. But one thing I did notice there was only one headlight working on the car, so I'm wondering if there's been a little bit of an issue. So we see the car just being pushed into the garage there.
There's not a lot of happy smiling faces down there, are
No,
there? The bonnet goes up, and it's a problem then for the 99. Up until that point, we'd had the issue for who was it? It was Adam Bessel, wasn't it, who had the problem in the early stages of the race. He got out again, as did the number 16. We didn't mention the Tequila MX5.
We just sorry to come across you there, Paul. We're just looking into the pit lane. They are looking at that gearbox area, aren't they? So I'm wondering if it is to do with that troublesome gearbox. The driver's getting out. That's such a shame. Gutting for the team.
Yeah, one has to put money on that, doesn't one, really, if you
well, they were
problems. But
yeah, they were. Oh, the Operation Motorsport team. It does look like they're going for an early fuel stop.
It certainly looks fairly routine for number 22 then. So this is the Operation Motorsport USA team car, and refueling that with the mandatory tough jug fuel churns, around about 20-25 litres in each of those, and they'll be putting about 50 litres into the car, and they'll be using the information from how much fuel goes in to work out what kind of fuel consumption they're getting. But it is the first of our routine pit stops there for car number 22, coming in ahead of the 220 car, the other Skip Barber school car. And
although looking at that, I do wonder if they are maybe a bit thirsty on fuel, if that wants 2 jugs of fuel already. And the other question to ask here, obviously earlier in the telecast we saw that it was lapping quite happily with the Operation Motorsport Team Canada car. So what happens, in fact, they're just coming across our screen now. So what happens with those guys? Are they going with a different strategy here?
Well, it depends how they're doing their pit stops. It depends if they've got 2 crews, one for each car.
Of course,
or they may be deciding to do one before the other in order not to get too congested in the pit lane. It is a very short pit lane here at Anglesey.
It is, yes.
Compared to some that you will have walked up and down, Rob. So relatively, for 55 cars to squash into the pit lane here, anything you can do to avoid congestion is a good thing. So the USA car in then, and this will almost certainly be a 4-minute mandatory pit stop, and say, looking at it, it looks to me like pretty much a scheduled stop for the 22 car, and as I say, Kevin Bohm it was who was in the car, and he is now getting out to hand over to either Hunter Reeve, Mike Stillwagon, Jason Bivens or Matthew Smotherman. There's a cast of thousands amongst them, but 2 of them are having their first ever race. Hunter Reeve, I think, is one of those who's having his first ever race this weekend, so Kevin will no doubt be hanging on to make sure that Hunter gets nicely settled into the car.
Absolutely, I could just see on the screen there that car number 3, the MX5, that had the early issues. It's a number of laps, about 10 laps down from the leader the last time we checked. To be honest, with the way Rob Boston and Tom Roach car is lapping, it probably will be a few more. Just squeezed out onto the grass. That was close, as it goes to pass its effectively its teammate there in the number 4 Lotus Elise. But I think they will just be going out now, get the laps in, and just see if they can maybe pick off other cars that have problems later on into the race. But as it stands, we've still got that Operation Motorsport Team USA car in the pits taking its mandatory stop. There's no sign of the Team Canada car, so that's one thing we will certainly keep our eye on there, is to see what strategy those 2 teams will be doing.
Yeah, of course, it, as I say, may just be that they've come in early as a precaution, because, of course, they'll have 0 data apart from what they've accumulated in the test days here at Anglesey on what the fuel consumption is, and inevitably fuel consumption in a race scenario rather different than when you're in a free practice
some sad news we've just got up from the pit lane. Luke, very kindly, our producer, has shown us some info up from the pit lane. Car number 99, it is confirmed that it's done another gearbox, so I'm pretty sure that, barring them not having yet another spare in the in the truck, that may spell retirement for that car, and such a shame because they were rocketing up through the field.
Well, they'd made their way up into the top 15, hadn't they? Not quite sure they got into the top 10, but they certainly had made their way up the field. And yes, it's, I suppose in some ways I was pleasantly surprised to see the car actually even participating in the race, because when we saw it not there on the grid, I thought, okay, it's not going to be out there. It then joined in from the pit lane, was pleased, but there was certainly a moment when I thought we weren't going to see the car at all. So trying to find the bright side to look on, at least we did see the car, and it did complete. How many laps did he do in the end? Probably about 25 laps. For Ricky Coomber, exactly 25 laps. That was a good guess, wasn't it?
Oh, we got a big blow up there. Oh no, you would not believe it. That is the sister car 999, the car that they hired this weekend in the RKC Motorsport car, and that looks terminal.
Yeah,
gutted for them.
999 Mini, that is, that has come off. Where's it come off, Rob?
That looks like that's just come off at the hairpin somewhere, but it was a big puff of smoke. The driver visibly frustrated. I think I would be as well. You feel so bad for the team. They've travelled all this way. They've had so much go wrong. They've hired this car very kindly from one of the teams, the Track Scotland team next door, and a big shout out to those guys for offering that to them. But it does look like, sadly, that car has now expired, and that's at the side of the road there. Now, the only other thing...
Kenny Murray it was that
yes,
was driving it at the time, and unfortunate for Zach Lucas, because we won't even see Zach behind the wheel at all, having had a hugely successful season in Fiesta racing this year in the National Formula Ford Fiesta series, and so he was due to be driving that car alongside Kenny Murray, but don't get a turn in it. And that car, I was saying how the number 99 car had done 25 laps. Kenny Murray had done 26 laps in the RKC Motorsport team car.
You couldn't make it up, could you?
Disappointment for Ricky Coomber, but I know where he'll be going now. And
to the bar, perhaps.
Knowing Ricky like I do, I think that will be his first port of call.
The only thing to think about this is, so Track Scotland do have a number of their minis here, so maybe they have got a spare engine tucked away somewhere. So I guess it's up to the team if they want to fit a spare engine to it. If they've got one, we've got overnight to do it.
Yes, I mean, precisely so. As you say, the regulations do allow for the car to be towed back to the paddock. Having been towed back to the paddock, it can be worked upon, and yes, if it can be repaired well enough, then it can be sent back out again in tomorrow's racing. But it may well be that Ricky Coomber and team don't have the wherewithal to get it repaired. We weren't quite sure whether it was at the hairpin or banking, were we?
No, it did look like it was. It looked, safety car. We have a safety car out on tracks.
That's kind of what I was going to, because the car has stopped on the circuit, but we haven't got it back yet.
It did look like it was banking. I could be wrong, however. I've been...
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so let's... well, as I say, if we don't know where it is, then we can't say. Looking up towards the banking, which we can see most of. I can't see any yellow flags up there, so I'm thinking that it might actually be at the hairpin.
Just quickly, Paul, this shot here just gives us a chance. Marshals, you'll be hearing us on the PA as well as live on Alpha Live. Thank you, boys and girls, for volunteering and getting out there in your orange overalls to make sure that this race goes ahead. Superb. Now, here is where we start to see the first safety car of the race, and we're going to start to see some frantic pit activity, some very, very quick pit stops taking place. As we see there on screen, the resplendent BRSCC safety car, usually in the runyourfleet.com livery, but this weekend they've also covered it in a very nice tribute livery, covered in poppies.
Is it a Jaguar car by any chance?
It would be that lovely Jag estate they've got.
Well, say it's a Jaguar.
Quite fond of a Jag.
Yeah, so the Jaguar shooting brake, I think, is the term that Jaguar used for that car, leading them around then, the car field, forming up behind Tom Roach in the Lotus Elises then, and there are, three cars. No, there's one car between Tom Roach and the second place Caterham, then there is a further car between the Caterham and the Lotus Elise in third place, and then there's another car between it and the fourth place Callum Lockheed Caterham. So each of the first 4 places have got one car to protect them from the car behind it. So we're not going to see a restart, just thinking about how it's going to play out once the safety car goes in. We're not going to see any particular challenges because each of the first 4 have a car separating them from the one behind.
We just see on screen there the Team Canada car is in, so we saw their US counterparts get their fuel stop in early. We just see there the Team 101, so one of the C1 teams there, that's the Stubborn Motorsport by the looks of it, just getting their stop underway. That does look like it's one of the C1 spec cars, not the City Car Cup livery. We'll just see whether they car 101. Just check my timing monitors, hold station folks. So 101, they're in 53rd overall and they're 9th in class in that SSGC Mission Motorsport
So they're
car.
virtually last of the untroubled runners.
Virtually last of the untroubled runners. I can also see down there the WRC Developments car 418 into the pits. That was the car that had a gearbox change. And we've got the bonnet going up on car 52, maybe just for a cursory check.
Well, I think you've got the time to do it, haven't you? You've got a 4-minute mandatory pit stop at this point.
And it's a safety car.
And it's a safety car, so there is no reason, to my way of thinking, not to come in and make a pit stop. We've had an hour, pretty much, 58 minutes of running.
Yes.
So, you know, you've got an hour of fuel to put in. You might as well put it in now.
Now, interesting thing here, you'll notice on the screen, car number 417, that's the FDL packaging car. They're leading the C1 class, and that is the first car I have seen in this race. They're changing tyres. Now, this was something we found when the C1s raced here in the BRSCC meeting earlier in the year. Anglesey is so abrasive, the tarmac on it. It must be something that they put in the Welsh tarmac because it's the same issues they have down at Pembury. The tarmac is so abrasive, it shreds tyres here. So, especially with the road-going Nankang tyres that the C1 Racing Club use, they do go through a set per 2 hours. So you could just see the WRC Developments team getting to work.
Did you see whether they changed all 4 or just the front 2?
Just the fronts. I mean, if you think about it, Paul, they're the ones that do the most work. It's a front-wheel drive car. So the rear wheels effectively are just trailing. So those front cars, they're doing the steering and the power. Okay, there's not a lot of power in a C1, but once you're slinging it round the corners at Anglesey on this tarmac, it'll soon hurt the tyres.
But interestingly that they want to do that after an hour's worth of running, because you're going to get through at that rate 12 sets of tyres, aren't you, by the end of the race? Or
yeah,
12,
I mean,
12 pairs of front wheels.
To be fair, it's not my budget, so I can't comment on it.
No,
but, I mean, to me, they're road tyres, so they're cheap enough that it's worth that risk of you've got a safety car, you've got a free pit stop, you can get your 4 minutes done. You know, lose as less ground in the race as you can, as we can just see on screen. My heart breaks for the RKC team, and that's car number 97, one of the guys heading up at the front into the pits.
Well, this is exactly the point. Steve McCulley, in number 97, has come into the pits, but he's the only one of the leading group of cars to have done so. Ben Headley has come in number 50. But everybody else has stayed out there. Subject to what I said earlier on about why wouldn't you come in. Tom Roach has stayed out. Jason McInulty with the other Lotus Elises. So the 2 Lotus Elises have stayed out there. Callum Lockie has stayed out in his Caterham. Callum McDougall has stayed out in the RAF Motorsports Turn 7 Caterham. Then we've got Ben Short and Bailey Edwards. They've both stayed out. The majority of them, Rob, have stayed out. And there's the Mini, the 999 Mini, being brought in on the back of a tow rope. It was at the hairpin, not at the banking, where that car had blown its engine. So it wasn't that far from being able to make it home. Interestingly, and further coincidence, it was not that far away from where we spotted Ricky Coomber himself suddenly going slowly. That was where Ricky Coomber's stop was going up the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin.
It's gutting. It's both cars within a lap of each other having issues in the same
place.
Part
of the circuit. So,
Ricky, if you are listening on the PA, Ricky, you have my permission. Go get yourself a beer, mate. You need it. Unbelievable, especially at Race of Remembrance. There's a reason now. Cars set off. That's the safety car getting a bit quicker. Lights out. We're going to go racing next time around.
So the safety car going through the hairpin with its lights out, as Rob has said, and Tom Roach almost instinctively, there's a piece of me that hates this. Tom Roach just suddenly slows the pace down purely because the safety car disappears. Well, when you've got this kind of an advantage, and when you've got a car between you and the car,
well, you say
you're
that.
battling.
I mean, you say that, but he's probably thinking in his head, he can see him coming in his mirrors. Now, in terms of the gap they had before the safety car came out, here we go again. So he's got the hammer down, he's got that gap.
So he's just opened up about a 12-length advantage. Where's the fairness in that?
Well, unfortunately, them's the rules, because and I've been caught out before and ended up in front of the clerk in races past, you cannot pass before that start-finish line. So if you've got if you've got a slower car in front of you, so he's backed the field up and he's made hay while the sun shines and got that gap opened up again, because I think he may have been a bit worried about that Williams Motorsport car catching him up, as we see. That's Callum Lockie into the pit, so they've decided now the safety car is in. They're getting the
tactical master stroke.
Tactical master stroke now. How about that for a pit stop? The old windy-handled fuel pump. I haven't seen one of those for a long time.
And we've got Steve McCulley coming in. This makes no sense to me at all. So Callum Lockie's coming in the Williams car, number 29. Steve McCulley is coming in the Rocket Racing car.
Correction, Steve McCulley is on his way out, so they've done their pit stop.
He came in.
He's done his pit stop. It's Callum Lockie. They're just filling the car up now, as you can see on the screen.
So that makes sense. So Tom Roach stayed out there throughout the safety car period. Jason McAnulty will now re-inherit second place. Is that a word, re-inherit? Inherit again. Second place, because Callum Lockie has gone into the pits, and now we'll get Callum McDougall with the Turn 7 team Caterham coming up into third place, ahead of the next one through, which will be Rocket Racing, who has now completed its first pit stop, and my pit stop screen is working, so good, thank you for that. 97 Andrew Perry, a 4 minutes and 15 second pit stop.
I was just amusing myself at the pink Mini you saw on the screen there, with the pink LED lights looking very resplendent, as we see the Team USA Operation Motorsport car just flashing the lights and getting through. You certainly can see it's getting a bit darker here. The headlights are on, so get used to looking at these cars in their liveries while you can, because soon they will just be a blob of headlights when all the LEDs start to come on.
Yes, a lot of the Minis have the Mini silhouette on the A, B and C pillars, and kind of picking out the shape of a Mini. The trick is, though, that they're all done in different colours. So you've got a red one that's just gone through, a blue one went through just before that.
Yeah.
It's quite good. You know it's a Mini just because the shape of the car is picked out, but you then have to make a note as to which one's which. Yes, as Rob says, it does get very dark here, not just because it's night time. There's very little ambient lights, there's very little in the way of floodlights put around the circuit. The thing that is good, though, here at the Race of Remembrance is they have little, they're not quite cat's eyes, but they're things a little bit like cat's eyes that sit on the track edges, that do glow in the dark. So they give you an idea of where the track edges are.
You could just see on the screen there a big blob of light, and you've got KA, BMW E30, MX5, Citroen C1s. Look at them all going out around into Rocket now. Right, you sort yourselves out. Right, I'll go through here. Right, let me just squeeze up round the outside. They're all just trying to find their own bit of track. Car number 127 just takes off, and there's the pink Mini. Look at that for a light scheme on there. Go on, son.
Yeah, so that's the car that has the Mini silhouette that I was describing around it. So happily on its way. The Canadian Civic goes through in splendid isolation, by contrast, on this side of the circuit, whilst
there we
all
go.
The other cars want to be all together.
They've made their pit stops now, so by looking at the timing screens, and apologies for our viewers on the live stream, but we're just looking at our separate TSL timing screens here. I can tell you, they've both performed their pit stops, but the Operation Motorsport Canada team, by my reckoning, has come out on top there, as we just saw the Williams Motorsport Callum Lockie Caterham leaving the pit. Oh, car 777 now in as well. So all these pit stops coming around the same time. So that lead bunch, the second, third and fourth place car, ES Motorsport, Williams Motorsport, just coming in, getting their stops done.
Well, this is why I don't understand why they didn't come in when the safety car was out.
Well, it would have made sense, wouldn't it?
Your 4 minutes would have cost you a lot less by coming in under safety car conditions than otherwise, unless there's something in the rules that I've missed, that the mandatory pit stops can't be taken during a safety car. I'll have to check that, but as far as I know, there's nothing to stop you coming in.
Looking
to
through
the
looking through the subliminal, the only series that does that is the C1 Racing series. So it's on for young and old here. You do your pit stops whenever you fancy.
Yes, and as I say, there has to be 6 mandatory stops, which have to be of 4 minutes. So to get one out of the way under the safety car seems eminently sensible to me. Anyway, we'll see how it pans out in about 4 hours after we've had a few more safety cars, as inevitably I fear we may. But in the meantime, Tom Roach continues to lead. The gap he has now, though, over the second place car is going to be considerable, isn't it, though, Rob? Because the first 4, which were all close together before, have all made a pit stop, with the exception of Tom Roach. So the Lotus Elises Motorsport number 777, the 2 Caterhams, Callum Lockie's car, which has made its pit stop and handed the car over to Roger Patke. In number 29, the Williams Motorsport car, and the other one that made its pit stop there was number 97, wasn't it? Steve McCulley has got his pit stop out of the way.
Bit of body trim there being picked up by someone in the crowd. There you go, mate. Have a bumper. BMW E30 off.
Yeah, that's car 129.
Now, where have they come off now? Is that inside the hairpin? Inside the hairpin or inside the banking somewhere?
Zoom out a little bit, inside of the banking, I think.
Okay, so the question remains, how on earth did he end up there?
Particularly pointing... No, I think maybe it is the hairpin, actually.
It does look a bit...
At the end of the Tom Price straight.
So we did see. Now I'm not going to be the doomsday or anything like that. But when you see a member of the public with a bumper and then a car off, you
different bumper, different car.
Well, it was bright pink for starters.
Yeah,
so
well, quite. Yes, I mean it looked like the Toyota MR2 kind of colour, but I think it means we're going to have to go to another safety car to resolve the situation, unless that BMW can get going under its own steam.
And this could play into Rob Boston Racing, because Tom Roach hasn't made his pit stop yet. Callum McDougall in second place. We could see Callum enter the pit lane depending on where they're at with their fuel. You know, could they use this?
We're an hour, whereas before we were 55 minutes into the race and we had the safety car. Now we're an hour and 10 minutes into the race, and that may be over a crucial threshold.
We're right in that fuel window, aren't we?
Yeah, but I reckon we were before, sufficient for Tom Roach to come in. Anyway, we haven't gone safety car, that's important. As I said that, we have gone safety car. So I knew we were about to, but it didn't happen. So we have gone safety car.
Well, the boards have gone out for the safety car, but as you can see on screen, the safety car's not moving.
No, he will. If you can't see a screen, then we can see that the safety car is not moving. But it will be waiting for the Tom Roach car to come into view in order to come out at the right time. The safety car board being shown merely stops any overtaking from happening, and hopefully stops anybody from doing anything silly and making the incident there with that BMW any
so
worse.
So the lights on the safety car. I can only assume they are waiting. Oh, Tom Roach into the pits.
Which
does look like Tom. Yes, Tom Roach into the pits. So that is our race leader.
Which means that it's a longer wait, and somebody in race control has to make a decision as to when to bring the safety car out.
So I feel for the E30 rear-wheel drive. That's at the point where rear-wheel drive really isn't that good when you're trying to get out of the grass, those horrid boggy conditions. We actually had this earlier on today in the Club Sport Trophy support race. We had an Audi TT get stuck in the bog. It hasn't been, it's not very dry, shall we say, out in the grassy conditions. So if you do go off track, you will get stuck. And I'm afraid that looks like that's what's happened to the poor BMW 320i. So hopefully, if he can maybe hit reverse as soon as there's no traffic and get himself out onto the tarmac, or it might be up to the Land Rover to get scrambled to give him a little pull out.
I think it's going to have to be the Land Rover scramble, and that's part of the reason why we've got the safety car out at the moment. So yeah, for Rob Boston Racing, Tom Roach, a bit of a get out of jail free car.
Go on, Marshals.
For them, as they are now able to make their pit stop. Tell us about this Marshall pushing power.
Oh, go on. There we go. Fantastic. Round of applause to our wonderful marshals there. Great effort, guys. Fantastic to see. And that's car 129 out of its sticky situation, shall we say. Now, is he going to pop into the pits, or is he going to carry on round? Because I could tell you, from where he's been trying to relieve himself of the bog on the inside of the hairpin, he's probably got a lot of mud churned up in the wheel guard he wants to get rid of.
On the other hand, the safety car isn't going to be out for much longer, especially now he, as the cause for that safety car, is going to go away. So the safety car itself, we haven't actually managed to get everybody bunched up behind the safety car yet, nor has the safety car really managed to pick up the leader, because the Tom Roach car is in the pits and the race control were not able to pick up the car which was in second place. And so we have the usual scenario with safety cars, but no reason why the safety car needs to stay out any longer. So hopefully next time around it still lights on the safety car as it comes down through the corkscrew and heads on to the Tom Price straight, past the scene where Alex Osborne came to grief with the BMW. And just to answer Rob's question about whether the BMW is staying out or coming into the pits, the answer is that he's staying out there.
I was going to say, I haven't seen him come past the tower. It's probably just me being blind, to be fair.
He's come past and gone through on the track rather than in the pit lane.
He's probably just, he's using a lap. Oh, there we go, lights out on the safety car, so that didn't take long. And Rob Boston Racing, if they're still in the pit lane, as it were. So is Tom Roach going to hand over to Rob Boston, or is he going to...
Almost certainly they'll hand it over to Rob Boston. Although there's nothing to stop Tom Roach staying behind the wheel. The regulations demand or require a maximum driving time of, I think it's 3 hours in any 5 is the rule, as the green flag waves and we're back under green flag. Yes, it's 3-hour racing, so and to stop Tom Roach staying out for a further stint if he wants to. They just want to put fuel in the car.
Well, just looking out the gantry window down towards the car, they're just getting ready and they're pushing the car back. Certainly looks it. And car number 33 has come in. That is a green Elise, and he's come around the back of the pit lane. So,
right, but
apologies, that's not what you could see on the screen if you're watching our Alpha live stream.
Well, no, that's a good thing to tell us, because the live stream missed it, so that's a good thing for us to know, because that's one of the relay cars. The fact that it's going back to the paddock is because they're swapping cars.
Right,
and
so
they'll be bringing Michael Edwards out, and his Lotus Elise is white, as far as I know.
And that is the leader exiting now. So
the leader?
That's on the Hugh tag, so we can look at our timing screens. Rob Boston is out in that car, and he rejoins in second place behind Callum McDougall. The Turn 7 car leads our Race of Remembrance with 1 hour and 15 minutes gone in this 12-hour split enduro race.
And Callum McDougall yet to make a pit stop, so he leads the race, yes, but must be running towards the end of the fuel on that Turn 7 entered car. And we'll see, interesting to spot how much fuel that car is going to be able to carry, because the regulations for the Race of Remembrance allow them to carry more fuel than they would be carrying in a normal Caterham sprint race, obviously, and various of them have modified their fuel tanks accordingly.
Well, speaking to Callum beforehand, actually, he was showing me pictures very proudly on his phone. They've actually had, I could just see actually, car number 11 there, the MX5, that's dropping some sort of fluid out the back. He's got to be careful there, he'll get meatballed. But yeah, sorry, back to Callum McDougall. So they've actually modified the fuel tank. They've had one built and fabricated especially for this race. Yeah. So he's obviously got a better racing budget than I have, because I wouldn't be able to do that, certainly with the price of aluminium nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. So there he goes across the line now. In fact, Callum McDougall, the race leader. So it's not Rob Boston at the moment. Let's make sure we don't call Rob Boston the race leader, for he isn't anymore. And in third place going through now is Andy Perry with his Caterham. Up into fourth place now has come Duncan Rogers with the 360 Motorsport Mini, so he's up into fourth, and so these are all cars that haven't made a pit stop. In fifth place, we'll have to wait and see whether or not it is Rob Boston in the 25 Lotus Elises, but we'll have to wait and see when he comes through to see whether or
he
not
has already come through, so
fifth.
he's in a gaggle of cars at the moment out on circuit. We've got car number 100 there, the only Ford KA in the field, so that'll be out to give the C1s and the City Car Cups a run for their money. That's car number 33, and ES Motorsport Lotus Elise in for its pit stop, although it's not exactly in the conventional.
No, that's Michael Edwards. See, that's the white car, which was taken over from the green car.
So that's the relay car, right?
Yeah,
okay,
right.
I've got it.
Okay.
So he's obviously got an issue.
Rob's catching up here.
I'm catching up with the relays.
And what he's doing is waiting for 4 minutes to elapse, because his pit stop still has to be 4 minutes.
Very
and
good.
so it has to be 4 minutes between the green one coming in and the white one going out.
You see, Paul, every day's a school day.
Now, by next year, we'll be back here for the Race of Remembrance, and you'll be able to tell Scott Woodward how it works.
Exactly that. Car number 67 being pushed in. Oh dear. You can tell that's not a conventional stop by any means.
It's the Mazda MX5 of Clive and Neil Chisnell, Matt Pitford, Kevin Sylvain, Numbers Racing in their car, number 67, currently having what should be a routine pit stop, but as Rob observes, not quite as routine as it should be. So we'll keep an eye on that one and see how it progresses. The car that has made a pit stop and is still fairly well up is Rocket Racing, and 97 Steve McKelly, now Andy Perry at the wheel of that car. It's made a pit stop of 4 minutes and 15 seconds, but it is ahead of Rob Boston at the wheel of the number 25 Lotus Elise, who's also made a pit stop of 4 minutes and 7 seconds. This is interesting, but because he made his pit stop whilst the safety car was out, he is in third place. Rob Boston's in fifth place.
Well, so it looks like so when Rob Boston pitted there, that was actually quite a short, sharp safety car, wasn't it? Yeah. So maybe the cars that pitted earlier in that first
they
instance
got the full benefit.
Now I can just see.
This is why I say, you should have pitted on the earlier pit stop.
Yeah, that first one. So a black and orange flag for car number 11. Unfortunately, the commentator's curse, that spelt the death knell for that car. That was the blue MX5 off the top of my head that was possibly leaking a bit of fluid, whether it would be a little bit of fuel or such.
Yeah, the Peaky Blinders entry, it is car number 11. Currently has Richard Smith driving, and yes, it does get a black and orange flag. And so they are going to have to come in to have that.
That's one thing I'll have to check later on when I pop down to that team to see if there's any flat caps being worn in that Peaky Blinders team to go with the team name.
They all have interesting team names. 777 going through on the road. That's David McAnulty now at the wheel of the 777 car, and he has number 29 Williams Motorsport just behind him on the road. Roger Patke then in number 29. Those two racing on the road for 6th place, separated by nothing at all, and the battle that was going on earlier on between Jason McAnulty and Callum Lockie being resumed now with David McAnulty and Roger Patke at number 29.
Breaking news, we have drama.
Tell me.
We have our lovely media colleagues coming in to see us.
Peter Scherer, incidentally, will be reporting for Autosport and Motoring News. Motorsport News.
So Peter Scherer has just come in. He's been down with the Rob Boston Racing team. So it does look like they were looking to come in on the hour-and-a-half mark. Unfortunately, Rob's got in the car, and now they believe there's an issue with the alternator. So they're going to see if it levels itself out. But could we see that car, the Rob Boston Racing team, they're aiming for the hat-trick of wins here at the Race of Remembrance. Could we see them hit trouble earlier on? There's car number 11 in the pits just being seen to after that meatball flag. Just seeing where that fuel's leaking from.
If fuel it was, because that was our speculation rather than a certainty.
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
to be careful that we say
what
we see is not necessarily fuel is what we thought was fuel.
Yeah, I mean, certainly looking at the pictures, they are looking around the fuel tank there, so I can only guess.
Absolutely.
Maybe an overflow or some sort of vent, maybe.
The thought is going through my mind, Rob, that now is the time when it's to be useful for you to start
having
a little look around the pit lane. I know you're enjoying being up here.
I'm loving being up here, but yes, I think what I'll do, I'll put the jumper back on. I will head back down to the pit lane and just see if I can chat to a few drivers and see what's going on.
Well, and the other advantage that you can bring us there is to find out these breaking news items yourself. Peter Scherer's able to hop down there and do his own thing, and you know, if you can go down there, you can get him the news and he can just listen to us and find out what's getting on. There goes the white Lotus Elise, number 33, which is Michael Edwards now driving that car.
I do believe as well, it does look like we may have our first driver guest up in the commentary box, so I'll hand over to you, Paul. And yeah, we'll hopefully get our first guest commentator of the weekend.
Great, thanks very much, Rob Lewis, then heading down to the pit lane, and he'll be bringing us some news from down there, as I'm joined by Kevin Bohm up here, and this is going to be awkward because there's so much going on the circuit at the moment that I'm loath to even take my eyes off what's going on in the race. But Kevin, first of all, welcome to England, welcome to Great Britain, and thank you, because I think you're the kind of moving force behind this whole Operation Motorsport USA and Operation Motorsport Canada, bringing these cars over from the States and making all of this happen. I mean, it's a huge operation for you to undertake, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, thanks for having us here. This is we've been here since we kind of arrived in Wales on Monday, and we've been getting used to the time change. And we came to the track, and believe it or not, of our 8 drivers, only one of us had ever been here before. So there's a lot of things to learn when we got here, and we've got basically a full team of volunteers that are all from Operation Motorsport.
Yeah, how many have you brought over? Somebody told me there was 39 of you.
If it's not 39, then it's somewhere in the 40s. So it's a lot of people, and it's really interesting because you could easily run a race like this and not need that many people, but that's not really the point for this team. We really wanted to get all of the kind of beneficiaries that Operation Motorsport works with throughout the season. We just wanted to give all of them a chance that have been through kind of dispersed in different teams in the United States all season to work together as one team, to come here with 2 cars, work together. Most of them have never worked together on a race team before, and then run a 12-hour race. So it's a huge challenge, and it's not been easy. We've had to overcome a bunch of stuff, but at the same time, we're out here running right now, and everything's looking great.
And you've got 2 drivers who've never raced before, is that right?
Yeah, two of our drivers, one in each car, is one of our beneficiaries. So they got some kind of went through a driver's school earlier this year, and kind of got their license, learned the ropes of racing. They've done some kind of sim racing in the past, but for the most part, they're here. They got to drive at night. I think one of them had driven at night before, but the other had never even driven at night before yesterday's night practice. So it's a really cool opportunity to put them behind the wheel. And right now, they're both actually on track right now.
I was going to say Hunter Reeve is one of them, isn't he? He's
That's
in
correct.
The car that you were driving. You've handed the car over to Hunter.
That's right. Yep.
I mean, I was quite surprised in a way to see you because although I'd spoken to Sharon and arranged for you to come up, I thought, oh no, Kevin's going to want to stay down in the garage to talk Hunter through his first stint. But you've left that to someone else. You've delegated that job.
Oh, no. So, I mean, we've been working together kind of all weekend, and I know he's prepared. So he's just in the car. He's not talking much on the radio.
Perfect.
He knows what to do. So it's not like I need to kind of be looking over his shoulder. I trust him to do the right stuff out there, and he's doing a great job.
And Operation Motorsport, I mean, my vision of that is that it's a similar operation to Mission Motorsport here in the UK, and that you've taken a lot of your inspiration from what goes on in Operation Motorsport from what Mission Motorsport does over here.
Yeah, that's right. Diesel Lauder and Tiffany Lauder kind of came over here. I believe it was 2000 and I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember the exact year. I think it was maybe 9 years ago or something around there. And they really got inspired by what Mission Motorsport was doing, and they kind of got the idea and kind of spoke with Mission Motorsport about starting something just like that in North America. So it basically borders and crosses the border of both the United States and Canada. And there's so many beneficiaries that have been a part of the program at this point. And Operation Motorsports came here and participated in different ways for a couple of years now. Of course, with a little bit of a break due to COVID, but kind of to see them grow this program to what it is today, having campaigning 2 cars, 40 people here, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, so just to point out, we've got another safety car, incidentally, in the race. So I must admit, I hadn't actually seen quite why the safety car has come out. This is our 3rd safety car period, so a moment for everybody to draw breath, at least for a moment. Yeah, I mean, I remember, Kevin, having been here for the Race Remembrance for quite a few years now. There have been transatlantic visitors before, but never on the scale that we've had this year. What's your role in it? I mean, I know you're a driver coach. Obviously, you're a successful driver in the US. I mean, people over on this side of the Atlantic may not have heard of your driving, but you've been a championship winner in American touring car racing. What's your role within the Operation Motorsport?
Well, I'm really kind of unique in the U.S. I'm one of the kind of teams that Operation Motorsports embeds their beneficiaries. So this season in the U.S., I've had 2 to 3 beneficiaries that we kind of put to work and give jobs and teach how to use their skills they've learned in the military in a motorsports environment. And from that, I've built a great relationship with many of those beneficiaries, and this program is big and goes way outside of my team itself. But at the same time, that kind of brings an opportunity for me to come here, use my engineering expertise, use my driving expertise to kind of help the team, help the crew guys kind of learn what they need to do, and I get to spread it out. Normally I only get a couple of guys to kind of use as an apprentice and teach, and here I get to meet guys that I've never seen before because they're in Canada or they're on in a different series in the US or this or that. So it's kind of coming here and being able to do what I already do in the US in just a bigger scale.
And clearly enjoying it.
Oh yeah, I love this.
So which part do you enjoy? The engineering side, the mentoring side, or just the raw driving bit when you're out in the car?
Yeah, it would be tough to say which one that I like the most because they're all complement each other in their own ways. So if you can engineer the car to be better, it makes it more enjoyable to drive. And similarly, when you're working with a team of people, if you can kind of teach and make your team better, then the whole experience goes well at the same time. So they all go well together, and I couldn't pick one. It's when it all comes together, and even a race like this where we're having a great race. I mean, it's kind of proof is the pudding.
Now, on the subject of the race, I think you were the first of the routine pit stoppers. Was that always going to be the plan, to come in early to refuel, or was that a bit of a last-minute decision to come in?
No, we kind of talked about it when we were talking strategy, and we kind of planned to run together for the first stint to just stay out of trouble and just get the race started nicely. And then we didn't want to, we only have one pit stall here, so we wanted to pit the cars separately. So we decided that the U.S. car would pit first, a little bit short. And then that would put us on 2 different strategies for the majority of the rest of the race to give us a chance to kind of set up between race cars.
Okay, so that was all part of the plan. The safety car, I was going to say, has come in, but I misspoke because, in fact, it was just a rescue unit that's gone out. So we're still under safety car. Let me think where I was going with the next question. Tomorrow, Race of Remembrance Service. Have you any idea what you've let yourself in for? Because when that Remembrance Service happens, it's a hugely emotion-churning event. Have you watched previous years, and kind of prepared yourself a little bit, or are you just going to see tomorrow morning what it's like?
Well, I've heard a lot about it. I've not personally seen it, but I can tell from the discussions that I have how much emotion that the beneficiaries that I've been involved with, how important it is to them. So I already have a huge respect for this, what we're going to see tomorrow, and I have no idea exactly what it's going to be, but this is such a great event.
Exactly. I mean, people always tell you, we've gone green flag, by the way, so the safety car has gone in. So this is a Remembrance Sunday service with a motor race kind of tagged around it. For many, many, many people, it is the highlight of the event. So prepare yourself, and you'll still be surprised what happens. So I hope the cars are still running by then, Kevin. You presumably now have a couple of hours off whilst you let the other, is it 3 other drivers you've got in the car? 4 other drivers?
Yeah, we've got 4 drivers total, so we'll probably cycle the other 3 drivers through for the rest of the night. And
so we'll get one more stint tonight then?
I think I may not jump back in until tomorrow. So.
Okay. So it's easy for you now.
That's right.
You can go and organise it. Kevin, great talking to you. Thanks for talking to us. And nice to hear from Operation Motorsport USA. And if you want to send Hunter up later on, and we can talk to him about his experience behind the wheel, that would be great as well.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for having me up here.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. That's Kevin Boehm, who is one of the drivers of the 222 car, isn't it? 22 for you. 220 is the Canada car. So thanks very much for coming up, and thanks for talking to us. Thank you, Sharon, for bringing him up. We'll just catch up with what's going on the circuit now. As we're getting into the second stint, there's a little bit more, a few drivers coming up, but we've also dispatched Rob Lewis into the pit lane, and I'm sure Rob will be bringing us any news as and when he has some, not least what the cause was of that last safety car, but we'll catch up with that one in a little while. It was a slightly longer safety car. Now into the pits for the second time has just come the 777 Lotus Elises. Now this is the Jason and David McAnulty car, which by my reckoning is certainly not due another pit stop just for the moment. So quite why that car has been in, I know not. And I'm also just looking behind the pits where I can see, now that's the number 12 car, which is just been brought in behind the pit garages. That's actually a Club Sport car, so don't need to worry about that. So to get back to the race, we've got an hour and a half of the race has elapsed, an hour and 35 minutes to be precise. We have 50 laps now completed, and the race leaders is the RAF Motorsports Turn 7 Caterham Sigmax, which is still in the hands of Callum McDougall, and they are still on their first tank full of fuel. And Callum McDougall has just done his personal best lap of the race. So he's going rapidly. Talking of cars going rapidly, Rob Boston in the erstwhile leader Lotus Elises car number 25. He's currently in 4th place, and he has just set the fastest lap of the race overall. So track conditions pretty much perfect by now, I would think. And Rob Boston demonstrating that by, as I say, just setting the fastest lap overall. But the race being led by Callum McDougall at the wheel of the Turn 7 Caterham then. He has yet to make a pit stop, so he's still on his first tank full of fuel, as is the second place runner, car number 71, which is Ben Hansey. No, it's not, it's Ben Short at the wheel of the second place car, and he is 48 seconds behind. Those are the only two not yet to have made a pit stop. So Callum McDougall leading Ben Short are first and second. Third is number 97, and that's Andy Perry at the wheel of the Rocket Racing Caterham 270R. And he is, I think it might be actually a lap behind already in third place, and we'll keep an eye on him because Adam Perry, no, he's just short of a lap behind because he's in this group of cars now. There he goes, 97. Adam Perry is a minute and a half behind, but those 3 cars are then on the lead lap. Rob Boston has just got himself back onto the lead lap, in fact. So Rob Boston, number 25, 1 minute 39 that time, has just unlapped himself from Callum McDougall, the race leader, and is about a minute and a half behind the race leader as well. So that's top 4. In 5th place, 1 lap behind, Roger Patke with the Williams Motorsport Caterham number 29. In 6th place, number 50, David Rook at the wheel of the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, car number 50. And in 7th place, car number 360, is Martin Smith now, driving in the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini Cooper S, and Martin has just taken the car over from Duncan Rogers at the last pit stop. He's 7th. In 8th place is Michael Edwards in the leading relay car, the white Lotus Elises number 33. In 9th place is number 77, and that's Neil Broom. 77 is Norwich Ross Howe at the wheel of the Strong Brew Racing Mini Cooper, and that is a car yet to make a pit stop, as is the 10th place car, number 55, which is the Track Scotland Mini of Ian. Track Scotland 2, currently at the wheel is Adam Morrison. So that's the top 10. In terms of the classes, Class C is being led by the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX5 in 12th place overall, and Class B is being led by the Strong Brew Racing Mini Cooper number 7. As far as the smaller classes are concerned, actually we'll pause on that because we can have some news from the pit lane, because Rob Lewis is down there. Rob, what can you tell us from the pit lane?
It is with great pleasure that I've managed to grab Callum Lockie for a chat now. Callum, we had great fun up in the commentary box commentating on that 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle with yourself in the Williams racing car. How was that stint for you?
It was absolutely brilliant. Real good, clean, hard racing. Absolutely flat out. Max attack while staying on the track and being sensible. It was really good fun.
So those pesky Lotuses were just getting the gap ahead, but the slower cars were kind of working to your advantage at points, weren't they?
Well, at times they were, at other times they really weren't, and I actually lost contact with the blue car because of traffic, but that's the shakes, you know. It's this form of racing which I really enjoy, and sometimes traffic works for you, sometimes it doesn't.
Absolutely. So what's the plan for you now? Are you out of the car until tomorrow, or are you going back in tonight?
I'm going back in for, I think, the 2nd last stint.
So 2nd last stint, you can put your feet up now and get the others to do all the work.
Yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. Thanks you for your chat there, and hopefully you'll be able up there on the podium by the end of it.
Let's hope so.
Fantastic. Thank you. So that was Callum Lockie there, who's the Williams team right in that fight there for the top podium spots. For now, back to Paul Trustwell. I'm just going to line up another interview, hopefully with Tom Roach.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Rob, down there. Meanwhile, we've got another driver up here in the shape of George Grant, another driver that we spoke to earlier on. I asked if he wanted to say anything, and he said not really, not very much to report, except that I've just done my stint. George, I mean, in a way, I'm very envious because, you know, you've been out, it's a lovely racetrack, it was a lovely afternoon, you had a good run, didn't you?
Everything about this afternoon has been fantastic. The car was performing extremely well. So was I. I actually came in, I think we were P1 in class, but obviously there's a little bit of a shift at the moment. My colleague Nick Rutter is now out there and making steady progress. So we took advantage of the 2nd safety car, and so that was a perfect time for us.
Yes, you... I mean, in a way, you got lucky. I was saying that everybody should have come in when the first safety car came out, and in fact, very few did, which is about 55 minutes into the race. which was a little bit too short, I'm guessing, because your Mazda will run, what, an hour and a quarter?
Well, actually, we've got a 20-litre additional fuel
You've got
tank.
one of these extra tanks.
Yeah. So we could actually go for 2 hours.
Right, so in some ways...
Yeah.
Yeah, in some ways you could have stayed out for longer.
Yes, there was a debate, but I am not the reason why. I was just ordered to come in. You must come in.
Yes, no, I quite understand. I've had the opportunity, basically by standing up here in commentary boxes, telling people when they should come in. A certain team has invited me to work in their pit garage, and I've done exactly that, where you need to have somebody who's in charge of making the decision, because inevitably there is a debate: shall we pit, shall we stay out? Presumably, as a well-organised man, you've got somebody in the pit whose job it is to make those calls, and with whom you do not argue. Is that right?
Exactly. Well, in fact, Rob Boston, who's running me, is on the pit wall along with Sergio, and so they can actually see the whole thing from a holistic point of view.
Right.
Obviously, they see the same data as you're looking at right now, so it gives them that opportunity. From my point of view, I've just got to put the hammer down.
Yes,
It's a brick on the accelerator and just keep going. But obviously, an endurance race like this, you have got to look after the car. So you try to keep away from the curves. Actually, I have to say that all the drivers, the driving standard actually is extremely high.
Good. I'm glad you said that.
I'm really pleased.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I think you might have benefited a little from being one of the first ones out, because I think the less experienced drivers wouldn't have been given that first stint. I think as the race progresses, that's where you're going to see some of the less experienced drivers out there. No, I'm reassured to know that you think the driving standards is good.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing that happens for the viewers, and obviously those people listening on TSL, is when the safety car comes out, everything gets jumbled up and then it's hammered down again, and then you're sort of dealing with the variability of slower drivers in front of you, and it's literally picking sort of like weaving through the track. Yes. Without hitting anybody.
Because you're very close to the
cars.
Very
close.
Yeah, exactly, and it does take a great deal of judgment. Nick Rutter, your co-driver, it's just the two of you driving.
Yeah, it is,
right.
Yeah.
So, in a way, you've got to be ready to jump in should anything happen to Nick.
Exactly, so I should probably be down there, really.
Right, well, we won't keep you for very long, because I think, as we heard moments ago, that Rob Lewis is going to be lining up Tom Roach for us to speak to in a minute. So
exactly, well,
thanks very much for talking to us, George. Very best of luck with the rest of tonight's racing, and get a good night's sleep in between part 1 and part 2 is all I can say.
Yeah, well, I've got a great bed. It's fantastic. But Paul, it's always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much. Take care.
Very welcome. And thanks for coming up then, George Grant, for a driver of the 169 Clapham North MOT. Give the sponsor a mention. And off he goes back down into the race. He's currently lying third in his class, is the car, at least it was when I looked last. Let me just double check. Yeah, third in Class C for Nick Rutter. He's behind the APO Sport BMW, which, despite its little off, is still running second in Class C, just behind the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX5. So Mazda, BMW, Mazda is the order as far as Class C is concerned, although we do have that car in the pits at the moment, Stuart Humphrey. We've got Rob Lewis back in the pits again, or still in the pits. Who have you got for us now, Rob?
Right, I've got another driver interview. As promised, I've managed to grab the kind of go-to race leader, certainly for a vast majority of the start of this race. Tom Roach, how was that first stint for you? And I just want to clear up a rumour. Is the car okay?
I hope so. When Rob jumped in, he seemed to think the alternator wasn't charging, but he's still going round. So hopefully it's, maybe it just wasn't charging very well when the car was stopped, and once you got moving, it's fixed itself, hopefully.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for that. So that first stint, I've got a couple of questions in terms of your fuel strategy. So that first safety car came out, and a lot of the Caterhams that were chasing you guys behind wanted to pit and did indeed pit. Why was it you guys chose to stay out? Was that always in the plan?
Yeah, we just weren't quite far enough into the race to make it worth pitting, because we just weren't in the window yet. We hadn't used enough fuel. We're gonna obviously try and do it on as few fuel stops as you can, because every pit stop has to be 4 minutes, which is huge, just two or more laps. So yeah, the plan is fuel safe and see how far we can get. But then I think with the second safety car, it was like, well, we were just about into the pit window then, and it was worth pitting.
Absolutely. Well, that last pit stop did actually drop you back, but I suppose you guys have ultimately got the pace to then catch and pass those cars.
I mean, 97 looks fast now. I think they're pulling away from us a little bit. I'm not sure how many drivers they've got in their team and who's in it at what time, but yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be a good race for them.
Fantastic. And what's the plan for yourself now? Just kick back for a couple of hours and let Rob take over the hardy part of the stint?
Well, we can only do about an hour and a half on fuel. So he's already been in there half hour, so I'll be back in it soon.
Well, in that case, I'd better let you get off, get rested, and ultimately get ready to go back out. So there we go. There's Tom Roach there. Fingers crossed everything's okay in that leading Lotus, well, not quite leading Lotus Elise, but hopefully that alternator keeps charging the battery and they'll be on for the hat-trick. For now, back to Paul.
Thanks, Rob. So, yes, I think we'll call it the pole-sitting Lotus, for it did set the fastest time in qualifying, yes, as a two-time winner of the Race of Remembrance, obviously is a favourite, led convincingly in the first 45 minutes of the race. Then when the safety car came out and we had the pit stop from that car, it did drop away. It's currently running in 4th place with Rob Boston at the wheel. The last lap, a 1 minute 42.5 for Rob, and he was saying how quick the Caterham is, the number 97 car. The last lap time for the number 97, a 1:39.9, so a good second or two, but yeah, not quite 2 seconds. Actually, yes, over 2 seconds, separating the lap time of Andy Perry from Rob Boston. So the Rocket Racing Caterham certainly going like a rocket. The two cars that are ahead of it, Callum McDougall and Ben Short, are both still running on their first tankful of fuel, and it's an hour and 46 minutes that the Callum McDougall car has been running. And interesting to hear Tom Roach there talking about being in the fuel window, because the teams will have a plan. We'll have to talk to one of the drivers about this if they'll tell us, but almost certainly the teams will have a plan where they say, okay, for this period, no matter what happens, we won't pit. We simply can't get enough fuel into the car to make it worthwhile pitting. And that will be, say, 55 minutes, it may be an hour and 10 minutes, may even be an hour and a quarter. And they will want to maximise the distance that they go on the tank full of fuel. And there may then be other teams who will come in and have different fuel windows, but hopefully they've done the calculations to decide exactly what works best for them. So in terms of the race positions then, the first two still to make a pit stop. The gap first to second, the first two incidentally are a lap ahead. Actually they aren't a lap ahead. We've got Rocket Racing and Rob Boston are just still on the lead lap, aren't they? Just looking at my little tracker here to pick out where the 3rd and 4th place cars are. 97 and 25 are both ahead, yes, of the race leader. So 4 cars on the lead lap, and that is 7 Callum McDougall, 71 Ben Short, 97 Andy Perry, and 25 Rob Boston. Roger Packey in car 29 is 1 lap behind, but only just 1 lap behind, because he's pretty much chasing Callum McDougall around. But of course, once McDougall is into the pits for his pit stop, then he will lose those 2 laps, as we're hearing from Tom Roach, which is kind of what happens when you make a 4-minute pit stop here on the Anglesey circuit. Rob Boston going through in 1 minute 39.2 at that time around. Just gone through, waiting for the race leader to go through. He's going around in 1 minute 45. So race leader actually not lapping as quickly as either Rocket Racing or the Rob Boston Racing car. The 777 car, having had that extra pit stop, is still with David McNulty at the wheel, but the 777 car back in ninth place now, as I say, with that extra pit stop hampering his progress, and that's why he's that little bit further behind. And then Roger Patke, who will be probably a beneficiary, he will move up to third place once the pit stops happen, and surely it can't be much longer before we get the pit stops for either 7 or 71. I'm not sure if Rob is listening to us at the moment, but if he is, then it will be interesting to know if there is a state of readiness down in the pits for either 7, the Turn 7 Motorsports team, or 71, the BS Motorsport team. Ben Short, who is at the wheel of the car at the moment, he'll probably be handing over to the other Ben Hansey. They have a 3-driver lineup because they had Alec Liversley as well driving with them. We failed to look down at the lower classes a moment ago because we wanted to hear from Tom Roach, so we'll do that now. In the Citroen class, that's currently being led by Nicole Drought, still car number 318 in the lead from the Silver Lake car of car 558, Alan Preble, and behind the gap between those two is only 2 seconds, so 2 seconds separates Nicole Drought from Alan Preble. And then third in the C1 class is the Rapsport Racing Citroen car number 432, and that is Ethan Simmons in the Citroen, so that's the top 3 as far as the Citroen class is concerned. The BMWs, it's the RAF in control with car number 19, Oliver Wayne leading the way. Actually, it's not Ollie anymore, it's Luke Arpino driving in the RAF car. That's the leading BMW, and he is 1 minute and 10 seconds, so very nearly half a lap, actually just over half a lap, clear of the second place BMW, which is car number 90. That is now Matthew Graham, Tim Crichton having vacated the car when it went dark because he's not allowed to drive in the night as a result of not having driven during night qualifying last night. And then third in the BMW class, so Matt Graham is second in the BMW class, and then third in the BMW class is the Royal Navy Marines in the car number 17, which is now in the hands of Adam Dewis. That car, number 17, having been started by Michael Wells, Adam Dewis having just taken it over 2 or 3 laps ago. And so that's the BMW class. In Class A, the leader there is the Ollie Smith AOF Motorsport Citroen C1, car number 61, who leads Class A by quite a good margin. The Citroen C1 number 61 is in 33rd place overall, and the second is car number 118, the Auto Bliss Toyota Aygo, with Stuart Bliss currently behind the wheel of that car. Class B is being led by the Strongbrew Racing team, car number 77, in 10th place overall, and that's Ross Howe leading in Class B. Second in Class B is the Track Scotland 2 Mini Cooper, number 55, of Adam Morrison, and in third place in Class B is Track Scotland 1, and that's car 155, and that's Alex Dawson in the wheel of that Mini. And let's just look to Class C, just for completeness. We were talking to George Grant a moment ago. APO Sport, Alex Osborne is leading the way in car 129 in Class B. Second in Class B is, sorry, in Class C we're talking, Second in Class C is the Clapham North MOT car, Nick Rutter having just got himself ahead, and in fact staying ahead as it's made its pit stop now of the next car up in Class C. It's actually quite a long way down. Stuart Humphrey Racing, car number 191, which is now being driven by Howard Ashcroft. So those positions in the classes. We've had an hour and 51 minutes of the racing laps, coming up towards 2 hours complete, and still the leading 2 cars yet to make their pit stop. So still Callum McDougall and Ben Short. Hope neither of them actually run out of fuel, but with an hour and 54 gone, it's apparently still enough fuel on board. So there's a car stopped out on the circuit, and you can see that on the stream. I've been looking, 61 it is, and that is the AOF Motorsport C1 from Class A. Now that's one of our class leaders, therefore, car number 61, stopped out on the circuit. Marshals have gone to its aid, and it is, yes, the Class A class leader for AOF Motorsport, and Ollie Smith, it is the driver, and we picked it up on the screen, and difficult to tell exactly where it was, but it didn't seem to be going anywhere, and if they can't get it going anywhere, then I fear we may have to get a safety car to recover it. Waiting to see if we get another shot on the screen to find out where it is. Going the way up to the hairpin apparently, so that's up the Tom Price straight, and we do have the safety car deployed. Yeah, so bright yellow lights being shown down on the start-finish line. The safety car makes its way up to the banking, and who has he picked up? He's picked up Bailey Edwards. We've also got a car spinning across the grass in the shape of Stuart Humphrey, Howard Ashcroft, I should say, in the Stuart Humphrey Mazda. No harm done, though. He's back on his way. Whether he just overcooked it a little bit as he was braking for the safety car. That's the whole point of the safety car, is to bring them under control without heavy braking. But anyway, 191 lives to fight another day. Howard Ashcroft, the DRSTC Jaguar shooting brake, leads the field around. He's picked up Michael Edwards in the number 33 relay Lotus Elise. I think the point comes where it matters not who the leader picks up. The safety car will just go out and pick up who he does. It's unfortunate for Michael Edwards, though, because he was in 7th place. And David Rook just into the pits in car number 50 for the second pit stop. And into the pits now comes car number 7, Callum McDougall, with an hour on the race. This is safety car 4, we reckon, isn't it? 1:58. So 1 hour and 58 minutes completed, and into the pits then comes our new race leader, Callum McDougall. This will be for a 4-minute pit stop, but of course under safety car conditions that 4 minutes is going to whistle away. Rob Lewis will tell us as and when he's able to who it is who's getting into that number 7 car in place of Callum McDougall. Number 97 hasn't come in. Now, is that because he hasn't come past the pit lane entrance since the safety car has been out? Possibly so. Recovery unit goes out to collect Oliver Smith's Citroen C1 that's broken down on the Tom Price straight. So waiting for the recovery unit to get to that car, and then we'll be able to get on with the racing. But in the meantime, for Callum McDougall, very good news indeed, because he's going to be rushing through his pit stop. Ben Short is in the pits as well. So yes, that's right, isn't it? So the two cars that were short on a pit stop are now pitting, 7 and 71, making very much later pit stops than anyone else is. That's going to elevate Andy Perry up. Currently Andy Perry, number 97, being shown in second place on the screen, but that's going to be the lead. Safety car goes through, and Michael Edwards is behind him. Behind him is Rob Boston, and that's going to hurt his chances. Looking for the race, well, the race leader's in the pits, of course, looking for 97 to go through, which will be the car inheriting the pits, inheriting the lead, 97, and that's the Caterham, which currently has Andrew Perry driving. Hasn't gone through yet. He's a long way down the train, is Andrew Perry, and still he hasn't come past. Peering out into the gloom to try and pick. Now there he goes. So Andrew Perry is actually the very last car on the tail of the safety car train. Now surely they're not going to do any wave bys and get everybody through, but that means that Andy Perry has nearly a lap of a lead on everybody else, but he's right at the back of the safety car train. So good news is he's nearly a lap ahead. Bad news is he's got an awful lot of cars ahead of him to overtake. So once the safety car goes back into the pits, there's going to be a lot of overtaking for Andrew Perry. Two cars in second and third are in the pits, so up into second and third places will come Rob Boston and Roger Patke, respectively. They're separated by a lap. So, yes, although Rob Boston loses out by virtue of being just behind the safety car, Roger Patke loses out even more because he, yes, is tucked in just a lap behind the leader. So unfortunate roll of the dice with the way the safety car has come out, but that's the way the thing crumbles sometimes, and it's not an ideal situation when we do have to have the safety car out. But obviously with that car stuck on the exit or stuck on the outside of the circuit going up the Tom Price straight, very little option except to throw the safety car. Don't know whether the car's been moved yet. The recovery unit has certainly been dispatched. Lights are off on the safety car as it comes back down from the hairpin past the old pits. So the safety car pulling in. We're back underway with 2 hours and 3 minutes on the clock and 4 safety car periods. And away goes Michael Edwards. Rob Boston right on his tail. And then right on his tail, there's the 777 car. That's David McAnulty. There's the 29 car, the pink Williams Motorsport Caterham of Roger Patke, and the rest of the field following on through. Still some cars coming into the pits. That looks like it might be one of the Operation Motorsport USA cars. The BMW is in the pits, car number 129, receiving some service. So is the 528 Citroen C1. It's the one of the very few cars actually with 6 nominated drivers, whether it actually will use all 6 of them. But 528 then in the pits. And he's actually having a reasonably good run, is 528. 36th place overall, 3rd in the Citroen C1 class. It's Kevin McGlone who's brought the car in. the two Operation Motorsport team cars, the Canada team car, which currently has Theo Bruselma in the pits. Sorry, not in the pits, 220, what am I talking about? Theo Bruselma out on the circuit, currently in 11th place. And the Operation Motorsport USA car, where is Hunter Reeve? He's got back quite a long way. Car 22, where's he got to? Oh, there he is, yes, it's the USA car 22 has actually got Jason Bivins at the wheel of it, and he's made 2 pit stops. So Hunter Reeve had quite a short stint for the Operation Motorsport USA. Wonder if he actually had a problem during that stint, because it's now Jason Bivins driving the 22, and he's slipped all the way down to 31st place. So the USA Operation Motorsport car has dropped a couple of laps, 63 laps completed for the Canada car, 58 laps. So he's dropped, 5 laps back as the USA car. So see how that plays out over the remainder of the race. But just looking down, I can probably tell, yes, Hunter Reeve, he did 30 laps, so it was a good long stint for him. And in fact, in number 22, Jason Bivins has only just got behind the wheels. Jason Bivins, having made his pit stop, or has just got into the car, that car number 22, so that's why it's dropped down. And if Jason Bivins can do a good long stint, that car should start to work its way up through the field again. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Rob Boston is in second place now as the safety car effect kind of unwinds itself, and he is 55 seconds behind Andrew Perry in the Rocket Racing Caterham, number 97. In terms of lap times on that last lap, Rob Boston actually took 2.5 seconds off Andrew Perry's lead. Lloyd Huggins is now at the wheel of the number 7 car, having made his pit stop, has dropped down to 3rd place. So the turn 7 Caterham number 7 is in 3rd place. In 4th place is Roger Patke in number 29, and in 5th place is number 71 Alex Livesey. So the situation sorting itself out now following that safety car situation, and we just need to monitor the lead. Rob Boston with a 55-second disadvantage then to pick up on the Rocket Racing car. Down in the pits, we've got some more news from Rob Lewis. Rob.
Back down in the pit lane, I've managed to find some more drivers to interview now. If you're watching the live stream earlier, you would have noticed a rather resplendent E30 BMW that ended up on the inside at the hairpin. Now I've got the driver Alex with me. Alex, what happened?
Well, I got spun round by Caterham. I think he outbraked himself coming in, tapped my right rear and spun me around onto the infield, and then it's a bit wet and soggy, and I sunk down and I got stuck. So I'm there like 4x4 in trying to get out, and but I eventually got out with a push from the marshals. But a bit bad driving for the Caterham, but hey, other than that, all the other driving standards have been great.
Fantastic. Well, that set you guys back a bit. So what's the plan going into the rest of the race? Just get your head down, get on with it?
Yeah, just keep into a routine. Just do 2 hours. Stay in our program and to get to the end. No incident. Try have no more spins, no more getting stuck in the mud, because it's not cool in an old retro 80s BMW, is it?
Was it getting grounded out on the? It certainly looked like it was getting grounded out on the grass there, because the back end was so low.
Yeah, it looks cool low though, doesn't it? So it has to be low. So we go for a nice look over. So, but no, yeah, it just sunk in the mud.
That's unfortunate, mate. I'll let you go and get some rest. There we go. So a bit of retro cool there with the BMW E30 in the field. In a second, I'm actually going to pop in and we're going to hopefully speak to Nicole Drought and Mike Harris after their ding-dong battle in the C1 class. But for now, back to Paul.
Yes, he's in 3rd place, is that BMW in his class on the 129. So it was an embarrassing moment for Alex there, Alex Osborne. But he recovered it reasonably well, and in the end, I'll say it could have been a lot worse. So we're currently running 3rd in the class number 129, in 20th place overall. The other people that might be good to talk to, the two drivers that went for nearly 2 hours behind the wheels of their cars, respectively, Callum McDougall, who, in fact, we spoke to at the beginning of the race, didn't we, or before the race started on the grid. Callum did a 2-hour stint, so he certainly earned his money in the early part of this race. And then the other driver who did a long stint was Ben Short, who in number 71, the BS Motorsport car, did a great stint and has now handed the Mazda over to Alex Livesley, and they're running in 4th and 5th places now, 7 and 71, behind Andrew Perry, who leads the race in the Rocket Racing Caterham. The gap still at 55 seconds, and so not coming down very much. And then in 3rd place, Roger Patke, not quite as quick in the Williams Motorsport Caterham. Not sure how much night running Roger's actually done. Ruttuch is his given name, but apparently he doesn't mind being called Roger. Winner of the Caterham Championship during the year. And so Ruttuch just dropping away a little bit in 3rd place. Lloyd Huggins has now taken over the number 7 car, as I was saying, and following his pit stop, he's actually only a couple of seconds behind Roger Patke. So there's a race on the track there between 29 and 7. I don't know if we'll be able to pick that up on the cameras. Cameras struggling somewhat with the amount of light that's available. It's pretty dark out there, and somebody who can confirm quite how dark it is. We heard earlier on from Kevin Bone. We've now got the driver to whom he handed the car over, and Hunter, I have to tell you, Kevin was extremely complimentary about you. He said he had no worries about you. He said you'd been well briefed, and he came up here and was chatting away to me whilst you were driving your socks off out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm well prepared. We have Skip Barber and Kevin's with us in the US car, so, you know, I'm really comfortable going into this race. I've never driven at night before on track, so it just...
Well, you've done very limited racing, haven't you?
Yes, yeah. This would be my 3rd actual race.
In the dark.
And now in the dark, in a different country.
With jet lag.
Yes, and jet lag. And a nice crosswind coming off the sea, so it's I'm having a lot of fun. It's a challenge, but it's a lot of fun.
And tell me a little bit about your history. How did you end up... I mean, I haven't got all night, but how did you end up here in Anglesey driving a racing car? You know, what's your background?
Yeah, you know, I'm a beneficiary of Operation Motorsport. To make it as quick as I can, when racing shut down in 2020 and we all went to iRacing, we had a championship, and you know, they picked me out of the whole lot. You know, I won the championship twice on iRacing. They said, well, maybe this guy can drive a car in real life. And hopefully I'm living up to that expectation tonight. So,
well, you kept it going. You did a 30-lap stint out there. There was a full tank of fuel, probably just about, was it?
Yeah, well, not so much. We had 2-3 safety cars there, so
right.
That extended that a bit. But yeah,
it was a longer stint than Kevin did. Kevin only did, I think, 26 laps, so you did more than he did. Can we talk about what happened before that, how you became involved with Operation Motorsport?
Yeah, absolutely. I was in the Army for 6 years. I was medically discharged in 2017. And just randomly, I found a post about Operation Motorsports on Instagram or Facebook, and I thought, well, this is really cool. And they had a local, an open house in my area, and so I decided, why not? Let's see what this is about. I've always loved racing. And I thought, well, this is something I can maybe put a foot in and you know, maybe work at a race week in 1 or 2 weekends a year or something like that. And I never expected in my entire life I'd go to Skip Barber Racing School. You know, I would be out here tonight and just being in this race. So
I read somewhere you'd done some karting when you were young.
I did. When I was very young, I did about a year of karting.
Right.
Yeah, but that was it.
And so, I mean, I hate to say living the dream, but in a sense, this is beyond.
If I get home and I get hit by a bus, no regrets. This is everything I've ever wanted. So
there you go. That's great.
Yeah.
And obviously, I spoke to Kevin a bit about this as well. We're not really here for the racing. We're here for the Remembrance service tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I asked Kevin the same question. Have you seen online anything about that service, how it works? Do you have an expectation of what you're going to see?
Yes, I do. I've had a bit. I've watched the service from 2021,
okay.
So I had a little bit of an expectation what it'll be like tomorrow. So
right.
Or an idea of what it will be.
Whatever you imagine, it'll be beyond that.
Okay, all right.
Any more driving for you tonight? Will you get in the car again?
Looks like I might be the last stint tonight, but we'll see how that goes.
Okay, see how the
4:45 left, so yeah.
Yeah, so there's quite a long way to go yet.
Yeah.
And the other thing Kevin was saying as well was the sense of family amongst the team. It's a huge team of people who, a lot of whom haven't met before, learning to work together.
Yeah.
How are you getting on with that?
Yeah, this is motorsports and veterans. I think when veterans come over and have this opportunity, it's people that are in the same boat. We all got hurt somehow, one way or another, and you kind of have a community out of that, right?
Exactly.
So, and racing, everything's important. Everybody's important. Every person downstairs right now in our garage is vital to getting us on track. So it kind of makes that team environment, a mission everybody's working towards, and I think that's why veterans excel in racing. And why programs like Operation Motorsport and Mission Motorsport are so vital to people looking for a new place in life.
Yeah, and probably fair to say, without the pandemic having locked everybody down and introduced you to iRacing, sim racing, you wouldn't even be here today.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think about that a lot. I think about there's a lot of things in my path that if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have happened. So
there you go.
I'm extremely lucky, and I think everybody down there kind of feels the same way, regardless of what they're doing. So,
Hunter, it's great talking to you.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
I get a sense just from talking to you that you appreciate the serious side of this as well.
Yeah.
And yes, you're having a great time. You're enjoying being where you are, doing what you're doing.
Absolutely.
But you are also appreciative of the other side of it, the serious side of it.
Yeah.
And the opportunity. I mean, you are one of hundreds of beneficiaries.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of it, that we don't just talk to one or two.
Yeah.
There are hundreds of you guys.
There's hundreds of us.
And as I say, to have you all here for this for tomorrow's service is great. So thanks a lot. Very best of luck. I hope you do get out again this evening.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Letting me come up here and talk, and maybe people can learn more about how these programs benefit beneficiaries in both Operation Motorsport and Mission Motorsport. And it's kind of bizarre that I'm getting interviewed on Radio Show Limited, so I kind of got to pinch myself.
This isn't actually Radio Show Limited production.
Oh, it's Alpha Live.
It's Alpha Live.
Okay.
Alpha Live.
Alpha Live, yes. No, I am very sorry.
Yes.
It's Alpha Live.
That's
best broadcasters of all time.
Perfectly.
Great guys, I love them.
They do a great job.
All
Hunter,
right.
as I say, great to have you up here. And as I say, I hope it goes well. If you do have another stint, if not, go well tomorrow. Thanks very much indeed there, Hunter Reeve. And straight from one driver to another, because Rob Lewis has been working hard down in the pits, and he can bring us more news from there.
I was due to have 3 drivers down here, but the 2 Silver Lake C1 drivers, Alan Preble and Mike Harris, have been summoned to race control, so we'll try and grab those guys in a second. But the car 318, Nicole Drought, that was an epic first stint. I wanted to chat to the 3 of you, because that battle you were having on track was mental. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. I mean, trying to battle with the couple of cars around me and then having all the quicker cars again passing us all, it was really, really intense, but I have to say I had an absolute ball. It was brilliant.
This is quite a busy weekend for you as well, because you're going on the boat tonight and then you're going to do some rallycross tomorrow. You really must love this sport.
Yeah, I mean, I always say I'd get into anything, I'd drive anything, and this weekend get to drive 2 different cars and 2 totally different disciplines, so I have to get back used to my rallycross now style of driving tomorrow morning.
Now, we can talk about Robin as much as we want, because he's out in the car and he'll be able to watch back. We can say what we want about him, but he's kind of got a foot in both camps with the Silver Lake car as well, hasn't he? So what's the story behind that?
I don't know. I think we're going to have to have a little chat about that now. I'm not too sure. He set the quickest lap, I think, yesterday in the Silver Lake car. So yeah, we'll have to suss that out.
Fantastic. I'll have to bring Mike in here, right? Mike's managed to come back from race control. Mike, we were just saying to Nicole, that was an epic first battle in that C1, second, third and fourth in the C1 class between yourself, Alan, who's now just joined us as well, so Alan Preble's also with us. That was an epic battle with all three of you. Tell us about how that went. We'll go with Mike first.
Yeah, so bit of a crazy sort of first hour, 2 hours really. You wouldn't think it was a 12-hour race. So
you wouldn't think that, would you? There was a bit of door banging going on.
A little bit, yeah. So, but you know, everybody gives as good as they get. So
right, I'll give the chance as well to have a bit of a dig at Robin, because he's out in the car at the moment. We can say what we want, but he's kind of got a foot in both camps this weekend, doesn't he?
Yeah. So well. We'll have a chat with him when he gets back in. We'll see what excuses, which car's best.
Fantastic. Well, he's kind of got a foot in both camps, so if one car has an issue, he could just jump into the other and take that one home, surely. Alan, how was that for you? Because I spoke to you after testing yesterday, and you were loving this circuit.
Oh, it's wonderful. Great fun. Very close racing. And sat back and watched these two have a play into most corners. So it was took back and stayed safe. So put us in a good position now. We're winning at the moment until we get our stop going a minute for the electrical airfleet just fell off during fueling. So we got to do a quick stop go penalty. So
gutting, absolutely gutting. So that kind of sets you back a bit. But overall, your experience of this race so far, how's it been?
Yeah, brilliant. Still a long way to go. Everybody's having fun. So yeah, it's just if we can go like this for the rest of the race, then brilliant. Yeah. So keep it clean, fair. And yeah, let's just go for it. Yeah.
Fantastic, guys. Well, great stint from the three of you in that first. I'll let them go off and get refreshed. Nicole's got to catch the boat now and do some rallycross tomorrow, so I'll let Nicole go off and do that. Thank you, guys. I told you the lower classes in this race are producing some of the best racing. Stay tuned, there's more to come. But for now, back to Paul.
What's going up in front as well, because we've got a new leader, Rob Boston, back into the lead of the race, because the number 97 car, Steve McCulley, is back into the pits, number 97, for his second pit stop. So Andrew Perry has handed the car back to Steve McCulley, or is in the process of handing the car back to Steve McCulley. And of course, having come into the pits, that's given the lead back to Rob Boston. So Rob now will be able to lead at his leisure, and he does have a lap of a lead on the rest of the field now, which is not bad after less than 3 hours of the race have elapsed. 2.5 hours of the race have elapsed. Tom Roach and Rob Boston, but coming toward the end probably of what Rob Boston's going to be able to do, and before he's into the pits for his next pit stop to hand the car back to Tom Roach. So that's what's going on at the front of the field. Meanwhile, I've been joined by more guests, more visitors, in the shape of Brian Watson. Brian, you were introduced to me as the chairman of RAF Motorsports. Now, there is I like to think fairly well informed about motor racing, but I know that there is a whole area of motor racing I know very little about, which is armed forces motor racing, and there's an awful lot of intensity about the battles between the different services and how they get on with one another. So you're kind of in control of the whole of the RAF side of that. Is that your role?
Very much so. So I've actually got 7 teams that we look after. I've got one synthetic racing team, which is a new thing we've brought into the portfolio this yead, but I've also got 2 and 4 wheels. So motorcycle racing is an inter-services one, but very much from a perspective of this event, our motor racing team, headed up by Chris Slater, they run an Armed Forces Race Challenge where we work throughout the year in a very sort of fair and appropriate format. We have an inter-services which we run, which is the pinnacle of that season, where we run that at Birkett, the 6 hour, and we like a challenge, so we're here for the 12-hour race with 4 cars.
And you're in racing overalls. You're driving yourself.
I am, yes. I like to sort of dabble now and again, so I'll be in the novice team. So I think it's some age to the team rather than anything else, and experience.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot to be gained in an endurance race like this by having experience, Brian. So don't knock yourself down for that. And I do get the impression there's a fair bit of needle between the different services. And when we spoke to, I'm not quite sure who it was we spoke to on the grid, but somebody on the grid was very much, as long as we beat the Marines, they didn't care what happened. The same case for you? You just want to beat the other services?
Well, at the inter-services we won again, so I just thought to put that in again.
Just mention that, yeah.
You mentioned that we won 2 years in a row, the inter-services, at the Burkett sort of end of October there. So coming into this, obviously we're trying to maintain that momentum. And from our perspective, we are doing reasonably well, third overall, with one of my young MX5 drivers, an RAF engineer. And in the BMW sort of class where myself and the Army and the Navy are running, we're doing third in class, seventh in class and eighth in class. And at the moment I've got 3 novice drivers out who have not competed before in any sort of forum, so therefore they're doing incredibly well, but they're mentored and coached by Chris, who's actually a field instructor as well. So we put them out, we build them up and we get them out there, and they're doing a cracking job for us.
And what kind of roles have they played in the RAF? Have they been pilot? I mean, I think of the piloting of an aircraft as being a bit like driving a car. You know, if you can drive an aeroplane, you can drive a car, surely.
You can, and I do have 1 or 2 aircrew, but inevitably I've got a range of trades and branches here, and I've even got some chefs who are keeping Mission Motorsport fed. So I've got a full range of sort of ranks and trades experience. So I've got youngsters who are at the very start of their careers, who are tradespersons, who are out there doing fabrication normally, or RAF engineers in training. So in essence, what we've done is built a team that's made up as many different branches and trades as we can to make sure everybody gets involved in motorsport. So we've got 1 or 2 aircrew, but it's not about that. It's about getting people out, getting them in the team and getting them involved.
Well, exactly. I mean, the whole point of the Race of Remembrance is Mission Motorsports, absolutely. Really, which to my mind is all about the rehabilitation of ex-servicemen, some even current servicemen, into jobs where they can feel worthwhile. And I think it's inevitable that motorsport does bring you into this kind of, this is something worthwhile doing. You know, you're racing. It's worthwhile doing it because you're beating somebody. You know, it's triggering that competitive spirit in you.
It is indeed, and one of the things that we show back to RAF Sport, and we're one of the recognised sports, and there's 52 sports in the Air Force.
Really, yeah.
So we are one of the ones that brings the trade, and so the elements from their primary role into the sport. So as you say, it's a team game, it's getting people out in the car, it's the engineers, it's the support crew. And we've worked with James and Mission Motorsport for some time, so it's always a pleasure to be here supporting them at this event for the very reasons you've mentioned.
That's great stuff. Have you been out in the car already?
Not yet. I'm out next, I think, when it's really dark, so that'll be handy.
Have you driven the Race of Remembrance before?
I have, a long time ago.
Right, so it'll be a bit of a rebaptism.
Absolutely.
Going out there in the dark, because I've been saying to people, it is pretty dark out there. There's not very many floodlights. You need to have the headlights working well. Eat lots of carrots before you go out. But you're looking forward to it, I can tell from the smile on your face.
Well, it's a bit of fun. I mean, I've done a bit of rallying, but the difference is rallying is you don't have 20 or 5 other cars following you, so that's the difference.
But clearly you enjoy the driving your car.
I still enjoy it. I enjoy being out with the team. I enjoy working with the team and getting my youngsters out. But you've got to have a go yourself, haven't you?
Sadly, I've never had the opportunity. But yeah, I would love to. No, I mean, I think this whole event is a great it's a great mixing of different communities. You've got the motorsport community, you've got the different elements of the armed forces coming together, and then you've got the motorsport community. So, you know, you've got motorsport, the armed forces, and the beneficiaries, the ex-service, all coming together. And I think, you mentioned it, teamwork, the bringing together of people. A lot of it just about working with people, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's absolutely right. It's a unique event. It brings together all those different elements, and everybody sees what the other person does, and they see the benefit that Mission Motorsport can do and what they bring to Armed Forces veterans and those who are leaving. So it's a worthwhile cause. It's a great event. It's a great venue. What more can you ask for?
Absolutely. What car number are you in, Brian?
I'll confess to being car 18, so one of the BMWs.
Okay. There we are. Yes, you're sharing with Rob Stark, Ben Payne and Harry Townsend.
Indeed.
Excellent. Well, we'll see where you are at the moment. The BMW class is one of those that is pretty well subscribed, and currently 7th in class.
Yep,
with Brian Payne at the wheel. Where does RAF Motorsport / Splunk come from?
So we are fortunate enough to be partnering with a number of companies, and Splunk's one of the companies we're partnering with. They do a lot of data logging for us, so basically we're looking to back to that sort of bringing the profession into the motorsport. So we're taking data logging off the cars and putting that back in to understand it, to make the driver's performance better and give that education piece as well.
Okay, I hadn't realised that Splunk was the name of the company. It just seemed like a name that you plucked out of the air on a night out somewhere.
They're actually a company that partners with McLaren as well at the moment.
Really?
So, yes.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you very much indeed, Brian. Nice to talk to you.
It's been a pleasure.
Nice to have a chat, and good luck with your stint later on this evening.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
So that's Brian Watson, the chief of RAF Motorsports, and he will be doing his very best. Getting a polite round of applause from James Cameron there, who won't talk about the RAF. Thanks very much, Brian. Let's see what we've got going on the track, because having looked back to the BMW class, Rob Boston still out there waiting for him to come in. He's done 41 laps now in his current stint, and yes, I'm going to have to do some adjusting here, because some of the driver names that I've got are going to go wrong if we're not careful, and then we'll be bringing you wrong information, which we can't afford to do. So Rob Boston then, as I say, 41, now 42 laps into his stint, coming towards the end of his tank of fuel. Lloyd Huggins is now up into second place, albeit a lap behind with the Turn 7 team, car number 7, the Caterham. Lloyd having taken the car over from Callum McDougall. In third place is Steve McCulley, back at the wheel of the number 97 car. That is a two-driver car, incidentally. Don Henshaw no longer part of that lineup. So 97, Steve McCulley started the car. He's now back in the car for his second stint and is in third place. In fourth place is number 71, and that is Alec Livesley. And he has been in the car now for about half an hour, having taken it over from Ben Short. Then we've got David McAnulty driving in the 777 car, that car having fallen back as a result of having an extra pit stop about an hour or so ago. And as a result of that, as I say, having dropped back to fifth place. And then it's Neil Perry at the wheel of the number 50 Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, and that rounds off the top 6 in overall positions. Rob Lewis has come back up to get warm, and Rob, good to have you down there. Very good work down there in the pit lane. It was great to hear from the various teams and drivers that you were able to hear from. Gives us a real flavour about what's going on down there, and whilst I've actually got an empty commentary box, nobody up here to talk to at the moment, but it's nice to have the constant flow of drivers that we've had the opportunity to talk to as well. What's the overall mood down there in the pit site there, Rob, in terms of people still feeling optimistic? We had one, which is always a telling quote I like to hear in endurance races. One person said there's a long way to go.
Absolutely, and a bit of a party atmosphere down there at the moment. I can actually see the a lot of teams are certainly busy. That's what I would describe the pit lane at the moment. They're busy, as we've alluded to. So 55 cars, tiny pit lane at Anglesey. It's going to get a bit tight. So yes, while I was down there with our wonderful camera crew from Alpha Live dodging cars, as it were, as we see the pink Mini head back out onto circuit. You're not going to miss that, are you? But since my earlier stint up in the commentary box, darkness has fallen, so it's a sea of lights out there at the moment, very colourful lights, but it was good to catch up with the C1 goers. It was good to catch up with the particular the BMW team. Quite shocking to find out it was actually someone else in particular that caused him to have a little spin, but they've managed to get themselves going. It was a good advertisement for our lovely Orange Army to get him out of that bit of predicament.
Well, indeed, and at the time he lost very little. I think it was less than a lap before he got going again. The safety car had been scrambled in order to deal with the car, or the recovery of it. but he was able to get going again and get onto the tail of the safety car queue without, I think he lost maybe 1 place, 2 places, but he was still in the top 3 for the class. This is Alex Osborne, who was driving that BMW car 129, and in fact, yes, the car is now in 3rd place in Class C, with at the wheel of it is Michael Kennefic, and so it lost a bit of time with a slightly elongated pit stop following that incident, but actually the incident itself cost very little time indeed.
No, it didn't. I'll tell you what, though, on my adventures down there, it was great to see a very happy and smiling Callum Lockie. You know, a man as learned as he is, BRDC member, British GT winner, and he's loving the racing he's doing. It's great to see. I'm hugely impressed as well by the Turn 7 RAF boys. Callum McDougall, I briefly popped into the garage and spoke to the guys there, and they were like, oh, I'll tell you what, Rob, that custom fuel tank we put in really has helped us here. I think the safety car periods ultimately helped as well, but when you put Callum McDougall in the car, you've got a gun driver in a quick car that's modified so they can do a better stint overall.
It was a whisker under 2 hours, his stint. So 65 laps altogether, if the data here is correct. I think it is. So just under 2 hours driving, 65 laps. You know, a mighty effort, really. I think, you know, how often... And for some of these drivers, you know, they're used to driving in, they're used to driving in Caterhams, they're used to driving British club racing, but you'll never get a 2 hour race, one driver, because every time that happens, there'll be some kind of interruption to make it into a pit stop race.
Yeah, I think with that, so Callum, I know Callum's actually raced TDC and TDT on the MSVR package, so they're predominantly 45-minute races, and he's done those solo. So he's got a little bit, I mean, you say it's an endurance, but nowadays...
Without a pit stop, even when you do the 45-minute race, there's always a pit stop in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great point there, Paul, because towards the end of that 2 hour stint, I mean, Callum he's as fit as a fiddle. You look at him, he's, you know, a lean machine is what I would call him. But it's that mental headspace of keeping the concentration going, especially during these, because it's bad enough we're looking, as we see on the screen there, the 777 Lotus Elise still going great guns, trying to make its way through the traffic there with a Caterham on the left, a C1 on the right, and an MR2 in the middle with a flashing yellow light there. See, now that on the screen there is going to be the downfall of a lot of cars, because you're trying to get past all of these slower cars, and that's how you end up with what I would call the accidental penalties, the ones where you go up to the clerk and go, I swear, Governor, it's, you know, a fair cop. I wasn't aiming to do it, but because of the difference in speed of the cars, you have no choice but to, almost. As we've seen already with the penalties. But no, back to Callum and the stint he's doing. So you need to keep that mental concentration going late into your stint, because especially when you're working around these slower cars, one mistake and that's you. And that can end up either in a penalty. We've got a slippery surface flag going on. So where is that exactly? If I could just have a look out the window. It is difficult to tell from these TV images, but the guys at Alpha Live are doing a superb job to try and get this information to us. The marshals fighting to get it. The struggle is real, trying to get the flags held aloft. We're just trying to work out whereabouts on circuit that is. The safety car will be on standby, but I can only assume that could well be for a car that's expired. We'll say that it's expired, possibly.
Yeah, it's not quite clear what has gone on there, because there's certainly was the indication that somebody had stopped out on the circuit.
Yeah.
But the safety car not yet scrambling.
No sign of a safety car yet. Now we've got up 558 is due a stop-go penalty. However, Paul,
into the pits has come the Rob Boston car, number 25. So it was due a pit stop anyway. So he's had his first pit stop with Tom Roach coming in to hand over to Rob Boston. Rob Boston has now done a full stint of 43 laps and is from the lead now going to have to play catch-up again. So this is a fascinating race, because you do want to make those stints as long as possible. And it was interesting, I was saying after you were speaking to, it might have been Tom Roach, because he was talking about, you were asking him why he hadn't come into the pits when the first safety car came out. And he was describing it as because he just wasn't into the pit window.
No.
The team will have made a plan, and they'll say, well, it's only worth coming in if we can get 40 litres into the tank, or if we can get 50 litres into the tank. The team will have done that calculation. And so they really want to stretch the pit stops as long as they possibly can. We've got to get through 6 of these 4-minute pit stops.
Yeah.
You know, multiply that out, 24 minutes altogether, therefore, you're going to have to spend in the pit lane at some point. So it's going to cost you time. It's the same for everyone, but you really can manage it if you can do it during the safety car periods. So, you know, because we saw earlier on, didn't we, made a lap of a difference for the 97 car, and that's why the 97 car is so far up now, was by doing one of those pit stops under a safety car situation.
And it's amazing during a race like this where those safety cars could almost play to your plan. So although it didn't work out for the Rob Boston machine, it did work out for the Caterham that was chasing him down.
The number 97 car,
yes.
Right.
So, and again, it's you can plan as much as you can. You can put all the rule books in place. And let's be honest here, Rob Boston, that is a learner team. The amount of championships, Ginettas, Lotus Cup, you know, the experience within that team. And they've won this race 2 years running. They're going for the hat-trick this year. So, you know, they won't be... They won't be shy at this. They'll know exactly what to do. It was quite early into the race, so we'll just have to wait and see if it plays out. Our producer Luke was actually trying to look out the window to see where this slippery surface flag was. We're trying to see where it's down there, but unfortunately no such luck. But the penalties are coming thick and fast. We've got car number 558 with a stop-go penalty. I believe that is one of the Silver Lake cars.
Yes, that's one of Robin Wilson's.
Robin
Welsham's many cars. One that he shares with Alan Preble and Greg Rose is 558. So that could be
so that was when I was speaking to Alan earlier.
He had to go and see the clerk of the course.
He did. So Alan and Mike had to go and see the clerk of the course. Now, with the pit stops here, you'll notice, especially with the roving mics in the pit lane, not even when I'm down there, but when the cameras are just pointed on the cars in the pit lane, if you keep a lookout, you'll see that they will try and attach some sort of earth lead to the car. And it's very... Basically, it's to make sure that you don't get any kind of static shock. It grounds the car so that it makes it completely, not 100% safe, because no amount of refueling is safe, especially with race fuel. You know, it's flammable stuff, but it's to mitigate the risk of having a static shock, which ultimately causes a pit lane fire. Unfortunately, during that stop, that became detached from the 558 car. So, unfortunately, when it's spotted by the marshals and reported to the clerk, you have to make that long walk up the stairs.
Well, and... sadly, there's very little that you can argue against it.
No.
I was once played the role of team manager at a European event, was summoned, as you said, to the clerk of the course to...
it's a long walk up that corridor, isn't it?
The intrusive matter, in this situation that I was in, I didn't feel we'd done anything wrong. We had done something wrong. We'd been given a penalty for it. We'd taken the penalty. And it was only after that somebody had protested us. And so I went up to the clerk of the course and said, what's the problem? He said, you did this. I said, yes, I know we did. We took the penalty. But of course, the penalty's been made by then and taken. So it all depends what you're going up for. And sometimes you have a little bit more confidence and sometimes you have a little bit less. But yes, in that case...
just talking of Robin Welch, we've got him up on the screen there in a 318 car, having another ding-dong battle with one of the Silver Lake cars. They're next to each other in the garage. We've got to go back and have a party tonight, gents. Don't hit each other too much, but I know for a fact Robin is going to be enjoying this stint out in the car. He's just letting 458 through down the inside into the hairpin. Go on, Robin. He's going to follow in his slipstream, as we can see. I told you the best races in this overall race so far are down in the lower classes. The BMW 116 trophy guys, that opening stint, especially with car 90, I still need to get to speak to those guys.
Yes, you do, yeah.
VNS Racing, I did try, but I'll make another attempt later on when I go back down there. But in particular, the 116 trophy classes and the C1 classes, give yourselves a round of applause, chaps. That's absolutely mega racing from all of you. And indeed, this lead battle, it's intriguing, it's building up. I don't know, Paul, there's something in my bones which makes me think we might be on for a bit of a climatic finish here.
Well, in all classes, never mind about...
Absolutely, not just the overall.
And no, it's all through the field, and even within the classes, there's then inter-team rivalries, there's the battle between the Air Force and the Navy Marines, and so on. You can go on with it. But at the front of the field, we do have a nose-to-tail battle, which I'm peering out of the window trying to pick up on, because Rocket Racing Steve McCulley has Lloyd Huggins right up his exhaust pipes. Caterham versus Caterham, the turn 17 car number 7, chasing down the number 97 car. They are battling for the lead of the race, and see where they are on the circuit. In fact, they're going along the back straight now. That's them in the distance, I think.
You got better eyesight than I have.
I'm working on the TSL tracker. And so they're on that side of the circuit, so we'll see them through and see them better when they can't pass the start-finish line. But it's nose to tail pretty much for the lead between Steve McCulley in the Rocket Racing Caterham and then the Lloyd Huggins car. Lloyd Huggins' last pit stop was 5 minutes 22 seconds, which is quite a bit longer than it needed to have been. And also with a slightly longer pit stop than it needed to have been was Alex Livesey taking over the number 71 BS Motorsport car. So that's why those gaps have increased a little bit. So just looking down, the 777 car meanwhile as well, having had an extra pit stop earlier on, now coming towards the end of a regular pit stop for David McAnulty. But he's up to 4th place, so lost a little bit of time, did David McAnulty, or the brothers did, but they've now began to claw their way back into it. Of course, this was the team that had to start back on the 5th row as a result of an infringement on the safety car regulations during the qualifying session. So they've been playing catch-up most of the race, and I'm guessing is going to have to continue to do so. So we'll keep an eye on when that car comes into the pits, because David McAnulty then due in fairly shortly, I would imagine. Waiting for the race leaders to come through. We missed them, yes we did. So up towards Rocket go the race leaders. 89 laps now completed by the first two, and in fact Lloyd Huggins is losing out now to Steve McCulley. Lloyd, having had the benefit of that long run from Callum McDougall, has only been in the car for about 45 minutes now. Say only 45 minutes. That's compared to the 2 hours that Callum McDougall was in the car. But he's losing ground at the moment to Steve McCulley.
I think traffic will play a part in that, but yeah, like you say, Paul, mega first stint from Callum. We've said it already, been very complimentary regarding Callum's work earlier this morning. A nice 2 hour stint. They're expecting an hour 45, so turn 7 for me, the real improvers of the first stint of this race.
I might have to send you back down to the pits. Rob Boston came into the pits a little while ago. Remember I said?
Yeah.
He's still there.
He's still there. I might have to go down and do some sleuthing. I will say...
so just give me a moment to check how long ago that was. That was 20 minutes ago, such as time fly. So a 20-minute pit stop for the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elises is not good.
That is not good, especially as they're going for the hat-trick there.
Dropping down to 14th place.
They'll be gutted. I think I'm going to have to.
They'll be more than gutted.
They'll be more than gutted. I'll have to pop. I'll have to pop back down there shortly.
Go with a tray of coffee, and you might be welcome.
I might well be. The other thing I forgot to mention earlier when I came back up. So, can you remember that Mazda MX5, the traction sponsored, beautiful livery car that went in? Do you know what it is? They went out to assembly, 3 corners in, a plastic bushing in the gear selector lever. Pop. Frustrating. So it cost them 15 minutes, and ultimately they're now playing catch up now, so it's a shame to see for those guys, but they're upbeat.
Yeah, and at least from their point of view, they can regard tomorrow's racing as a different event and go into it refreshed on that front. So, yeah, where are they actually? It was the number 3 car, wasn't it? The Mazda
Yes,
MX5.
number 3, Mazda MX5.
Just to see how much progress they've made up the list, because you're right, they lost 15 minutes, didn't they, at the start of the race? They're now running 52nd out of 55. Yeah, the 2 cars, we have only lost 2 cars. Both of them belong to RKC Motorsport. So, yeah, it's only the 2 RKC Motorsport cars that are gone. Everybody else is still going. And as I say, the one drama is the Rob Boston car, which...
And that to me looks like, now I'm not going to suggest it could be to do with that earlier alternator issue. I think I'm going to have to wander down there and just check and see what's going on. If I can't get an interview...
well, at least sniff around and see what you can find out.
At least sniff around and see what I can do. But certainly this is gutting for the Rob Boston outfit. I will be back shortly.
Right, thank you for that, Rob. So, yeah, it's a bit of a drama. It took us a little while to pick up on it, but I suddenly realised that the pit stop, which seemed to be on schedule, was rather late in coming. And this delay, as I say, it's now up to, well, it's 15 minutes in the pits for the Rob Boston racing car, and he has lost some 8 laps on the race leaders. So not a good day for Rob Boston Racing, and so turn our attention back to the leaders. It's Caterham, Mazda, Lotus, the leading 4. The 2 Caterhams, Rocket Racing leading the way with Steve McCulley. He's now moved ahead to 10 seconds clear now of Lloyd Huggins in the turn 7 Caterham, number 7. Alec Livesey is 3rd with number 71. He is being shown as being a lap behind. Just checking from the race leader, who just goes through now actually, and so yes, he is a lap behind is Alex Livesey in number 71 in 3rd place. In 4th place is David McInulty with number 777, but that car probably due a pit stop fairly shortly. And then we've got Neil Perry, the next one up, in number 50. Okay, so Rob Boston's car scared into action by Rob Lewis, threatening to go down there to find out, has come out of its garage. So still in its pit, but whatever it was, I wonder if they've just changed the alternator in that time and got him back running again. As I say, he's lost some 8 laps whilst that has been going on, and if he does resume, he will be in 18th place. But he is now out on the track again, and it's Tom Roach at the wheel. So Tom Roach is now back out, but now 9 laps adrift of the leaders, and I'm afraid even for Rob Boston Racing, that's going to be something too tall of an order for him to be able to recover, even though there is a long way to go. And in terms of tonight's racing, we've had nearly 3 hours of racing tonight, and in 7 minutes time that will be 3 hours complete. So another 4 hours still to go tonight, and then we'll go into the not Parc Ferme overnight. If you want to work on the cars overnight, that's allowed. You can do any work you like. You can refuel or put new tyres on the car. As through goes number 7 in 2nd place, Lloyd Huggins. Yes, his lap times are just not as quick as Steve McCulley ahead of him. So McCulley with the Rocket Racing car increasing his lead. It was Callum Lockie, wasn't it, who was actually wasn't it was Tom Roach who was saying how quickly the 97 car was going. Well, Steve McCulley certainly doing a grand job with the Rocket Racing Caterham. RAF Motorsports turn 7 Caterham in 2nd place, with Lloyd Huggins dropping away. In 3rd place is Alec Livesey with the 71 car, and just looking for what the gap is there. still an awful lot of traffic out there. The gap between 7 and 71 is a lap, isn't it, in fact? And then in 4th place now is Neil Perry at the wheel of the number 50 Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, because into the pits, that's what's happened, is into the pits has come 777. So David McAnulty into the pits then. On schedule, this is a routine pit stop for 777. So Rob Boston's pit stop was a scheduled stop that went on for far too long, but 777, the other Lotus Elise, now in the pits for a routine pit stop for David McAnulty, presumably to hand the car back to Jason. Those two being the only drivers of the 777 car. Then we've got Andrew Jones. No, who's next up? Yes, Andrew Jones is in car number 4, another Lotus Elise. So Lotus Elises, quick cars, and even though Rob Boston's is no longer the leading Lotus Elise, we've got Michael Edwards with the relay Lotus Elise in 5th place. We've got David McAnulty in the pits with 777, and then we've got the Traxion with TWP Racing of Andrew Jones in 7th place, car number 4. It's Toby Ballard with the number 29 Williams Motorsport Caterham. This is the one that Callum Lockie started. Roger Putke took it over, and it's now Toby Ballard at the wheel of that car. And that car had a slight glitch as well. For reasons I'm not quite sure, just looking down there. Number 29. We'll come back to that in a minute because Rob Lewis has information for us. So Rob, what can you tell us?
Right, Paul, I've managed to get the interview and the information that you want. I've got Rob Boston with us. Rob, you're going for the hat-trick. I'm hoping it's not the commentator's curse we've put on you, but how was that for you? What happened? The car was in for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, so I'd gone through, obviously the first stint was great. Second stint, I was just struggling intermittently with what I thought was fuel surge for quite a while, but it was just on and off on just 1 or 2 particular corners each lap. Anyway, I persevered with it for most of my stint, and then it got worse, and I thought, well, it's definitely fuel surge. I must be running, must be running low, but we thought we had at least another half an hour's worth of fuel in. Anyway, without boring you with it, essentially, the car pretty much broke down, and I managed to just roll it in. It turned out it was some broken wire inside of the sheathing, inside the wiring loom. So, myself and the lads diagnosed it as quickly as we could, carried out the repair, which only took probably 3 or 4 minutes once we actually found the issue. So, but fortunately, we've lost 15 minutes there, so it's going to be tough to make that up.
That must be so frustrating for you. I mean, in those early stints when you had the likes of Callum Lockie and the 97 Caterham chasing you down, that must have been fantastic to keep that distance. But unfortunately, this has just scuppered you.
Yeah, it has. It's a real shame. The car had been so reliable through testing. It's been a good, reliable car earlier in the year. So I'm just really disappointed. It's it's undiagnosable before the event. It's got to break before you can find the problem. So just one of those. Never mind. We'll keep persevering. We'll keep on keeping on.
Exactly. That's what this event's all about, perseverance. Rob Boston, thank you for chatting to us. I'll let Rob get back and get a cup of tea and maybe think about what they're going to do for the rest of the race. But for now, back to Paul.
Thanks, Rob. So, they'll keep plugging away. And, I mean, they are still in the race, at least. It's not a retirement. The car dropped down to, just trying to see, was it 16th place? No, 19th place. So Tom Roach with a lot of work to do. As I say, the car down to 19th place then, following that long pit stop. And what did I say? It lost 9 laps on the race leader. And actually, by the time he got going again, almost 10 laps on the race leader. So that's 10 laps is more than they're going to be able to make up. But nevertheless, the Rob Boston car will keep racing. It still will be rapid because Tom Roach is probably the quickest co-driver that Rob Boston's ever had. Certainly at the race of Remembrance that I can remember. So back at the front, there's been a change of leader, and why has that happened? Steve McCulley still lapping in the 146s, but without making a pit stop, seems to have lost some ground on Lloyd Huggins. Now, how has that happened? So Lloyd Huggins now leads the race for turn 7. Steve McCulley back to second place, and I'm pausing because I can't quite explain why. He's not come through. He's not being shown as missing. He's not in the pits. So 97 Steve McCulley is missing. Okay, the suggestion he came into the pits with no lights on. The timing screen says that he's missing on the circuit. So if he did come into the pits, he did so without triggering the timing beam. So Steve McCulley from the race lead is either missing or in the pits. If Rob Lewis is still listening to me, I don't know if he can hear us, but if we can get a message through to him, if he can go and find the Rocket Racing pit, find out whether Steve McCulley is in the pits, and Peter Shearer's lights are on. Peter Shearer's eyes are good, but if we can find out whether Steve McCulley has come into the pits, then that would be a useful thing, because the screen is showing me with Steve missing on the circuit. Lloyd Huggins has gone through then into the lead. As I say, Alex Livesley with the BS Motorsport Mazda MX5 goes through into second place. Nobody wants to win this race, and we're still not even 3 hours into it yet. This is a 12-hour race, and we've had lots of dramas in the first 3. So there he is. I can see him on the screen. He has come into the pits. He maybe didn't come in through the main entrance, but Peter Shearer's eyes did not deceive him, and the TSL screen missed him. I wonder if it was some kind of power failure on the car which switched the transponder off, because if the transponder, it should work on a battery, but if the transponder wasn't working, then he will have come into the pits without being spotted. Anyway, Steve McCulley's car then is in the pits. If Rob's down there, then please jump in and describe what's happening, because all we can do is describe the action that we can see on the screen. And the car being pushed back into the garage. Steve is out of it, out of the car, and lots of glum faces around the Rocket Racing garage, and they're looking into what's going on. And so out goes the Rocket Racing car, and at the moment that looks a fairly terminal problem. Nobody really working on it to try and work out what's going on. So that leaves Lloyd Huggins with a lap lead. 3 hours gone on the race, 4 hours still to go tonight. We'll have a quick summary and then we'll chat with somebody else. And so yeah, the front lights are not working. I think we knew that the lights weren't working on the 97 car, because that was kind of why the car came into the pits without triggering the timing system. A total loss of power on the car. So, as I say, with 3 hours completed, quick rundown. Second place, Lloyd Huggins leads the way for turn 7, car number 7. Second place, Alex Livesley with the BS Motorsport Mazda MX5, car 71. Inheriting third place will be Neil Perry in the Unlimited Performance Consulting car, number 50, the Caterham in the red and white Marlborough style colours. That's in third place. Into fourth place will come Michael Edwards with the ES Motorsport Lotus Elises relay team, surely due a pit stop fairly soon to hand back to Bailey in the green car. The number 4 car is 6 with Andrew Jones driving the Traxion Lotus Elise. In 7th place is 29, Toby Ballard at the wheel of the pink Williams Motorsport Caterham. In 8th place, car number 777, having had its pit stop, Jason McAnulty back at the wheel of that car. And in 9th place is car number 169, Nick Rutter, now leading the way in Class C with the Mazda from the Clapham North MOT team. Meanwhile, whilst that's been going on, 97 back out onto the track, and that was less than 4 minutes. That was a non-standard pit stop in every way because, yes, he lost. Well, my screen is telling me something which is nonsense, so I won't bother about that. But Steve McAnulty then Steve McCulley is back in the race, having dropped to 5th place with that mysterious electrical failure on the Caterham. And again, before Rob could get to them, but it's another leading car with problems which has dropped it out of the top 6. Actually, it's not quite out of the top 6, he's certainly dropped him off the podium though. So Steve McCulley was at the wheel and coming into the pits, and he now drops back another place as he gets up to speed behind the number 4 traction Lotus Elises. And so that's the rundown of the overall positions with 3 hours completed. Just have a look at the classes with 3 hours completed. We mentioned the Clapham North MOT Mazda, Nick Rutter having taken the lead in Class C, ahead of, in fact, a long way ahead of Howard Ashcroft in the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda, second in Class C, and third in Class C is Mike Kennefic in the 129 BMW, which had problems earlier on. Class B is being led by the Strong Brew Racing Mini Cooper, car number 77. Second in Class B is Graham Davidson with the Track Scotland 2 Mini Cooper, and third is Track Scotland 1, car number 155, and that's Craig Dillon leading the way in Class B. In Class A, the leader of the City Car cars is 118, that is Stuart Bliss at the wheel of the Auto Bliss Toyota Aygo. In the Citroen class, 558 is leading the way, despite having a stop and go penalty, although he might be still due to take that stop and go penalty. So 558 leading the Citroen C1 class. Now, is he leading it by enough? Second in the Citroen C1 class is 458, that's Tony Cooper, and third in the Citroen C1 is Robin Welsh with WRC Development Citroen C1. In the BMW class, that class is being led by number 9, and that's the VMS Racing car of Freddie Tatham, leading the BMWs. Second in the BMWs is the Royal Navy Marines car of number 17, Adam Dewis. And third in the BMW cars is the Royal Engineers, and that's car 305. We've not mentioned that car before, so up into third place for Ben Gundry in the Royal Engineers Motorsport BMW, and that's car number, I don't remember to go, 305, isn't it? Yeah, so that's the leading BMWs. So the Navy lead the Engineers. RAF Motorsports are fourth. But those cars not that far apart. I think the Navy Marines has a useful lead in the BMW class, so advantage to the Marines ahead of the Royal Engineers and the RAF as far as the very tense battle in the BMW class is concerned. 3 hours and 10 minutes very nearly completed. And 3 hours 51 still to go tonight. We'll run through till 10 o'clock tonight. If you're listening on the PA, then that will be turned off at around 9 o'clock this evening, so you'll have to find other ways to listen. And certainly by going on to the Alpha Live stream, you'll be able to listen through there. Various other options exist, and hopefully you'll be able to find one, or else just go to bed early. I've also been asked to remind people, if you're maybe watching this on the live stream and being inspired by it and by what some of our beneficiaries have been saying about the Race of Remembrance and Mission Motorsport, they can donate by texting 10 ROR to 70085. I'm not very good at doing texts and things on phones, but I would like to remind everyone, if you want to donate to Mission Motorsport and to the Race of Remembrance, then certainly this weekend there aren't very many worthier causes, and they've already managed to make an awful lot of money, but every little helps. So however little it is, then please go on to text 10 ROR to 70085. That's the where you can donate to the Race of Remembrance, and James Cameron and everyone at Mission Motorsport are very grateful for all the support that they receive, but they're also very wise in the knowledge that however much they get, they'd always like to have a little bit more, because every little bit goes along to help. And if you are watching on the live stream as well, please tune in again tomorrow, because at 11 o'clock we're going to pause the racing. In fact, at 10:45 we're going to pause the racing, and everybody will gather. I think it's actually 10:30. We're going to pause the racing anyway, so yeah, it's probably best to tune in around 10:30. We'll gather around the bottom of the race control tower. Rob and I will shut up for a little while, so that's got to be a good thing. And we'll hand over to the Army chaplain, who will be in control of the Remembrance service. And it will be a normal Remembrance service, so if you're watching from overseas and don't know what the Remembrance is all about, Armistice Day was on Friday, but in the UK we celebrate Remembrance Sunday as being the closest Sunday to Armistice Day, and at 11 o'clock we will have the last post and reveille, and it's a very moving service, as everyone has been saying, so please tune in for that between 10:30 and about 11:15. And then if you've got nothing else to do for the rest of the day, then why not just tune in for the rest of the Race of Remembrance, which will run through until 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, by which time we'll all heave a sigh of relief and go off to bed, I think. Although, funnily enough, I know in the past, we'll have to ask him actually, James Cameron has run, as part of his team building and beyond the biathlon of foolishness, they then run a march up to the top of Snowdon. So if you're not too exhausted on Monday morning, a lot of his military people do a smart walk up to the top of Snowdon. You've got to be committed to do that kind of thing, Rob.
Unfortunately, I'll leave it up to them for the moment. I'll leave it up to them for the moment. But yes, I am glad that I managed to drop down to the garage and grab a chat with Rob Boston. You could see the disappointment in his face. Early pace setters and just gutted. I mean, obviously, what you said earlier, don't believe it's the issues they had earlier with the alternators. Something completely different.
Exactly, and something, as Rob told you, was undiagnosable until it broke. There wasn't something that they could have checked, that they some kind of thought to themselves, oh, we could have spotted that if we'd have known. The other thing, which I wasn't sure if you were able to check up on, was the Rocket Racing car, because as you were coming back up, Rocket Racing came into the pits. You didn't hear this, did you?
No.
I can see you're looking blank, right. So just to catch up, the Rocket Racing car, Steve McCulley, came into the pits, unscheduled pit stop, no lights, everything was gone on the power. We saw it on the live stream. The car was pushed back into the garage, still no lights. They did something to it. Lights, power, away it's gone. However, it's now back in the pits again. So Steve McCulley, from leading the race, remember, he was the beneficiary of Rob Boston's problem. Steve McCulley and the Rocket Racing car is now back into the pits again. He's now dropped to 8th place. Tell you, nobody wants to win this race, or they want to keep getting you down into the pits to diagnose the problems for them. So, as I say, Steve McCulley, he started the race for them in the 97, was up there with them. By his own admission, Tom Roach said that you know, that 97 car seems very fast. It was very fast, and it was drawing away in the front. But now it's had these 2 pit stops, and having got going again, having had the power issue, is now back in the pits and has been there for about 5 minutes. So this is not a routine pit stop.
No, unfortunately, I'll have to. I'll have to make my way back down to the garages shortly to hunt that one out. But it's gutting. It's like you said, a lot of these cars, it looks like they don't want to win the race. Certainly, I'll be keen to see how the pace of the Rob Boston car can maybe catch up and get back on that podium. You know that Rob is going to be chomping at the bit.
10 laps he lost in effect. He was down to 19th place. He's recovered back to 15th already, at least Tom Roach has, because Tom is the driver now again, having started the race. And he's now lapping. What kind of lap times is Tom doing? His last lap of 1:41.7. So he's going quicker than anybody else out there, so he's going to make up some places, but to get him onto the podium is going to be a very tall order indeed. Even to get him into the top 6 is going to be an achievement, I would say. So I think he's going to be looking to get into the top 10. Whether he's going to make it to the top 6, I think that's going to, well, we'll just have to wait and see what he's able to achieve. But yeah, so for Tom Roach and Rob Boston, it's going to be a long day tomorrow.
It's now looking that way, isn't it? We put the kibosh on them by lauding them their first hour of racing, where they seemingly took off into the distance untouched.
Well, I don't know. I mean, speaking from experience of watching this race, I mean, for 2 years in a row, they've done that.
Yes.
The car has been reliable. They've been quick in the pits. What's been very impressive about the team, the Rob Boston team, is that they've been efficient in the pits and they've been quick enough on the track. They haven't necessarily been the quickest all the time, but they've been quick enough on the track and they've been efficient in the pits. And all of a sudden you have a minor glitch, but racing is like that. I mean, you've been involved in the sport for long enough to know that you can never take anything for granted. You know, there's all manner of disappointment that comes before any triumph, and you know, you really do have to work at learning how to lose, and then you learn how to win, and then you try and repeat it if you can.
Absolutely. The one thing I've noticed as well, as we look back through the timings of the overall leaders, the ultimate pace. So the first few hours of this race, you saw the leaders and they're putting in the 140s, the 141s, the 142s, etc. And now you've got the leaders with averaging around a 145, 147. Same with the BS Motorsport car in second place. They're doing 53s, 54s. Okay, the traffic's coming in a little bit, but even with the ES Motorsport car that's in 5th place, that's doing a 143. That's still around 3 seconds off the sort of average quick pace, and certainly quite about 5.5 seconds off of their quickest lap. So we're almost getting to that part of the night where they just want to get to 10 o'clock.
Yes, I think there's 2 things that are affecting it. One is the amount of traffic that's out there. The other is just the fact that it's night time. You're going to leave a little bit bigger of a cushion between you and the other car that you're overtaking. If you're racing at night and you can't quite see, you're going to be a little bit more cautious. So your average lap times inevitably are going to drop off a little bit at night. So I'm not entirely surprised by that. And indeed, this is where a quick driver, a confident driver, can make the difference. And you know, in these conditions, it is where you certainly don't want to be a novice driver. And we had Hunter Reeve from all the way from America coming up here, only having his 3rd ever motor race.
Yes.
Got involved, I don't know if you were hearing him, but he got involved through some sim racing during lockdown. Joined the Operation Motorsport USA program and was selected as having some talent. And this is not a young man, this is a middle-aged, be kind to him, chap, living the dream. All of a sudden he's become a racing driver. But and with the emphasis on the word night. You know, he's never driven in the night before, he's never driven at Anglesey before, and he's gone out there and he's done 30 laps. You know, nothing wrong with that.
It's quite an initiation, isn't it? Out into November, Anglesey, night time, off you trot.
Yeah.
go and do 30 laps. Drive
And this guy's struggling with jet lag, having to deal with English cooking, you know, all the other things that come with visiting a foreign country. You know, it's a big ask. So I'm well impressed by them.
I can imagine. But then, that being said, they're an impressive team. The setup they've got, the crew that they've brought down, absolutely phenomenal.
I think by Kevin's own admission, they brought more people than they actually need. But that's actually a good thing. You know, it builds up the teamwork, and it does mean that they are able to work together by force of having to work together. 2 pit stops just happened. The number 4 car has been in. That was Andy Mackay who started the car. Andrew Jones was in it most recently, and number 4 is still in the pits. So I just need to... And we've also had a pit stop from the number 50 Caterham, which is now back out on the track with Ben Headley behind the wheel. Benja Headley behind the wheel. And that's a car which has now cycled through all 3 of its drivers. Benja Headley started the car, David Rook took over, then Neil Perry had a turn behind the wheel, and now we've got Benja Headley who's back at the wheel having started the car. So number 50 back out onto the circuit, but dropping another place as the effect of the pit stop unwinds. Also in the pits now is the Michael Edwards Lotus Elise, so we have to reset the relay because the number 33 car will all of a sudden turn green as Bailey Edwards takes over driving. I'm looking at Rob as I say that, just
making sure it gets in. It's the relay.
And so Bailey Edwards will be rejoining very shortly with the green car. Of course, what they can do, as you were saying earlier on, if one car does break down, then they can put the other car into double service. And at the moment, that relay team going quite well. But there he goes onto the circuit now, Bailey Edwards. So he rejoins. Just looking for the Toyota MR2s, and where
mostly rusty 2-seaters, and they are currently sat in 16th place. Second in class out of what we would call the sort of relay
second from 2 of the relay teams. Yeah, 16th overall. And how many of the clever technology that I'm lucky enough to have here? The car number is 84, isn't it? Car number 84. Rhys Dorman started. That's the bright pink one. Neil Stratton was the second one out there, which is the yellow car. Then it was Sean Traynor in the white Toyota, and now we've got Gareth Baxter in the VTR, orange VTR sponsored car. So 29.97 going through together. That's just coincidence because they are laps behind. Yeah, 29 Toby Ballard is well clear of Steve McCulley. Yeah, Steve McCulley back out on the circuit again. So you managed to get out of diagnosing that one, Rob. So 97 back out on the circuit with Steve McCulley.
Yeah, so I was just looking at that. It was a 10-minute lap time, so effectively they've lost the same amount of laps there as the Rob Boston Racing car did. So 2 early front runners. Sadly, it looks like they're out of the running for overall podium positions, but there's still a long way to go. And as it's said, this is endurance racing. Anything can happen. But our current leaders have been the very impressive RAF Motorsport Turn 7 entry. They are leading by about 4 laps according to the timing streams. Now, looking at my timing streams, we've got an exclamation mark next to BS Motorsport.
Yeah, why is that?
The television screens aren't showing a lot, unfortunately, around the circuit, although it would be difficult to pick them out in this...
Yeah, Alec Livesey then. This is the 71 BS Motorsport car. You're absolutely right. Stuck out on the circuit. Looking around to see if...
I say we've got the exclamation mark, so we have our TSL timing system that we also have, as well as the benefit of the TV screens from Alpha Live, and we're just having a look out the window as well, just to see if the car's coming past. You never know, it could be a transponder, but no, our timing screen's now showing that McNulty has jumped up into second place in the 777 Lotus Elise.
Yeah, so still no sign of Livesey. Somebody's going across the grass.
That's an MX5.
That isn't Alex Livesey. It's car number 8 going across the grass.
To a stop. Now, the problem is, if they come to a stop there, first of all, that's probably going to draw out a safety car, but, yeah, a bit of smoke coming out as well.
Well, we've got two things on the circuit then, don't we? Because we've got the 71 Alex Livesley's Mazda, and we've also got the number 8 Mazda stuck on the outside of the start-finish straight. We've also got a black flag being shown to car 558.
Oh, that's the Silver Lake car.
Which is the Silver Lake car that you were talking about earlier on, which had a penalty. And I just wonder if he didn't take that penalty, and because he hasn't taken the penalty, they've now given him a black flag. So a black flag is slightly more serious than a black and white flag, and it doesn't say stop and go penalty against that black flag either.
I would say that's being pulled into for a time on the naughty step. So
we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah.
And need to find out what's going to happen to it. The number 8 definitely in an awkward position on the outside of the circuit. The number 71 in a position unknown around the circuit, which the car cameras haven't been able to pick up. But Alec Livesley then was running in a strong second place. This is unusual for a race of remembrance, Rob. It's not usually like this. We usually have a few incidents on Saturday, but generally Saturday night tends to run fairly uneventful. Tonight,
you've said
for some reason, well, I was going to suggest that it was because you were here. For some reason this year, there's been a lot of drama happening out there, and a number of cars that have had problems, and
we
so
now
this
have
is now
safety car conditions.
This is the 5th safety car, I think. Somebody's stolen my pen.
Certainly been a bit lively, isn't it, Paul?
Well, there's been constant action, that's for sure.
But again, looking at that leaderboard, so this safety car now, if they really wanted to, we're about 3 hours and 24 minutes into this race according to our timing screens. RAF Motorsports and Turn 7 have 4 laps in hand. So if they pitted now, this would probably be the time that would be most beneficial for them. That's just guesswork. They're looking at about an hour and 45-minute stint, right?
Yeah, I don't think so, in fact, because yes, they've done an hour and a half, very nearly, but in terms of number of laps, Callum McDougall did 65 laps on his stint. Lloyd Huggins is only on his 47th. So we may see number 7 coming in for a tank full of fuel, but on the other hand, we may see him staying out there as long as he can. Rescue units are off to the right-hand side of the start-finish line. Safety car has picked up somebody, didn't quite catch who it was the safety car is in front of.
It looks like one of the MX5s that's in front of. I just missed the number as I looked out of my window.
Right, so there are rescue units in attendance. They're going to send the four-wheel drive to tow the number 8 car out, and hopefully once it's out of the mud, then it will be able to get going again without further assistance. Just in case it does need further assistance, the flatbed trailer is there. It's Tom Fleming who's doing the driving of the Porsche Racing car number 8. Into the pits comes one of the Citroens.
And the good news is they've now got that MX5 under tow on the inside of the circuit. So I did, looking out the window, obviously it's still got its lights blaring out of the front, so I can only assume there has been some sort of mechanical failure that stops it. Maybe a drive prevention.
Well, it was a curious incident, wasn't it? Because initially I thought it had just gone off through having gone a little bit wide on the exit of the last turn, but then it wasn't able to keep going, and I thought maybe it got bogged down in the grass, but the safety recovery unit is towing him around.
You kind of wonder if perhaps something has gone a bit awry, and they were weary about dropping oil onto the circuit, which, if anything, would be a very, very good choice by the driver to do that, because it keeps the oil off the racing line.
Yep, and hats off to you.
I'll turn 7 into the pits.
Because number 7 is in the pits, so I suggested it may choose not to just yet, but Lloyd Huggins then into the pits with number 7.
I can only assume then, if the Turn 7 team are listening, my check's in the post.
Well, we'll see at the end of the day whether or not that happens or not. But of course, what this lead is doing is the more it builds up, the better is the advantage, because they will restart on Sunday morning with however many laps of an advantage they accumulate through Saturday's racing. So they're 4 laps ahead at the moment, and everybody behind them has had some kind of a problem at one point or another. The 777 Jason and David McAnulty Lotus Elise started out of position, but then had to have an extra pit stop earlier in the race when David McAnulty was driving. In third place, the Toby Ballard-driven Williams Motorsport Caterham. That had to have an extra pit stop. Again, at the beginning of Toby Ballard's stint, for some reason, he just did 3 laps and then had to come in for a quick stop. So that's a car that's had a problem. And he's back into the pits again now, is Toby Ballard, having done 35 laps. Yeah, slightly shorter than some of the others have gone, but that was one of the things that Callum was telling us, wasn't it? Callum Lockie was telling us. I always get confused between Callum Lockie and the Callum McDougall driving with the slightly larger fuel tank. It's McDougall has a slightly larger fuel tank, whereas Callum Lockie doesn't have that benefit, and so they have to pit a bit more often. Toby Ballard then in with the number 29. In fourth place is the relay team. Bailey Edwards now driving in the number 33 car.
Is that in the lean green machine?
Should be the green machine, and so that's in fourth place overall. In fifth place, although making a pit stop, is Nick Rutter in the Clapham Motorsport MOT Mazda, leading Class C. Nick will be handing the car back to George Grant.
I did see George Grant, obviously they were in the same garage as the Rob Boston Racing.
Yes, we spoke to him up here.
Yes, he was just getting suited up and ready to go, and I just, he just sort of leaned over and went, all is, fingers crossed, we're leading our class, so George will be looking forward to going out and giving it a red hot crack.
Yes, absolutely, very much a man who enjoys his racing is George Grant, and he'll be happy up there in fifth place overall. As I say, he'll lose that position.
Superb effort.
When the pit stop unwinds itself, but of course when everybody's going round at about 70 miles an hour or less, it's considerably slower, and the 4 minutes has far less of an impact. So that's fifth. Sixth place on the screen at the moment is Benja Headley in the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, the red and white car. If you could see, it was red and white. If it wouldn't be so dark. Then in seventh place is car number 4, the Lotus Elise from the Traxion team. That's now being driven by David Smith at the wheel of the Traxion Lotus Elise. He's 7th. In 8th place on the screen is the still being shown as missing Alec Livesley, number 71. So that car now, it'll be interesting to see whether the safety car comes in at the end of this lap. Yes, it does. So wherever Alex Livesley is, we're back underway with racing. And that's still a problem then, because Alex Livesley hasn't been able to get recovered during that time. So he's off somewhere and doesn't look like he's going to be recovered. So whatever he's done, he's irrecoverable. Then next up in what will become 8th place is Will Smith in the 360 Motor Racing Club car. That's the car that Will is driving with his dad, and I don't know if Will's going to be coming up here to talk to us at some point. It was suggested that he would be brought up here. I think he's having his first race, is Will Smith, so not bad to be running inside the top 10.
Oh no, not
first
bad.
race when it's pitch dark. So I think this is probably the race that has the most novices in it. That has the longest.
Oh, big fire, big fire. Sorry to cut across you, Paul, there. One of the Lotuses that came across, that's obviously a fuel line or an oil line that's let go there, to our surprise. That was huge flames shooting out the back of that Lotus as they headed up towards the banking. Hopefully that driver can get it stopped and pulled over in time, but he was just making an overtake on a couple of the C1s there. And unfortunately, that had all the symptoms of an oil line. There we go, you can see the car there on screen. Hopefully the driver can get out very quickly, but that certainly went up very, very quickly. And as expected, the safety car is out.
Yes, coming out almost immediately then, trying to identify which one it is. It's 777, it's the Lotus Elise. So 777 it is, so second place car.
Second place car, they're dropping like flies.
Either the leader or the second place car, or something seems to happen. So Jason McAnulty, he'd been out for 20 laps, so no reason for that car to somehow initially have a problem, but Jason McAnulty then, with that big fire as you described
I apologise for shocking you, Paul, but I'll tell you what, you didn't need you didn't need the pit lane gantry lighting then, because it certainly lit up the straight as it came down.
Yeah, that's fine. You were excited, and part of your job as a commentator is to communicate that excitement to everybody else. So what you then have to do is to put some sentences together and make it into a full sentence.
More cars together, so that looks like the 418 WRC Developments car and an MX5 that's got together under the safety car. That's a shame, and I'll be honest, maybe a bit naughty whatever happened there. As you can just see the Lotus at the side of the track, they've got the fire crews going out to a bit of course. The track very quickly neutralised again under that safety car.
Yeah, it's not really fair for us to call blame on that, but certainly there was contact, wasn't there?
There was. We did hear a bit of a bang. So most commonly under safety car, just going by past experience, sometimes you can get a bit of a misunderstanding between drivers, a little bit of a knock under safety car. But I believe, looking at the screen there, that's the fire service circuit facility just coming out to make sure that all is well with that focus in terms of getting the fire out. He certainly got it out quickly.
Yeah, so whether that was just because whatever it was that was on fire was used up, and if it was just the oil going, then there's not that much oil in a car. Once you start setting fire to it, it goes pretty quickly, unlike fuel, which fortunately it wasn't. So that was Jason McAnulty as a breakdown unit heads down the pit lane. So this safety car might be a little bit of a longer affair, and still struggling to find pens up here. Oh, I know what happened. No, I didn't. Oh, that is mine. That's right. That's right.
My apologies.
That's fine. Use it if you don't have your own.
Well, what I'm just doing, I'm going to use this time just to make some notes and find out what information I need to find out. So I'll go on another fact-finding tour shortly and hopefully come up with some brand new information for you, Paul, as we look on to the 10 o'clock finish.
Well, just try and find out from some people if they'd like to win this race, because at the moment, anybody who gets in the podium position seems to have a problem of some sort. Well, you know, we can't really say that anybody's going to be reliable, and this is the first 3 and a bit hours. What are we? Just over 3.5 hours into a 7-hour portion tonight, with still 5 hours of racing to undertake tomorrow. So there's still plenty of meat left on this bone of excitement and interest to look out for. Safety car out then for the 6th or possibly the 7th time. I think it's actually the 7th time, because I had one that I didn't note because I was with someone when we were doing one of the interviews.
I think at this stage they'll have to get the safety car in to get fuel into the safety car.
That is always a job that has to be done, but at least these safety car periods that we've had this weekend have all been fairly short, which has given them the opportunity to refuel between safety car deployments. So with a 4-lap lead then, it is the Turn 7 RAF Motorsports Caterham team. Neil Huggins currently behind the wheel of it, having just taken it over at that last pit stop from Lloyd Huggins, who did well, it was nearly 2.5 hours, so it was still a pretty long stint from Lloyd Huggins. Andrew Jebson still to drive the car, and it could be a while before Andrew Jebson gets in, because Neil Huggins will be driving it for probably about another hour and a half, and in fact the aim must be for Andrew Jebson then to be able to take the car to the finish. That would just about work on the 2 hours of running theory. The 777 still being shown in second place, but that's soon going to be overtaken by the relay team of Bailey Edwards and his father Michael Edwards, driving the 33 Lotus Elises. One is green, one is white. It's the green one that's out there at the moment. In 4th place is Roger Patke, the number 29 car that started on the front row of the grid. BARC rescue unit now here. Didn't know there were quite that many rescue units here at Anglesey.
The one thing I am very, very, very glad to see actually is that the driver has got straight out of the car. Now there is a couple of units on circuit because, as expected, with the big fire as I described it in my shock at when it went off, I think they're putting down a bit of that cement dust or that speedy dry at turn 1, so that tells me that was probably an oil line that let go there and caught fire very quickly and very ferociously.
Yes, the message on the screen says there is an oil spill turn 1 to turn 2, and certainly I think that means that it is going to be a slightly longer safety car period whilst the marshals deal with that oil spill, and so rescue units on the circuit. I think really to keep people over to the left-hand side of the circuit, and keep them away from the marshals working to dry the oil there.
And they're just, you can see it on the screen there, to just see there, you can see the fluids pouring out of the back. Now that would be a mixture, I would assume, of oil and extinguishants, which they've had to put onto that car. So whatever has happened to the Lotus has been pretty catastrophic, but again I want to reiterate, well done to all the crews there for getting the job done, and it's great to see the driver get out of the car.
Yes, Jason McAnulty, the driver in question, so he is safely out, and all is good with him. So it's Bailey Edwards being shown on the screen in third, but that will become second place. Roger Patkey, it being shown in fourth, will become third place. In fourth place will become Benja Headley with the number 50 Caterham. Fifth will become David Smith with the number 4 Lotus Elises. And up into sixth place then comes Will Smith, having his debut. I think that's the first time Will's driven the car. Yes, it is. So, yeah, Duncan Rogers handing the car over to Martin Smith, and now that car in the hands of William. So that's in sixth place is the 360 Motor Racing Club team. Track Scotland will be seventh with car number 55,
if
and
I
that's
could,
Graham
just
Davidson.
If I
Yes.
could just point something out to you there, Paul.
Go
We're
on.
looking at car number 360 there with 360 Racing. Now, would it be me, or is there something a bit odd about that Mini that's going around at the moment? We'll see, hopefully.
That's the Will Smith driven car. What
That
about
is the
it?
Will Smith driven car, but you'll notice it's got no boots on the back at all. Now, ex-Mini Challenge car, a lot of these cars come with fiberglass panels, in particular the boot lid and the bonnet, and it would be at some point, hopefully, we've got the cameras just training on the cars now, so if they could stick with the cars and hopefully they could pick up number car 360 and hopefully show the folks at home just what we're on about. There's a bit of a difference in the silhouette of this Mini as they go round. So we've got the Lotus there. There we go. Car number 360 has got no boot lid. So we were walking down in the pit lane earlier to see what happened there, and it would appear that it's come off of its own free will, shall we say.
Yes, wonder where it is, whether it's come off on the track somewhere, in which case it needs to be recovered, and how it came off, whether it was given a tap by someone. My mind is drawn to that little item where you saw some contact on the screen.
Yes.
And two cars came together there, because one of those was a Mini, I thought.
No, one of those was an MX5, but I did...
I thought the other one was a Mini.
I did see down in the pit lane earlier when they came in for their pit stop, so it did happen quite early on into the race.
Oh, right.
Looking at the boot itself, it does look like it's ripped clean off from the hinges, so it's one thing to go down on my list to go down and inquire about, shall we say.
Yes, indeed, and if you don't get any information from down there, then I've got a feeling Martin will come up and tell us anyway in the fullness of time. Anyway, so that's the car that's in sixth place once they deal with the 777 car, which is unfortunately going to turn into a retirement in the end. In seventh place is the Track Scotland car of number 55, Graham Davidson. That's seventh. In eighth place will become George Grant in the leading C1 class. He'll be quite happy with that. We're on a C class. In fact, the next car in Class C is a long way back. George Grant is in eighth place overall. and the next car in Class C is way down in 15th. So that's a very useful margin of a lead indeed that George has. And just to check the number of laps completed, it's a 3-lap advantage he has as well. So George Grant will be looking to hold on to that, which will stand him in very good stead for tomorrow's racing as well, because as I mentioned, any advantage that you have at the end of today's race gets carried through into tomorrow's 2 races. So
I'm just having a look back down at the classes concerning the BMWs and the C1 class. So
yes,
leading the BMW
summary on
class in 22nd overall, we've got car number 9 VMS Racing, who is leading the BMW class at the moment. The fastest of the forces, as it were, in the BMW 116 trophy cars, we've got the Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport car with Unwin at the wheel. That's in 23rd overall, and 2nd in the BMW class, hotly on the tails of the VMS Racing BMW Trophy. In the C1 category, the AC1 class, WRC Development with CB Auto Services, Robin Welch at the wheel of that, car number 318. Let's be honest, he's got the lion's share of whatever car he wants to pick. He's also meant to be racing the 558 Silver Lake car, which currently has Alan Preble at the wheel. That's in 2nd place, but there's a bit of a question mark hanging over the 558 car, because we did see the messages out on the board earlier. They got a black flag, so whether that's been rectified, there was a bit of a mistake. There's certainly nothing showing on race control now, and the car's still out there racing, so we shall see. And with Alan Preble back at the wheel, it has been in for its pit stop, that tells me. So another thing to go on the list to go down and find out about later on. Other notables who I spoke to on the grid, Pure Track Racing, they're still going great guns with their pair of Renault Clios. They're in 29th and 44th respectively. They're looking to get a good solid finish from their efforts.
Yeah, so the 558, Rob, Alan Preble, as you say, back at the wheel. That car was actually started by Alan Preble, wasn't it?
Yes, he had a ding-dong battle with Nicole Drought. We got the drivers for an interview earlier, didn't we? We had a ding-dong battle with Nicole Drought and Mike Harris in the sister Silver Lake car. But they did get summonsed for the pit stop infringement.
Yes, the question that I'm heading towards is Robin Welsh is on the driving lineup for that car, but he hasn't yet driven it.
No, he hasn't.
So although he's entitled to, he's on the list, he hasn't yet got into that car because he's been concentrating on driving his other one. And so as far as the 558 is concerned, they've been doing it as a two-handed job between Alan Preble and Greg Rose thus far. Right, okay, just wanted to check that I'd got that right. Just because it's good to know quite what's going on. So this safety car could go on for another 10 minutes or so yet, whilst the
I think the shares in cement dust just went up
as they deal with the oil. So interesting that quite so much went down, given that quite a lot caught fire. Quite often when you get that much oil down, or when you get an oil fire like that, you don't get very much on the circuit. But the problem with oil and other petrol-based substances is when they do go down on the circuit, they can do lasting damage to the surface, and it is in the interests of the track management just to get it sorted as quickly as they can. But having said that, the rescue unit that was protecting the cars going into turn 1 is moving on down. Now I can still see some service vehicle lights on the way up to the banking.
I think what they're doing, they've done the first part of the clean-up on the start-finish straight, so now they're working their way around towards the banking and getting all the cement dust down there.
Yes, there's actually one car at turn 1 itself. There are still marshals on the track midway between. Yes, I mean that oil goes presumably all the way up to where the car eventually came to rest. So Jason McAnulty then hugely disappointed, but sadly out of the race.
Ultimately lucky. You could probably tell by my shock in the commentary box as it did go up. It was quite an inferno when it did. So to reiterate again, great to see him get straight out of the car.
Yeah, capital letters, wasn't it, Rob?
Yeah.
Not capital letters.
It was definitely capital letters there. It was, yeah, certainly didn't expect that.
Quite. Safety car heading up the Tom Price straight at the moment, leading the field around. And as Rob says, the oil treatment procedures having been done on the entrance into Turn 1, now proceeding through the body of Turn 1 itself, and Marshall's sweeping away.
And again,
that gives them a chance to warm up, I suppose.
So just to reiterate on the overall run of the race, I mean, our top runners from earlier on, I mean, so we've had Rob Boston go, we've had car number 97, the Caterham, that's now gone. You know, we've now had the 777 car that had the 10-place grid penalty, and they were fighting fit. They were really determined, right, we're going to go after Rob Boston. He's, you know, they've gone. So that's our 3 of our top runners gone.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. And if you look at even the 3rd place car, front row starter, car 29, the pink Caterham, which Roger Patke is now driving, that car is in 3rd place. By rights should be leading the race, but had an extra. He had a long pit stop first of all when Toby Ballard took it over, and then when Toby took it over, he came into the pits for an extra pit stop after just doing 3 laps. So it wasn't a big problem, didn't get them out of the race, but it was a little problem which set them back a little bit. And so it means that all the fast cars, all the ones that we were expecting to see up at the front, are going to be playing catch-up. Some of them are playing catch-up from a long way back and beyond where they can really do any catching up, but others are playing catch-up from a place where they can still challenge. And I think certainly the Williams Motorsport car, bearing in mind the strength of the driver lineup on that car, we've in fact, just looking down, we've had Callum Lockie started the car, Roger Patke took it over, then Toby Ballard had a go, and now Patke is back at the wheel. So they're saving Callum, I suspect, for the last stint this evening. And we haven't yet had Henry Williams, who's the 4th driver in that car, at all. I just wonder if Henry's going to get to drive the car or whether they're going to end up doing it as a 3-driver race. But so that car in 3rd place. The car that's running in 2nd is a relay car, which it's worth making the point, and maybe labouring it, but relay cars aren't allowed to win the Race of Remembrance overall. So even if they do win the race, they're not going to get any silverware. They're in effect running as an invitation class. So Bailey and Michael Edwards will be cock-a-hoop if they win the race, but they won't actually take any trophies home.
Unfortunate, but
that's just the way the rules.
They knew it when they entered. So.
Yes, quite. They chose to do it the way they did, and they're currently running in 2nd place, albeit some 5 laps behind the RAF Motorsports Turn 7 team. I mean, if this race had not given what it has given so far, I'd say that Turn 7 were a shoo-in for this. You know, we've had 3.5 hours, well, actually nearly 4 hours now, 4 hours of running, and they've got a 5-lap lead. So, you know, but we've seen what's happened in the last 4 hours, so you would be stupid to say, oh, they've got a 5-lap lead, they're bound to win.
Absolutely. You really do not want to tempt fate. We've still got to get to 10 o'clock yet. And then on top of that, we've got to finish the race tomorrow. The only good thing about that is, as soon as they get to 10 o'clock, they can then get the car in, do the preventative maintenance, as they're allowed to do, the unique aspect of this race. And I know that Callum McDougall and the team there at the RAF Motorsports, they will be thorough. It's a well-engineered car. I know Callum was really pleased that for his company Turn 7, that was his first motorsport built Caterham from his new business. So he'll be cock-a-hoop at how his car and the team have been going so far. He'll be loving the fact that the custom fuel tank that they've got in there has been able to lengthen the stints for them, so it makes things a bit easier. Certainly these 7 safety cars have helped. And now they got that free pit stop under the safety car prior to this one with the oil fire. which allowed them to get out on circuit, get it done in the 4-minute allotted time. So really, you must say they are in the box seat, but again, you don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, so I'll just shut up and say maybe. But for the moment, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop back down to the pit lane and just have a wander, see what's going along among the teams, and hopefully bring you some more driver interviews.
Perfect. I'll look forward to doing that. So being given a push in the pit lane is the former Class C leader, car 129, the BMW E30, which has been in the pits for a little while, car 129. Not that long actually. Alex Osborne was the driver when it came in, which was only about 5 minutes or so ago, and it's heading out of the pit lane now with Sam Dickey behind the wheel.
They will tell you as soon as the safety car comes out.
Actually, it was Michael Kennefick behind the wheel when it came in, wasn't it? Then it has gone to Sam Dickey driving that car. Safety car still out, and there is another rescue unit at the entrance to the pit lane. And is that blocking the pit lane entrance? Not quite sure whether there is actually an access to the pit lane entrance or whether they are stopping people from coming into the pits at the moment. But anyway, that rescue unit now moves out of the way. The operation over there at turn 1, so hard to see in the dark, but I think has been pretty much completed. Oil treatment around bend. So yes, at turn 1, but also beyond turn 1, as the safety car leads them through the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight. The Moon puts in an appearance at top of the circuit and looks down kindly on our racing activities. No, there is still work going on at turn 1. Have to just move to one side to have a look. And yes, the safety car is going to be out for a couple more laps yet. as the track services team continue to work on the circuit. Safety car making its way down through the bus stop. In fact, the safety car is coming through the pit lane. That's why the rescue unit is there. That's going to mess up all our pit lane calculations, because the safety car is bringing them through the pit lane. You may be able to hear in the background the whistles of the marshals as they draw attention to the fact that the track is now completely blocked at turn 1, and so if you want to come into the pits, then you can, and you make a pit stop, but otherwise you just drive through the pit. So as I say, as far as my clever system for working out how many pit stops everybody has done, that's now been blown into the weeds. Shows me trying to be too clever. So they have brought them through the pit lane back out onto the circuit. And on the stream, say hello to Pinderwagen, who's just asked for the rules and differences for the relay teams to be explained. There is no difference in terms of regulation. It's purely Class D cars, which if you have 2 cars at your disposal, or 3 cars or 4 cars in the case of the Mazda team, the Toyota team, Toyota MR2s, there are 4 different Toyota MR2s, any of which would be eligible to run as Class D cars if they were running as a single car entry. But as a relay team, they have to do the same number of pit stops as everybody else. They're constrained by the same pit stop rules as everybody else. And so when the pit stop time is taken, it still has to be a 4-minute pit stop from the time that car 1 comes into the pits before car 2 goes out onto the track. So it may seem like an advantage, but in the end it isn't. The main regulational difference between relay cars and non-relay teams is that the Race of Remembrance is rewarded by the presentation of a trophy called the Heroes Trophy, and the Heroes Trophy in effect only goes to single car teams, so you are not allowed as a relay team to win the Heroes Trophy. Even if you win the race, you end up running, as I've said, a bit like an invitational class where you win the race but don't take any silverware home. So the 2 relay teams that we have, one of which is doing extremely well, Bailey Edwards and his father Michael, who are running a team of 2 Lotus Elises, and just the 2 of them, and then the other one, that's car number 33, or cars numbered 33, because there are just simply 2 cars with number 33 on the side, and they're not both allowed to be out at the same time. They go around one at a time and in effect pass the baton between one and the other. The other relay car is the 84 Toyota MR2 team of Gareth Baxter, Neil Stratton, Sean Traynor and Rhys Dorman, and they have a Toyota MR2 each, and share the driving between the 4 of them, and that team is currently in the pits. The number 84 with in 14th place overall. So as I say, there has been, in fact when the Race of Remembrance was first instigated, there were probably 50-50 cars running as single car entries compared to cars running as relay cars, and it meant that there were an awful lot of relay cars out there, but since the race has become more popular, it's been done more as a traditional endurance race, and as a result has been dominated by teams in the Heroes Trophy running as single car entries. So thank you for your question. And Daniel, to answer your question about the driver who had the fire, he's perfectly okay. He's out of the car. Almost immediately it came to rest, and it was Jason McAnulty at the wheel of the 777 Lotus Elise who is okay. So that is good news. Will they be able to rejoin the race? According to the regulations, yes. The car could be taken back to the paddock. However, having seen the amount of damage done to it, I think in practice it will be very unlikely to see them out there. I mean, we'll be able to tell when the car gets back, but I would suggest that it's very unlikely they're going to be able to restart. The regulations are not so strict, however, to say that if you do have a problem and you stop out on the circuit, the recovery units will bring you back to the paddock, and if you are able to repair the car, you are then allowed to rejoin the race. There's no penalty of exclusion for receiving outside assistance. So that is always be a possibility. Safety car bringing... Actually, the safety car has already done its bit of bringing the cars through the pit lane. So once again, the Crocodile comes through the pit lane and adds now 2 laps to the number of times through the pits, so the number of pit stops we've had. And yes, a very bizarre situation where everybody coming through the pits, and as I say, as far as the timing and scoring is concerned, that adds 1 to the number of pit stops completed. But of course, in fact, unless you actually stop at your garage, it's not a pit stop at all. Bizarre. But a very sensible move by the race direction in order to protect the marshal workforce working on the oil on the outside of turn 1, bring them through the pit lane, and then they are coming out of the pits through the pit lane exit, and therefore not having to worry about getting in the marshal's way or vice versa. And of course, the good thing is they don't have to identify themselves at the pit lane exit because there's a marshal there ensuring that the green lights on the WHO tag receiver are avoided. Work continues whilst the cars drive through the pit lane. Work continues on the track, and of course the problem is going to be when we withdraw the safety car. The problem is then going to be how much of that oil dry is in the way, and whether it gives us well, it will certainly impact the amount of visibility. It might actually impact the amount of grip that's available as well. So the car's still going through the pit lane. The live stream screen picking up the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini, missing its rear hatch. Of course, being a new style Mini, this is a hatchback Mini, being the BMW style, and that car is missing its rear hatch, and it has been for quite a time apparently. Now, assuming that it hasn't been called in to have it dealt with already, you get a great view of it on the live stream now. The rear hatch having become completely detached, but the race organisers haven't called it in for any remedial work yet, and in fact it's probably one of those things that's more dangerous to repair it and perhaps have a slightly weakened structure than leave it as it is. Sometimes no action is better than taking the wrong action. So just over 4 hours of the race of this evening have elapsed, and 121 laps have been completed by the RAF Motorsports Turn 7 team in their Caterhams Sigmax. Neil Huggins, the driver at the moment, not Lloyd Huggins as it tells me on the screen. So just make that adjustment. So Neil Huggins with 121 laps to his credit, and going across the start-finish line this time around, which means that the lap's a little bit quicker, and we only have to take 2 off the number of pit stops completed. If we're watching on the TSL timing feed, then the number of pit stops is 2 more than it ought to be, because of the pit stops behind the safety car. So Neil Huggins then leading the way in the Caterham number 7. Bailey Edwards in number 33 in second place on 117 laps. Roger Patke in third place, car number 29, on 116 laps. And then also on 116 laps is Benja Headley in the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham number 50. So in fact it's quite close for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places. 3rd, 4th and 5th places all on 116 laps, with David Smith in his Lotus Elise, the traction racing car number 4, in 5th place. Then in 6th place, Will Smith with his Mini Cooper S on 115 laps, just ahead on the road of Graham Davidson's Track Scotland BMW Mini Cooper, who now leads Class B, and then he's in 7th. Then in 8th place overall, leading the next class is leading Class C is George Grant with the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5. So leader of Class B in 7th overall, leader of Class C in 8th place overall, and then in 9th place overall is the Rocket Racing Caterham, the troubled car number 97 that was leading the race before Steve McCulley had some electrical issues with the Caterham. Next up is in 10th place, number 96, Sam Moody at the wheel of the Jaffa Cape Racing Mazda MX5, and he's running 2nd in Class B. And then the next one up is 25, Rob Boston. No, it's not, it's Tom Roach at the wheel of the number 50 car. The number 25 car, Rob Boston, in 11th place. And that is Tom Roach back at the wheel of that car. So I've been joined up here by Joe Bagley, and have to say, Joe, not actually met you before. Car number 52, driving the GT Wealth Metabubu Racing BMW, and I think, was it not you that, as one of the trustees of Mission Motorsport, has volunteered to add to anybody's contribution to Mission Motorsport? Was that someone else? Ah, right.
Doubling up mine. I'm the trustee that's the only trustee racing.
Right.
So, yes.
And enjoying the experience?
It's my first time racing Remembrance, so it's been on my bucket list. Obviously, as a trustee, I think it's something I should...
Sorry, that's me. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
That's right. Sorry, no worries. It's my first time racing at the Race of Remembrance. As a trustee, it's one of those things I always thought I should do. So
Yes.
now's the time, and it's unbelievable to be able to experience it, to be fair. And actually, it's my first time night racing. I've raced before, but never at night, and to go out for over an hour just as I just have in the night, with bits of other cars all over the track, and lots of other cars all over the track, and obviously in a BMW you're being overtaken by a lot of things as well. It's a very, very hectic space out there. It's great fun.
And I mean, obviously you've not just decided to do this. You've thought about it and decided this is the thing to do. What kind of things can you do to prepare yourself?
Well, so the interesting thing is I'm here with the other 3 members of my team are all guys that I do track days with, and I've done track days with for 20, 30 years, and we've all been great friends, but none of them have ever raced before. I did in the 90s, and so I came to them at the beginning of the year and said, come on, let's go racing. And they thought it would be fun, more like, a really bad version of Top Gear, I think is how they thought it was going to end up being. And we actually set out a plan and prepared over the year, and it's been a whole year of preparation, because obviously you've got to go and get your race license, which we didn't have, so we went to Thruxton and did that with the team from Mission Motorsport, and were taught and got our licenses. And then actually that sort of culminated in finding where to find a car. So we're here with Steve Doherty and the group from Track Group, who are phenomenal and have prepared the car for us, and have been really great for novices like us that have got no idea what we're doing. They're holding our hands through the whole day and telling us what we should and shouldn't be doing. And then it culminated, we found a local racer who's been very successful here at Anglesey, racing in day and night, and got him to take us for a day's training here 3 weeks ago.
Who's that? Are we allowed to know?
I can't. Well, Matt Fazy actually is who came. So Matt Fazy came and taught us, and phenomenal. It was an unbelievable experience, because if you've ever only driven on track days, you're all about getting on the racing line and people being nice and getting out your way. Obviously, in a race like this, especially in a BMW, you're rarely on the racing line, because you're moving out the way for a Caterham that's coming up on one side, then being overtaken by a Lotus, and there's nothing quite like coming through church flat out, being overtaken on both sides by other cars. It's unreal. So Matt took us around and had us all driving offline, which got a lot of people on the track day looking. We were a bit weird and a bit mental, and taught us lots of great things that have really come and paid off. So I think it's that sort of that stage of preparation. We've got track experience, but we didn't have race experience.
Yeah, exactly. And what's been the hardest thing for you to deal with?
Getting sponsorship. We're very kind. GT Wealth have sponsored us and have actually donated the money for the entry fee. So they paid the entry fee, and ourselves we're covering the other costs. So that was the hardest bit, I think. But I think it's just mentally. I think really, to be honest, it's very scary. It's very daunting. To go out there with experienced racers, and you've never raced before, but you've been on tracks before. To do that is quite scary, especially at night. So the whole thing just to get here, but. The best thing about it, when I said to my friends, this is why I want you to do your first race here, I've done it before, with this, because the family feeling here, the camaraderie, the experience, just everything about everyone here is making it such an amazing place to be. I mean, how could you not want to be here, and how could you not want to be part of this? And within, literally after dry qualifying yesterday, all of them turned and said, right, can we do this next year? I said, you've even done it yet. But yes, let's do it next year.
Yes, I mean, I think that's always a litmus test, isn't it? Would you do it again next year? And if you're planning for next year almost before you finish this, then that is a good indication of what's going on. You're involved, though, as a trustee of Mission Motorsport. And Mission Motorsport, as James Cameron keeps on telling me, is something a lot more than just a race of remembrance. I mean, I'm a motorsport fan. I'm into motorsport. I'm not into Mission Motorsport.
Yeah.
What other things are you involved in?
So I think the point about Mission Motorsport is that we are. I mean, a lot of people don't know that we run a business wrapping and selling vinyl for cars. So a lot of the cars here have been wrapped by Mission Motorsport, by Lee and his team. The stickers all over my car have all been done by that. So there's a strong business in that. Obviously, there's the outreach with Mission Automotive, as you know, with all the work that we do with JLR and Lotus and others. But I think actually a lot of it, so my company's just been through the last 2 or 3 years signing the Armed Forces Covenant and going from silver to gold on the recognition scheme, and that's been with help from Mission Motorsport. We're now helping other companies do that as well. So I think it's just general outreach to the veterans community. I'm one myself, and getting them more engaged in all of this. And I suppose that's really what I'm trying to do now, and all of us are trying to do, is go out and find more and more people in the world of motorsport and getting them engaged in what we're doing here, and then getting more people that are veterans and others that want to get involved in motorsport down and involved in this too. It's a great thing to rally around.
Because it is a very, you mentioned the camaraderie, I do get the impression when I come to the Race of Remembrance that there's a whole different family that I've suddenly joined. But I like to think as well that actually there's a whole different family that's just joined my family as well.
Yes.
You know, so it kind of works both ways.
Oh, completely, and I think that's the thing. I've got people here, that the extended families, you know, my wives, etc., that have come here to join us, and they're seeing what this is all about. And I've tried to tell people what Mission Motorsport's about. And you know, we've done the beneficiary days, the invitationals, where I've had people on those as well. But to come here and see it and feel it and see what people are doing, you know, just the minute the silence yesterday out here at 11 o'clock was utterly moving, and I've done many of those over my life in the military and private life, but that was just very, very special for me, and I'm really looking forward to the same tomorrow.
Have you been to the event, the Remembrance service on the Sunday?
No,
of the race?
Never. I'm absolutely looking. This is my first time here, so I'm so desperate to see it.
Yes, I mean, as I say, it's not just seeing it; it's being part of it. I think, which is the key thing. You know, being part of this coming together, and you do get it. I mean, and, you know, you get choked up by it inevitably. I keep saying to people, you know, whatever you expect, it's going to be more than that.
It is,
you know,
yeah.
how much you prepare yourself. Suddenly you go, oh, I didn't think it was going to be quite that much. But anyway, so you've driven the car already tonight?
Yes.
Another run at all tonight, or is that you done for tonight?
Well, I've been out for just over an hour. I think I might have gone out just before the end, but I think this extended safety car is probably going to drag it out. So
it's going to give you more fuel, effectively, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to give us more fuel. Jason Batten's just got in. It's his first stint today. We've got 4 drivers. Obviously, I was third, so he's 4th in. So I'm not sure we might let the sort of Marco go out after him, and Jason finishing off probably and seeing us through. And Stephen finishing off
up
right
to
through
up
the
to
day.
the 10 o'clock.
Up to the 10 o'clock, I think it will be done. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you go into this with a plan. I'll do an hour, you do an hour, whatever. But you know, as they always said, no good plan survives contact with the enemy. And here we are. You know, safety cars and everything else galore, and it all just changes the plan.
You said you were a veteran yourself, an ex-military yourself. Feel able to talk about what you've done in the services?
Oh yeah, so nowhere near as much as anyone else here. I did a sort of short service commission with the Royal Green Jackets, and then was in the reserves for many, many years after that. And mainly actually did a lot of stuff with cadets towards the end, and did an awful lot of work with the cadet forces, which has been great. So I think, you know, there's another angle with that here as well, I think, in reaching out to cadet forces and that cadet forces family.
Mentoring other people.
I think, you know, because there's no reason why we shouldn't be taking cadets into apprenticeships, into some of these things as well. It's a career thing as well as careers for people leaving the army.
Absolutely.
So,
and I think the sense of self-worth that you end up giving people who may have lost a lot of that sense through things that may have happened to them is a hugely useful thing as well.
Well, I think it's about the military is interesting in a lot of cases because it gives people purpose in a lot of times, and I think when people come out of the military there's a lack of purpose. So it's very much Mission Motorsport, the activities, what's going on here, the longer term activities, the longer term work we do with beneficiaries is about giving people purpose and making feel there's a reason to get off the sofa, there's a reason to get up there and get involved, there's a reason to live, I think is the answer really. But equally, when you look at that with the kids, working with cadets has been fascinating as well. I did it for a long, long time, and seeing kids suddenly be given respect, which you're given in the Army Cadets when you get that first stripe on your arm, and you're given respect for behaving the way you're asked to behave. Seeing them grow up and mature and become completely different people. I had the police came down to my unit one night when I was in running the Army Cadets in one place and warned me about 2 of my cadets, whilst also thanking me because on Thursday nights the local crime rate went down. They then came back a year later and thanked me for the transformation in those children. And
really?
They went, and both of them went on to serve.
Right.
And now I'm incredibly proud of what they've done. So, you know, that kind of transformative experience the military can give people, we should be continuing that.
Absolutely, makes it all worthwhile. Joe Bagley, thank you very much for coming out to talk to us.
Well, no, thank you.
We've got racing underway again,
off again.
So we're back into green flag running. All the best. You're currently running 6th in class, so keep it up. See if you can move up the list. Podium's in sight. Come on. So even if you don't get to drive again tonight, we can see you driving tomorrow, no doubt. Joe Bagley, thank you very much indeed. Trustee, the only trustee who's racing here this weekend of Mission Motorsport, and we are grateful indeed to Mission Motorsport for all that they do. And if you've been watching this online on the live stream and you feel moved by Mission Motorsport or you want to donate, you can do so by texting the number 10 ROR to this number 7008. I'll say it again, 70085. 70085. Whilst my attention is drawn to car number 23, which is ground to a halt out on the circuit, but got going again, thank goodness. That's Sarah Dennis, Pure Track Racing Renault Clio. But as I say, having stopped, it's got going again. For a moment, we were going to have another issue on the track, but thankfully that one has been gathered in. I was in the middle of plugging your way of donating to Race of Remembrance. You text 10 ROR to the number 70085. Thank you for all of your support, whoever you might be, wherever you're listening from. And we move into the last, not quite yet, but moving towards the last 2.5 hours of this evening's racing. Still another 5 hours to go tomorrow. That will be split into 2 chunks, one of an hour and a half and the other of 3.5 hours. That works, doesn't it? Yes. So we'll run from 9 until 10:30. At 10:30 we will pause for the Remembrance service, and then hopefully we'll be back underway again at 11:30 to run through till 3 o'clock. That's the plan for tomorrow. And then at shortly after 3 o'clock we'll have a prize giving situation. A black and orange flag is being shown to car number 69, one of the Mission Motorsport Citroen C1s, car that Matt Stringer is supposed to be in. He's a regular here at the Race of Remembrance, Matt Stringer. Danny Holland was due to be in that car as well, but I understand that he's not now going to be part of the team. Lyndon Noble, Nick Berg and Nick Wilson are the remaining runners there. Into the pits has gone the Clapham North car. Oh dear, now what's gone on here? We haven't heard from Rob Lewis for a while. He's down there, hopefully going to be able to give us some information at some point. But the Clapham North MOT Mazda, briefly in the garage. Nick Rutter it was. He did 5 laps following the... Actually, no, not even that. It was 2 laps following the withdrawal of the safety car. He's still in the lead of his class. And still comfortably in the lead of his class. So George Grant on his way. I said it was Nick Rutter there, I misspoke. It is still George Grant. Problem with my screen, which is my fault and can be dealt with. So George Grant, the driver. First. So George Grant running in 8th place overall and still leading Class C. Overall, it's still Neil Huggins leading the way, and he has been in the car for getting on for an hour now, although at least half an hour of that was under the safety car, and so he's still in command of the situation, still 4 laps clear of the rest of the field. And then in 2nd place overall is the relay car of Bailey Edwards, which is car number 33. In 3rd place is Roger Patkey at the wheel of number 29, the pink Caterham. And then Benja Headley is next up in the unlimited Caterham. It's, say, 4 laps separating first from second. Roger Patkey in car 29. Now, where is he in relation to number 33? They are just about on the same lap. 29 going through now. Just coming up to the line. There he goes now across the line. So Roger Patkey coming through and is just over a minute behind Bailey Edwards then. So that's Roger Patke in third on 123 laps, 5 laps off the number of laps completed by the race leader, and then Benja Headley in car number 50 is the next one up, waiting for him to come through. In fact, he will come through just before Bailey Edwards does. So here comes the number 50 Caterham, that's it now, and he is 38 seconds back from Roger Patke. So but at the moment Roger lapping more quickly than Benja Headley is. So those two going further apart. Then it's David Smith in the Lotus Elises car number 4 in 5th place, a lap behind Benja Headley. And then on the same lap, just a minute behind, is car 360 without the boot on his Mini, is Will Smith, who's had a good long run in that car. Going very well indeed is young Will, having his, pretty sure it's his first race here at Anglesey for the Race of Remembrance this year. As the black and orange flag is now being shown to the number 69 Mission Motorsport car. I think we told you about that, didn't we? We had that up before. The screen picking up the number 22 Operation Motorsport car, the USA team car that we spoke to Kevin Bone earlier on, and then Hunter Reeve, who two of the drivers in the number 22 car. That car has recovered from its earlier problems, is now running in 15th place, and it's Mike Stillwagen behind the wheel at the moment. Jason Bivins has already done his turn, so no doubt Kevin Bone getting ready to get back into that car at some point. So that's the USA Operation Motorsport car. The Canadian Operation Motorsport car has dropped back a little bit. John Weisberg, currently the driver of the Operation Motorsport Canada car, 220. He's completed 118 laps. The USA car has completed 119 laps. So just a lap between the two Operation Motorsports USA and Canada cars. USA in 15th place, Canada in 17th place. And they're currently running 8th and 9th in the class as through goes the 220, completing another lap as George Grant there in the middle of a four-way battle as they crossed the line that time. Not quite four abreast, but it very nearly was, as they completed that lap, and all cars on different laps, but continued on their way. So what we really need now is some good green flag running. We've had some 8 or possibly 9 green flag periods. Yeah, I think it's 9 green flag periods then, with the various interruptions that we had. But hopefully now with some, everybody will have settled down, and we can, once you get over the first 10 or 15 minutes following a green flag, then things settle down and people get into the groove once again. So Neil Huggins continuing happily on his way up at the front of the field. He has been, as mentioned earlier on, he's been at the wheel for about an hour. A good deal of that time was behind the safety car. And Roger Patke in third place, getting a little bit out of sequence with the the driver lineup in that. The car was started by Callum Lockie. Packy took it over from Callum, then Toby Ballard's, which was kind of on schedule, and then instead of having Henry Williams driving, we had Roger Packy back out at the wheel of it again. So what I'm expecting is for Roger to drive it for the next half hour or so, and then the possibility will exist for Callum Lockie to take it through to the checkered flag after that. So 4 hours and 34 minutes of the race elapsed, and a further just under 2.5 still to go then. So at least one pit stop from everybody still to come. And remember that the race regulations require 6 pit stops altogether over the course of the 12 hours, but with such a long period behind the safety car as we've just had, it'll be interesting to see how much fuel people have been able to save. Certainly those with racing experience will have been fuel saving as much as they can, and provided their tyres last, will then be trying to make the fuel go as far as it possibly can, and therefore minimise the number of pit stops. It is possible to do the race on less than 6 pit stops. Regulation requires that you do take 6, but for some of the more thirsty cars, and by that I mean the faster cars, it's sometimes not a problem at all to do the 6 pit stops. You do your 6 mandatory ones, and then you try and squeeze in some more after that. Is rather more the way out of it. Track conditions, now we're back to green flag, and despite that trail of oil that's been left, looking quite good, because a couple of cars have just set their personal bests of the race. Graham Davidson in the Track Scotland 2 car, number 55, in 7th place, but more importantly leading Class B. Graham Davidson has just put in his personal best lap of the race, best lap of that car for the race, and also, in fact it must be a Scottish thing, all the carrots they eat, because Adam Kindness in the Track Scotland 1 team car has just put in his fastest lap of the race as well. So Adam Kindness is number 155 in 12th place overall, 3rd in Class B. Car in between them being the number 77 car, which is the Neil Broom driven car of the Strongbrew Racing team, also a Mini in Class B. So Class B, the domain of the Scots, with the 2 Track Scotland cars, and then Neil Broom, Scott Armstrong, get it, and Ross Howe with their car in the top 3 places as far as the Class B is concerned. Class B for the not quite so powerful cars, the different classes made up by considering the power to weight ratio of the different cars, with Class D being anything up to 250 bhp per tonne. Class C is up to 180 bhp per tonne. Class B is up to 140 bhp per tonne. And Class A is for those up to 85 brake horsepower per tonne. Most of these cars will be just over a tonne, so you're getting roughly what their bhp figure is there. And if there is any doubt about the amount of power that's being delivered from any of those cars, then there are specific locations where drivers are required to take their vehicles in order to have them tested and approved, and that is how that is then worked out, and the weight is then taken on the car without the driver. So if you have a light driver, then you could gain yourself a little bit of an advantage. 'Twas ever thus. Across the line goes the green machine, the Lotus Elise of Bailey Edwards, which is currently running in second place overall. I don't think they would have expected to be the fastest Lotus Elise. They may well have been expecting to win the relay team's challenge, but up in second place overall and the fastest of the Lotus Elises, considering the speed of some of the other Lotus Elises that were out there, then it's been a very good performance indeed. 558 being shown as having had a stop and go penalty, or requiring a stop and go penalty. That is a penalty which has been notified before, and whether that's an additional stop and go penalty for 558. They've had a fairly eventful race of Alan Preble, Greg Rose and Robin Welsh, although we established a little while ago, Lewis and I, Robin Welsh hadn't actually had a go behind the wheel of the 558 car, so can't be blamed for anything, and that it's very much been down to Alan Preble and Greg Rose there, but they do have a penalty symbol against their car.
Well,
that's currently being shown in 52nd place. Rob Lewis has joined me back up here again, having been down there doing his homework and working very hard, Rob. So thank you for all of your hard work down there in the pits.
Working very hard. So we're hopefully going to get some of the camera crew back down into the pit lane for about 8:30 so I could do some driver interviews. But so far, you said about the 558 Silver Lake car, I had a chat with Greg Rose. Unfortunately, we did see the penalties showing out on the digital board. However, the driver at the time, Greg Rose, found it incredibly difficult to see that digital board with the sea of LED lighting and the pit boards going out alongside all the other torches and everything. His words to me were, there's always been a flag there, so he would be looking for a flag. I can kind of get his point from the driver's point of view, but ultimately the clerks have decided, because they ignored the black flag signal and the calls to come back into the pits, they've slapped them with a 30-lap penalty. So unfortunately, that's kind of put pay to them. I mean, we're looking at the board now, and unfortunately, it does look like the Silver Lake 558 car has another stop-go penalty, which they were dealing with before I came back up to the commentary box. Other notable cars, I did pop my head into the ES Motorsport Transporter and had a chat to the driver. He's okay. I asked him the reason. I said, what happened? And more or less the reason for that, it was a spectacular engine failure. That's got to be an absolute monster of an engine failure.
This is Jason McAnulty.
This is, yes.
Right, sorry,
yeah, this is the 777 Elise that caught fire. That was the result of a very, very spectacular engine failure, which I would think resulted in a big hole in the engine.
Yes, because there were one or two messages asking if the driver was okay. So
yes.
Just wanting to stress that point.
I can confirm he is okay. He is currently in the transporter having a beer.
And yes, liquid refreshment, and why not? So yes, that, as I say, just Jason McAnulty, the driver of the 777 car, which is still being shown as on the timing screen, but not playing any further part in the race, although I suppose theoretically they could change the engine and get back out again.
And that's car number 3 into the pit lane there, looking at our screens. Unfortunately, after the woes of the first lap of the race, that car is back in the garage having some work done. The bonnet is up on that car, and we are getting into that part of the race where we have got cars dropping left, right and centre with issues. Back to my list, we've got car number 53, Mission Motorsport MX5. That car is undergoing a gearbox change. They couldn't get any gears in that car and had to have a tow back, so they are dropping that. And I believe that was the car that stopped out just adjacent to the start-finish straight, so that would make sense as to why it coasted to a stop.
It's number 8 that stopped opposite the start.
Yes.
Line.
Apologies, that's fine.
And you're referring to the 53, the car being driven by Paul Wooding, Mark Stevens, Lawrence Rowe.
Yes. Right.
Jonathan Hine, Martin Greaves.
That is, yes. So car number 8, that was Paul Sheard racing car, yes, on my notes here. So that got
Tom
hit.
Fleming was driving.
that got hit on the rear wheel, which has unfortunately KO'd the differential. So it's almost a bit, I don't think it's quite a Watts linkage on there, but any sideways hit on a rear wheel drive car is going to smash the drive shaft into the gearbox, and that's a day done for that differential. So the team had that car up on jacks trying to get that.
So they are trying to work on it and replace it then?
They are actually, yes.
Okay.
Ricky Coomber's team, RKC Motorsport, they are still busy at work. They've got the 99 car in there, and they've got the 999 Honda that had the engine failure. Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the gearbox from the engine failure car into the car with a broken gearbox to make sure that they can at least make it out for tomorrow.
One's a Mini and one's a Honda Civic.
Oh, we're told they're going to make it out in 5 minutes. Well, it's wonderful what you learned there. So look out for the 99 RKC Civic there. Now, Paul, I need to tell you about the 360 racing car. Remember that Mini? Can you remember that Mini with the boot missing on it?
Yes, yes.
I had a chuckle with the team. I was like, right, come on, guys, tell me what happened. So the wind took the boot off. That was perfectly normal. Unfortunately, after having a chat with their garage neighbours, it would appear that said boot flew off up into the air and landed on the infield up by the hairpin. Absolutely normal, fine, perfect. So the team started plotting, maybe when 10 o'clock comes, we'll go and grab the boot lid. Well, unfortunately, a car then made it off the circuit and mashed it up a bit. And I mean, it is repairable. They're repairing it as we speak, but that's bound to really annoy someone when an item of their car gets crushed, and they sort of look around and they're like, well, what team did that? Turns out it was the people they're sharing a garage with. So that's a bit of an awkward situation down in that garage right now, so hopefully they can get the boot back on that.
But from the scrutineering point of view, they're not having any issue with it running without the boot lid on it?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, you think of that, it's a whole different ball game when the windscreen goes, because to accumulate, to make sure you can run safely with that, they normally encourage you to knock the back window out, as an example. But with the boot lid, because of where it is on the car, and because, to put it simply, when you're racing, the car is going forward, so it doesn't have that much of an effect, as it were. As we could just see on the screen, the 99 car there, fresh gearbox in it from the 999 car, so hopefully we'll see that RKC car back out onto the circuit shortly. Back to the catch-up. Flying Haggis Racing.
Just go back to this boot lid, though, because the only other issue that I have seen happen is that fumes can actually get into the car because of the Venturi effect of the car sucking up air behind it.
Yeah.
And depending where the exhaust exits on the car, again, but if the scrutineers are happy to let it run, and obviously they are, because they haven't black and orange flagged it. So, as I say, it's lucky for them, and hopefully they're going to try and, as you say, get the thing back to be normal mini shaped by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so the good thing about that particular type of Mini, if it's the one I'm thinking of, we'll have to look, see if we can pick it up on the circuit. We see the Rab Sport car in the pit stair car number 432 in the C1 class. That's Gary Mitchell there holding the fire extinguisher. He was out in the Club Sport Trophy race earlier on today, and he'll be looking forward to getting back out in the C1 there. I do at some point want to go down, and hopefully I can get it done tonight, but I can have a chat with young Ethan that's in the car there. 16 years old, he's learning his way from the karting world and getting to learn to race a car for the first time and using a C1 to do that. But back to my conversation about the Mini. So commonly they run with the piece of aero at the back underneath the diffuser that it pokes out quite a long way out the back, and that's where the exhaust is normally mounted. So it could well be that they're getting away without that Venturi effect, pulling it back into the cabin from the back of the car. Fingers crossed.
Oh, well, let's hope so. I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm certainly not trying to do the car in. I'm just raising questions from years of watching car racing. Really,
absolutely,
that, spring to mind that make other people may spring to mind as well.
So more cars in strife as well. It was a bit grim walking down into the pit lane. So car number 67, the Numbers Racing MX5, that was smelling a bit eggy. Now, those of you out there that are electrically minded, you know that when a battery fails, it will fail well. And there was a nice, what I would call a rotten egg smell, which is the sulphur build-up when a battery finally goes. It's swollen up. They basically lost all electrics, and that's why we saw the car number 67 grind to a halt out there. So they were just looking to get a new battery in the car and get back out into the race. And finally, car number 44.
But they have got, sorry, another question.
Go on, no.
On that 67 car, they've got it back to the garage, have they? And
yeah, that was back. That was back in the garage. Right. That got a tow back.
Okay.
Yeah, smelling very eggy, so they're probably giving it a good air out. Although they don't have to much on the MX5s, especially with no roof on it. Car 53 on the screen there, just getting a top up of fuel. That is the Mission Motorsport car. That was having a gearbox change. So, by my reckoning, that is ready to go out and rejoin this race, hopefully with a bit more gear on board. And finally, on my short roundup from my time downstairs, car number 44, the Honda Civic Type R of Flying Haggis Racing. Gutting for them. They were going really, really well. They've got a fuel issue with the car, so that's currently parked up at the moment. They're trying to diagnose that. It was running lean. They pulled the plugs out of it, and they were looking at a possible Duff fuel pump or a sender unit, so that sits in the top of the fuel tank, obviously sucks up all the fuel and sends it to the engine. So unfortunately, if you don't get enough pressure in the system due to a failing pump or such like, it will cause it to run lean and misfire a bit. So hopefully it's showing on our timing screen is 34 laps down and quite far back, but hopefully Flying Haggis Racing can get that car back into action. So
right. Questions that you didn't answer. The number 97 car, which stopped with electrical problems, Steve McCulley.
So that was, I did go to try and speak to the team. They did look quite busy, so that is one that I'm going to return to later on. So I'll probably head back down to the pit lane in about half an hour or so, and I will try at that point, especially with car number 97, because they were front runners. The aim is I'm going to try and get some driver interviews in there, and hopefully they'll be willing to tell me what happened and why it all went wrong.
Yes, well, it went wrong, but the car is still running, yes, so that's why they'll be busy, because they're trying to get themselves back into the race. This is a Rocket Racing car 97 that was leading before it hit those electrical problems. It's currently Andy Perry at the wheel of the 97 car. And then another one for your next list is kind of like starting a new list for you. A very useful list to have. And if you, don't throw them away, because we'll have to refer back to them tomorrow, because we'll forget about these things. At least I'll forget about them, so they're always good to have written down. The one other car that was a leading runner that has now dropped down the order is 71? Car 71, yes, the BS Motorsport Mazda, which Alex Livesley came in and had another pit stop in, and in the meantime has dropped down. Just want to see how far it has dropped down. Well down the order. Number 71. Yes, in fact, that we haven't seen that actually since before the 777 big fire moment. So at number 71, Alex Livesley came into the pits, hasn't been seen since. So the question for that is, are we going to see any more from that car? I mean, these cars that we're talking about, and even the ones I'm now asking the questions about, they're dropping significantly far back, so that they're not really in with a chance of even top 10 finishes. But they'll treat tomorrow as a new day, and they'll come out tomorrow, hopefully with a car that's worked on and is working well, and be just treating it for them like a single race, rather than the aggregate race that it all is going to be made into in the end.
Obviously, we're going to be we're in the box seat now. We're going into the final webs of tonight, so it'll be seeing which one of these teams can get their cars put back up together and going again tomorrow. But I must say, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, Paul. Turn 7 are looking very nicely in the lead. I did go and see Callum McDougall and just put an arm around him. I've got my fingers crossed. There's a lot of leaders that have dropped off so far, and I don't want to be that guy that mentions it, let's be honest. So,
well, as we were saying earlier on, I mean, I don't think we can be accused of being the culprits here, because anybody who has got themselves into the top 3 seems to have had a problem. And, actually getting to the top of the timing list has kind of been the precursor to then having some kind of unexpected, unpredictable problem, which has then dropped people down the list. Thus far, Turn 7 have had a relatively trouble-free run. They may not be the fastest car out there, but certainly with their driver lineup, they've got a very consistent team. Callum McDougall is quick. Lloyd Huggins probably not quite so quick. Neil Huggins is quick, but has spent most of his stint sitting behind the safety car, poor man. What I don't know with that car is whether Andrew Jebson, I mean, Andrew drove the car in qualifying, but the car has such a humongous fuel tank that it just hasn't run out of fuel often enough yet to allow him to get into the car. And Neil Huggins has been at the wheel now for going on an hour and a half. By the time he gets out of the car, we'll be into the last hour and a half of the race, and Andrew Jebson will be able to take it to the end, and we'll have done the first part of the race on just those 4 stops.
So
the first 3 stops.
I can imagine now that the team are probably dancing around the garage now, praying for a car just to pull off and park somewhere so they can get a safety car out, because that would give them another free fuel. They've been so good at exploiting those safety cars.
Not yet. I think in another half an hour maybe. But as I say, the benefit of having that tank is actually they don't have to come in when the safety car comes out because there tends to be another one along in a minute.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of in that window. We could just see the Pure Track Racing guys there. They took car number 223. I was chatting to Simon Coombs, the team manager for that outfit. So that's one way to see a driver getting himself psyched up. He's just checking out the front of the car. Yeah, that looks fast. We'll make sure we get enough fuel in it, and then they can head out on circuit. But I'm just going to duck out for a couple of minutes because we might have someone clearing up the issue with car number 360.
Ah, okay. So let's talk to Martin Smith, who is up here with us.
Evening, Paul.
Evening, Martin. Nice to have you here at the Race of Remembrance. Several people have said it wouldn't be the Race of Remembrance without me. Well, I don't think it would be the Race of Remembrance without you either, in one shape or form. But your car has been drawing attention to itself.
Yes.
Anybody who's been watching the live stream or is around the circuit will have seen the car without a boot. So my question was, A, have you had any problems from the scrutineers telling you about it?
No, and simply the reason why is because we cleared it up with the scrutineers. First of all, it's got a side vent, so there's no possibility of any of the fumes coming back in. They allowed us to carry on, and I actually went and spoke to the clerk of the course and asked if they would possibly neutralise the race because our boot was sitting on the bend up here. He wouldn't neutralise the race, and I understand that. He said, but the next safety car...
But at least you asked.
Yeah, the next safety car, he said, we'll definitely get it for you, which he did. Unfortunately, it had been run over. So we're now repairing it. The scrutineers have kindly let us carry on for the rest of the session, which is good, because the car is safe. I mean, it's got a FIA drive fuel cell and all that. It's a lovely bit of kit, but unfortunately, it's just missing the boot at the moment. So the ventilation's good for Will, my son. Is
Well, yeah. I mean, let's talk about Will, because without putting the kibosh on him, this is his first race, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely, his first race.
Yes, yes.
So first time of racing, first time in the night, first time at Anglesey.
Yep.
And I mean,
currently quickest out of the three of us in the dark.
And the car is up into what, 5th place overall? Yeah, 5th place overall.
Yeah, he's done that.
I'm certainly not going to put the commentator's curse on it. I'm just going to say how good it is. You must be delighted just with the way Will's going. I mean, never mind about the car and everything else in the race.
Yeah.
But just that, the old heart goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it always was my wish that he would. He had a natural ability when he was younger, which I tried to get him to exploit, but then he loved football, and now he's come here. Duncan said, look, let's do Race of Remembrance. He could be the third driver, which I'm very grateful to Duncan for allowing him to do that. I'll yet get the bill. And then it was a question of getting him through the yards, which we did, and then he's come here and he's settled into the car Thursday brilliantly. And he's matured very, very quickly with it, which is brilliant for us. And also it's for a great cause. We're also raising money not only for Mission Motorsport, I will plug it. It's not just Mission Motorsport, there's a Just Giving page because William's grandfather unfortunately is suffering from Alzheimer's and he wanted to do that, so we're also doing that. So we've got a Just Giving page and we're raising money for them as well as obviously Mission Motorsport. But you know me, I've been part and parcel of this in one guise or another for the last several years, and Oh, never, ever. You'll never beat this race, apart from one, which is in France.
Even then, I mean, I think there's a number of people that would disagree with you on that one. I'm not among them, but I think the point of this race is that it has a unique atmosphere and a unique place in the motor racing calendar. And I said earlier on to somebody, it brings together two different families, and between those two families of the military, the armed forces, the veterans, whether they're able-bodied or not, with the motorsport family, and I think the two just go well together. They have a passion for what they do. Motorsport itself is something about which you can get passionate, and this event just brings those two families together in a unique way.
Exactly, it's a perfect event. It's a fantastic cause, and what James has done, what John has done, it's brilliant. So, just to clear it up, we are clear with the scrutineers, and they're fine with us. So, fingers crossed, we carry on. Cheers,
Will,
guys.
Will can't, but we finish yet.
Yeah, go on.
It ain't away as easily as that. Will can't get to the end, so you're going to have to put Duncan back in the car before the end of the race. Tonight's element.
Tonight, yeah, Duncan will go back into it tonight, and then he'll take the start tomorrow, and then we'll work out how we do it.
Work it out after that. So we'll have a.
But it may be that Will would bring it across. If Will can bring it across the line, that would be lovely. I don't know how that'll work, but we might be able to ring it.
We'll see
how it goes.
Okay, so if we see Duncan getting in the car, then that's what the plan was, and if we see Will staying in the car, then that was what the plan was.
Then that was, yeah.
Got it.
There is
Perfect.
no plan.
Okay, I think that makes
Cheers,
things
Paul.
absolutely
Take care of
clear.
yourself.
Thank you very much. Martin Smith then from the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini, also sponsored and supported by Projector Lifting Services, and also running a Just Giving page for Will Smith's grandfather. And so I'm sure that's visible somewhere if you go online and Google. Beyond me, but it's certainly a worthy cause, and really quite remarkable race that Mini has been having, 5th place overall.
They must be cock-a-hoop with that, seriously. I mean, to some of the cars that they're coming up against, I mean, they're 2 classes down in terms of... oh, no, my apologies, I was reading that as a B, not as a D class.
Yeah, no, they are a Class D car.
They are a Class D car, yeah.
So they're running 5th overall, 4th in class because there's a relay car ahead of them. But 7 laps behind the race leader. But I think, you know, at this stage in the race, you know, you just go round as fast as you possibly can and do so without getting into trouble. My attention was just drawn there, I pointed out of the window, as the Ricky Coomber Honda Civic was going round, and that's an unusual sight. So car number 99, dead last, 55 out of 55. He's completed 26 laps now, compared to the race leader, who has completed 146. So he's 120 laps down on the race leader. But nevertheless, Ricky Coomber hasn't read give up in the dictionary, doesn't quite know what it means. So he's plugging on, and as I say, it was a bit of a disastrous 10 minutes for him back about an hour into the race when both his cars stopped within 5 minutes of each other, and it looked like neither of them was going to get going again, but the Honda Civic is on its way. The Mini, though, I'm afraid is not going to be out.
That is expired. To quote Monty Python, it is dead, it has ceased to be.
It is no more, right. So that's the Mini, which was car number 999, which was Kenny Murray, and the car that Zach Lucas never got to drive, therefore. Apart from that, I mean, and the list of woe that you went through, we've still got a lot of cars out on the circuit. I mean, you certainly don't get, as you sometimes do in long-distance racing in the middle of the night, you know, long periods of empty track in front of you.
Yeah.
And certainly there's a lot of traffic still going around. Looking at the tracker map of where everybody is on the circuit, it's still a pretty full circuit on the Anglesey International as people try and make their way around and keep going, make up as many places as they can with less than 2 hours remaining in this segment.
Well, with less than 2 hours remaining in this first segment, I'll just do a brief rundown of the classes and give you a bit of a break there, Paul. An absolute hero up here in the commentary box since the start, so fair play. I admire your longevity. So in the lead by 5 laps is the RAC Motorsport Turn 7 entry, with Huggins currently at the wheel. In second, the relay team ES Motorsport with Edwards at the wheel. They're 5 laps behind them, but remember guys, unfortunately relay teams are not eligible to win the Race of Remembrance. Effectively, they're in the invitation class, as we just see on the screen there. Car number 55, the Mini Cooper, getting fueled up there. Now, those of you are wondering why that hose is being plugged into the rear light there, so that's almost a vent for the fuel tank there, so that allows the air to escape and get the fuel in quicker. As we also see, car number 127 is now serving its stop-go penalty. That's gone down on my list to do a bit of sleuthing later on and find out what happened there. So if you can hear me down in the garages with the team 127, expect to see me in about 15 minutes or so. In third place, we have car number 50, which is second in Class D at the moment, and that is the Caterham of the Unlimited Performance Consulting crew. Now, I believe they actually started this race with a penalty for overtaking under yellow flags. They were one of 3 cars that had a bit of a mishap in qualifying. Car number 50?
Yes, that's right. Sorry, I was in the mid quaver there as I was just taking some nourishment on board. Yeah, they had a 10th place grid penalty for overtaking under the safety car during the qualifying session yesterday afternoon.
So a superb effort from them. They're 6 laps down. We go down to 4th place, and it's that Mini Cooper S with Will Smith at the wheel with the 360 Motor Racing Club. I'll hold the Fresh Prince jokes for now. Rob Boston Racing have got themselves up to 5th place and 7 laps behind. A monstrous effort from Rob Boston. It could well be, again, I don't want to tempt fate. Oh, as we got safety car out on circuit, let's have a look out and see what's going on. So safety car out, we're just having a look out the window. We're just trying to also see from the circuit cameras. So we'll see if there's someone else that's pulled up. But I'll tell you what, we were talking about this just now. That plays right into the hands of the RAF Motorsports Turn 7 team if they wanted to get that pit stop done now with that 5-lap advantage and get that final stint done and underway.
Yeah, it might be a good time to do it, mightn't it? I poo-pooed you last time when you suggested that the car would come into the pits. I said it was too early. That was after Lloyd Huggins had done 47 laps. Neil Huggins has only done 36, 37, 38 laps, so I would say it is too early this time, but we'll see what happens. As far as why the safety car might be out, Rob, the only suggestion I can make is that it's possibly the 5.5. No, I'll take that back. 558 is 558 is being shown as missing on the screen, and that has only just come up as a missing car. So 558, which is the one of the Citroen C1s, isn't it?
That does sound familiar. 558.
The penalised car, yeah, the Silver Lake car, which is currently Greg Rose doing the driving of it. And he's being shown as missing on the screen. This is the car that you said had been
unfortunately, yes,
30-lap penalty.
Greg and Alan, bless them, they've been having such a good day yesterday, really got the car dialed in, but unfortunately got slapped with a 30-lap penalty for not seeing the notices on the digital notice board here now. I do see there is a flatbed and recovery vehicle heading out onto the circuit to the right of our commentary box. So they're heading up to Rocket now as we speak. So I can only assume up there somewhere is the stranded Silver Lake car. Now, I will say as well,
right in the distance at the top of, in fact, on the little straight between Rocket and Peel, there's a yellow flashing light. If you can see that in the distance.
Just about.
Yeah, it's very faint for yellow light, but I think that
the
might
difficulty
be where the
and the ironic thing is about the Silver Lake car is it is in a camouflage scheme. So maybe they're trying their best not to be seen on the television cameras, perhaps. And I hope the Silver Lake guys can have a giggle at at the little joke there. It's something I like to work in every now and again. They understand, honestly. But once again, a massive shout out to the marshals and the officials. They've had a busy day out there so far. And what is this? Part 1 of the Race of Remembrance at Anglesey. They're just pulling up to the car now, as you could just see the roof there. So the camouflage hasn't worked as effective.
Is that a Citroen C1 roof? I think it is.
Looks like it.
Yeah. I'm still hesitant to say it's the 558. As I say, it was kind of worked out by a process of elimination looking at the screen. But I never quite trust myself until I see it clearly. But
oh, the camera's going in. Thank you, cameraman. There we go. 558. That's confirmed.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. I'll tell you what. We were thinking back, and we're looking at all these lovely pit stops going on at the moment. I assure you, I will be back down shortly to interview some drivers. What this reminds me of, Paul, I'm going to have to dive into, because I was born in 1991, so this happened way before I was even a thought in my dad's eye. So there was a Grand Prix, I'm thinking maybe Australia, street circuit. No one wanted to win the race. On the last lap, they all kept running out of fuel. It's almost giving me those kind of vibes.
I was going to say there was a Monaco Grand Prix when that happened.
That was it.
It certainly wasn't Australia, but there was a Monaco Grand Prix when there was a sudden shower of rain, and with the rain, somebody ran out of fuel, and it ended up being, somebody will tell me, somebody like Riccardo Patrese who won, but I won't swear to that. I need to look it up. But yes, it was a long time ago. I'll give you that. But
I'll let you off then.
Even the fact that I remember it shows that I wasn't there. But
this is just purely me showing the geeky side now. The sort of, you look back in the archives at the goings on with these, and
the beauty of this kind of racing, and for me, one of the things that makes endurance racing special, the Race of Remembrance in particular, they tend to be races with big grids.
Yeah.
And it tends to be the sort of thing that, actually we might be able to see that car coming back now behind us. And they tend to be big grids, and so if you do lose a car, even as a front runner, it doesn't matter, because there's another front runner behind waiting to take up the place. And you can lose 10 cars here, and you're still going to have a great race for the front, because
absolutely
there is the strength in the depth of the entry to make it worthwhile. And with long races, there's a tendency to walk away, there's a tendency to lose interest. Again, you can't afford to do that, because something's going to happen, and you kind of know in your bones that, and this is part of the reason that I stay up and watch these things, is I know as soon as I walk away, something's going to happen.
You can't take your eyes off the screen, can you?
You have to keep watching it, you have to keep paying attention, and that's the appeal of it to me.
Just looking at the timing screens now, it does look like we have the turn 7 entry into the pit lane, so the strategy has worked. Again. I've called it, it's pure luck, Paul. It is pure luck. As we can, oh no, RKC, Honda Civic into the pit lane, car number 99. You cannot believe this. Rotten luck for Ricky Coomber and the team there. We also see car number 432, the Rab Sport team, getting Gary Mitchell strapped in there. But you couldn't write the story for RKC Motorsport. They've had such rotten luck in this race. Devastating for them. That'll be another one on my list to find out. Hopefully, if they've got any gearbox bits left, maybe they could just borrow another car gearbox, because the Honda ones don't work.
I was quite glad I didn't come in a Honda this weekend, because Ricky would have been on the phone to me by now if I had. So as you say, let's just make the point and labour it, because Neil Huggins is the race leader. A 5-lap advantage means that under the safety car he can get into the pits, make his pit stop, get refueled, get a new set of tyres if he needs, and presumably they're going to be putting Andrew Jebson into the car, and that will be the 4th of the 4 drivers that they have at their disposal.
Yeah.
So an ideal way to run this first 7-hour stint is the first 4 cars, or the first 4 drivers that they've got nominated to drive the car, cycling through, running all 4 of them through the 7 hours of this part 1.
Ideal, and of course by the end of it, as I said to Callum earlier when I popped in to see him, I put my arm around him and I just said, look, at the end of the day, as long as you guys get to that 10 o'clock mark, they can work on the car, preventative maintenance, and fingers crossed, bring it home for the end. As we just see on the cameras there, that's the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, that's in. Fair play to the guys. They had a devastating 15 minutes where they had some issues, but the bonnet is off again on the back of that. Have they got further issues with that car? We spoke to we spoke to Rob Boston in the pit lane earlier, and he told us that there was an issue there with the coil pack wiring. It does look like they have got the wiring loom apart on that car. Yeah, it's definitely a pin going into a connector there, so something is awry. That's what you see on the screen there, that little grey connector there. That's known as a Deutsche connector. They're very well put together normally, but you've got to imagine with these cars, they come under a lot of vibration over time, and these connections just work loose. So unfortunately, the Rob Boston Lotus Elise falling foul to the racing gods again in their attempt to get the hat-trick here at Race of Remembrance.
Yes, I mean, it was impressive, the fact, as you just mentioned, that they were up into the, was it top 6 you had them?
At some point, I swear they were 4th.
Okay, yeah, they certainly were further up before they made this pit stop, but it is a further problem for them. And so Tom Roach, having brought the car in, and I mean, I said earlier on from the position, they fell down to 19th, I think it was, and they fought their way back up through the field, and I said they'd be doing well to get into the top 10, so they certainly have done well, although obviously with cars around them having problems, that's helped their cause, but still a long way to go tomorrow. Certainly wouldn't write off a possible podium finish for the Rob Boston racing car.
No, you can't, not with the two drivers they've got at the wheel. Rob Boston and Tom Roach, a formidable pairing. Not saying, of course, that previous partners of Rob Boston have gone awry, certainly with two previous wins to his name, but I am told the lights are off on the safety car, so we could be getting them a restart this time around.
Into the pit lane he comes, and green flag is shown on the start-finish line. Green flag is shown on the digital scoreboard. I bet they can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the green flag. Yeah, that wasn't a problem.
Yeah, now the 360 car, I've noticed, has followed the car in, and the Pure Track Racing car is at number 23, has come into the pit lane and stopped right on the pit lane underneath us. They've got a BMW, the E30, flashing them to get out of the way so they can get into their respective pit bays. The team will have to get under work there. They're now out of our sight in the pit bay, but the Rob Boston team, I could see just out of our window there, they're still getting to work on that car. Tragic for those guys. And we've just got the Pure Track guy coming up on the screens now. So right next to the Rob Boston Racing team, the Pure Track team trying to get their car in service. The 360 Motorsport Mini, we spoke to Martin Smith earlier, and Will has just, I would imagine it's Will that's just got out of the car, so Duncan would be going back in to finish their stint for the rest of the evening. And the BMW E30, as you can see, was being pushed back up the pit lane. Unfortunately, problems for that car.
Yes, and in the number 29 Williams Motorsport Caterham, Callum Lockie has got into the car for the final stint. They've had a slightly unusual sequence of driving in that Callum Lockie started the car, he handed it over to Roger Patke, Patke then handed it over to Toby Ballard, all well so far, but then Toby Ballard handed it back to Patke, and Patke has now handed it back to Callum Lockie, so they've kind of got 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 in terms of the driver sequence there, rather than 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And anyway, it ends up with Callum Lockie doing the final stint. Whether there's enough fuel in the number 29 Caterham to get it from here to the flag, we'll have to wait and see. It depends if it's a safety car, but I think they may be needing a splash of fuel before the end of the race. Now, normally, with a suspended race, you'd be wanting to do a splash of fuel before the end of part 1 in order to set yourself up for part 2. But because refueling is allowed during the break, having to do a splash of fuel before the end of the race is actually a bit of a penalty for you.
Yeah, it's a detriment.
You get free fuel overnight.
You really want to be able to sort out those spaces, and and be able to get your car to the end and be able to fill the tank up ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be Callum Lockie's problem, I think, as to whether that number 29 car is going to be able to get to the end of this segment without being topped up with fuel. Pretty sure Andrew Jepson's going to be able to make it without any trouble. It is confirmed that Andrew Jepson is now at the wheel of the Turn 7 Caterham. So the last hour and 45 or hour and 43 minutes now remain.
As we just see on the screen there, that's the car number 71, the BS Motorsport car. That's unfortunately hit some strife. There's no driver of the wheel at the moment. So what I am going to do actually is hand over the microphone. We've got some more guests coming upstairs, and I'm going to make my way down into the pit lane and see the goings on, and hopefully, Paul, bring you some driver interviews.
Excellent. Oh, that's your pen.
Oh,
Found your pen.
It's my pen, thank you.
Your pen. Well done. Thank you very much. Right, so on the way with Green Flag Racing, Rob Lewis, as I say, going down to find out what he can, and this time he's taking a camera with him, so he's going to hopefully be able to do some interviews, and we'll be able to find out some more information from down there in the pits. Meanwhile, I've been joined up here in the commentary box by Rachel Hale from Mission Motorsport. So Rachel, what's your role exactly with Mission Motorsport? We've not met before, I don't think.
No, we haven't, no. I started working with them in February last year, or this year rather.
February this year,
this year, yeah. And I do all the accounts admin, so I look after all the receipts, the bills.
Right, so not involved in racing before. Have you been to a motor race before?
Yes, loads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you're a motor racing fan. Would you describe yourself as a fan of the sport?
I would. My dad built the Formula 3 car.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, it's been my world since I've been little, because he's a mechanic. So.
Oh, okay. So you've worked in the sport before being involved in Mission Motorsport?
Well, he did, but
right.
I didn't.
Right, okay. And what are your impressions? Is this your first race of Remembrance, presumably?
No, this is my second. I came last year, yes.
Right.
Yeah, came as a volunteer last year, so...
Right, and everybody with Mission Motorsport are volunteers, aren't they?
Yeah, most of them are, yes.
Give your impression so far?
It's been fantastic so far.
Yeah?
Really good, yeah. This is the best part, the night racing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you go out and have a little walk around the circuit at all? Because there's some very spectacular places to watch, as long as you take
I've been up to the top.
Yes.
So watched it from there. It's absolutely fun. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Excellent, good. So if anybody's watching on the live stream, thinking about what you might do next November, come along. There's an advertisement from Rachel Hale advising you to come up and why not? Let's get more spectators here.
Yeah.
You don't even have to pay to get in this weekend. There's a secret. I probably shouldn't have mentioned that, but I read it on the internet, so it must be true. You know, it may take a while to get here, but once you're here, as I say, you don't have to pay to get in, and you do get some superb racing. 12 hours of, phenomenal sports cars. We get different types of sports, saloon cars, and as you say, Rachel, racing into the night is something very special, and it's important to realise as well, this is not a floodlit stadium. This is a pitch black night out.
Very pitch black.
So enjoying your stay up here. By all means, carry on and have a little look from up here whilst you're here. And we will talk to you again maybe sometime tomorrow when you've been able to sleep on it and experience the Remembrance Sunday Remembrance Parade as well tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning, which is something very special as well.
It's very special indeed, yes.
Thanks very much, Rachel Hale. And so with Green Flag, what I said was we really wanted to get on with some more of that Green Flag racing. We're now on our 10th safety car, and so we've had more running under safety car than we really would have wanted, but nevertheless that has kept the racing going cleanly. And still, I suppose, through that pit stop now, because Andrew Jepson has now taken over at the wheel of the turn 7 car. We reckon he has fuel enough to get him to the checkered flag, even if we don't have a safety car between now and 10 o'clock tonight. It's still, that car should be able to take on enough fuel to get it through to the checkered flag. Its lead, though, has been cut from 5 laps down to, well, I think less than 4 now. In fact, no, it's not. It is still 4 laps, because number 7 just going across the line now and completing 155 laps. Except that it's not being shown on my screen as such, because the timing screen isn't updating itself just at the moment. It will do in a moment, though, I hope, as TSL Timing, who are covering this, somehow managed to keep track of all 55 cars throughout. But say at the moment the system just pausing for a while, completing his 5th lap theoretically of the current stint is Andrew Jebson. The relay Lotus Elises team of Bailey and Michael Edwards still going very well indeed. They haven't put a wheel wrong, really. The car may not be the quickest of the Lotus Elises, but just as the car ahead, it's actually Bailey Edwards going more quickly than Andrew Jebson in the lead car. As still waiting for the screen to update, and I'm sure TSL have a reason for it. The black and orange flag, meanwhile, is being displayed to the Tequila Mazda again. I'm sure that's had the black and orange flag before, but a black and orange flag again being shown to the Tequila car, which I have a feeling that Rob Lewis may be able to remember this, whether it was that car that had the fluid leak earlier on. Anyway, we'll wait and see whether or not the car comes into the pits. But for the moment, we're actually waiting to see if TSL's timing screen starts flowing again, because at the moment we're stuck on 154 laps, and I reckon that the turn 7 team is onto its 155th lap, or sorry, onto it, yeah, it's completed 155 laps, so quick refresh of the screen. And still being shown as 109. Now we catch up, and hopefully that will allow the tracking screen to refresh. So 156 now laps being completed by the race leader. So that's kind of what we expected to see. And now tracking being something of an issue. As we just try and reset my screen here. Apologies for this. Play. So 4 laps, or just under 4 laps now. 3 laps is the lead that Andrew Jebson holds over Bailey Edwards in the Lotus Elises, and Callum Lockie now back at the wheel of the number 29 car is in third place with the Williams Motorsport car. He is a further lap down on the Bailey Edwards car, and then Andrew Perry on a bit of a recovery drive in the Rocket Racing Caterham, and so Andrew Perry then on 151 laps is a further lap behind Callum Lockie. So the Lotus Relay team in second place is on 153 laps, Callum Lockie on 152 laps, and Andrew Perry on 151 laps. And then 38 seconds behind him is David Rook in the number 50 Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, and so that is a battle to look out for. David Rook, however, not lapping as quickly as Andrew Perry at the moment. In fourth place is the Lotus Elise of Clayton Kingman, and Clayton is on 149 laps, so he's 2 laps down on David Rook's Caterham. And then Duncan Rogers, who's back out in the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini Cooper S, that car number 360 now back to 7th place following its recent pit stop to allow Will Smith to hand the car over to Duncan. And then it's the Rob Boston Racing car next up, with Rob Boston back at the wheel of that car, having been in the pits for 2 somewhat longer pit stops than they wanted, and they've therefore missed their opportunity. Problem for the 129 BMW, as that car is in the pits again. It's had various problems. It was leading its class early on, then it started to go wrong when it had an off up at the hairpin in when was that? Probably about the second hour of the race, and then they've had a number of problems as the BMW has unfortunately just found things a little bit too serious for them, and the car has been slipping down the field as a result of that ever since. Currently the car being shown in 23rd place and 3rd in its class, heading back out onto the circuit again. Problem though for the number 17 car, number 17 Royal Navy Marines car of Sam Unwin, that stopped out on the circuit. But whilst we investigate that, we can hear more from Rob Lewis down in the pits. Rob.
Right, down in the pit lane, and I've caught up with Ben Short of BS Motorsport. Ben, I'm so sorry to come down and find you quite despondent. That MX5 that you guys were running was rapid at the start. What's happened?
There's been a long little list there of stuff that's happened. So we had a problem yesterday, which we thought we were on top of, to do with the brakes in the testing and the qualifying, and unfortunately we weren't. So we now believe we know what it is, but we were actually, believe it or not, driving around that for the first 3 hours of the race. We then had a second problem, which was quite easily fixable, being the exhaust. But now that we're not at the sharp end, so to speak, we've taken the decision that it's not worth taking the risk with the brakes any further. So we've just gone and done a little test to make sure the exhaust's all right. We've now parked the car. We're going to fix the brakes properly overnight and attack it tomorrow, using it almost like a test session, I suppose, so as we can come back next year and be stronger.
Absolutely gutted for you, because like I said, that car was flying at the start and you've done a great job with that car. Apart from the little niggles that can happen in motorsport, yeah. But aside from that, what does this event mean to you guys to come and race at? So
I mean, it's what the enjoyment of an endurance race is that everybody in the team's involved, and then you come here to do an event like Race Remembrance for Mission Motorsport. There's good cause behind it. You get to obviously be part of the service tomorrow, so it's like bringing motorsport into other areas which you wouldn't normally consider. I mean, we're going to go to church tomorrow in a pit lane.
Yeah. Absolutely. So hopefully you guys can get the issue sorted overnight, and then, like you say, just sort it out like a big test session tomorrow.
We will definitely be running tomorrow morning. How long for, we don't know, but we'll be back out tomorrow morning, bright and breezy.
The car itself, after all these all the actions over and done with at Race of Remembrance, what are you looking to do with it next year?
So we will be doing some Club Enduro stuff. We would like to come back and do Race of Remembrance again, and if we get the car to the point where we're super confident with it, we'd like to go abroad and do a 24-hour possibly.
Superb, mate. Right, I'll let you get on there. And for the moment, yes, so that was Ben Short with BS Motorsport. So, yes, unfortunately, some issues with the 71 car. I'm just going to have another walk around and see if we can grab some more drivers to interview as we start to head towards that 10 o'clock mark. But for now, back to Paul.
Yeah, still don't count your chickens just yet, because just under an hour and a half to go, and that's plenty time enough for anything to happen. But as we've been saying, the Turn 7 team, Andrew Jebson now at the wheel of that car, looking very secure indeed at the top of the times, and looking for all the world as if they're going to be able to, provided nothing else goes wrong, to take this one home. What is tantalising for me is what the Bailey and Michael Edwards relay team are going to be able to do, because as a two-driver team, they are excluded from the Heroes Trophy and therefore the overall winners slot, but they are going very well and are 2 laps clear of everybody behind them and beyond. So we'll keep an eye on what might be going on there. The other thing which is tantalising is that the kind of lap times that Andrew Jebson is putting in, although it's quite capable of keeping the car in the lead, they do have 5 hours of running to do tomorrow, and that is plenty time enough, I would say, for the number 29 car. And he's got 2 laps, he's got 5 laps to catch up. He's going to do that, let's say, at a lap every hour. Then it's going to be a lap every 30. I have to do the calculation, but at the moment Callum Lockie is lapping at something like 8 seconds a lap quicker than Andrew Jebson is. So say 8 seconds a lap and multiply that up, will quite quickly get to the point where he will be able to get back on terms during tomorrow. Let's just do some sums on that one. Let's need the pocket calculator out. So you can certainly do. Yes, I think you could probably do a lap every hour, and of course that would be enough. So if Callum Lockie keeps going at this pace, it is still feasible, even if none of the cars have problems, that Callum Lockie could catch up. Now, whether the other drivers in the number 29 car are capable of the same pace, of course, is another matter. And of course, it does as well rely on the cars not having any problems and for us being able to run without having to go back to safety car at any stage. But certainly the possibility, I reckon, exists for the positions to change just based on pace alone. Again, looking at the last lap times, 1 minute 50.761 for Andrew Jebson, 1 minute 41 for Callum Lockie. Who else is going quickly? Well, Rob Boston is going quickly. He's lapped in 1 minute 42 last time around, a 1 minute 42.3. Rocket Racing, Andrew Perry, number 97. He's lapped in 1 minute 42 last time around. So they're certainly going a lot quicker than those two up ahead of them. So it's going to be a case of just plugging on as fast as you can for as long as you can, and nothing to pick up. Now into the pits has come the race leader, car 07 on the stream, down there with the engine cover off on the Caterham, and they're changing the battery, I reckon. Rob Lewis will be able to bring us more information when he has it, but certainly that looks like a new battery having been put into the 07. It was too early for the car to come into the pits. Neil Huggins didn't bring the car in. Andrew Jebson brought the car in. Need to make a note of the fact that that driver has changed. So Andrew Jebson now at the wheel and aiming to get this car back out again as quickly as he can. He wasn't intending to have to come into the pits. We were saying that he was going to be able to stay out and get to the red and white checkered flag, because this segment of the race, because it's not a end of the race of remembrance, it's only a end of racing for today, is going to be ended with a red and white checkered flag, not a black and white checkered flag, so that is to be treated as race suspension. And taking a lap back out on the track is the number 33 Bailey Edwards Lotus Elise, as work continues then on that number 7 Caterham. And still the work continues. That will delay us still further, as information also reaches us about a stop and go penalty for car 127, Porsche Racing Mazda. Neil Luke, Scott Ferguson, car 127 currently is in what position is he in? Currently in 35th place, 4th in Class C, and it's Scott Ferguson who's currently driving it, and we can get some information possibly on the race leader in the pits. What do you got, Rob?
Okay, fresh updates down here in the pit lane. I haven't got any drivers to talk to yet, but the drama is unfolding. Paul, you wanted me to check on car 97. Well, I'm going to show you the culprit. This connector here came straight off the alternator. That's why they lost all their lights. A 10p connector has scuppered their race. And how about this for some action? The car behind us, turn 7, just going out into the race. I can tell you, I briefly spoke to Chris Slater. It does look like that car, it had a battery warning light come up. I'm just going to see if I can grab a chat quickly with Callum McDougall, bear with me. The team obviously quite hyped up for this. I'm just going to see if I can grab him. Callum, I'm sorry, we didn't want to put the mockers on it, but as such a lead, you guys have really timed the pit stops well with the safety cars, and then this happened. What's the issue?
Well, the issue is that we've got the issue is that the battery light came on about 10 minutes into this stint. So unfortunately, it's a case of the alternator isn't charging. Yeah. So we're running to the end on batteries. So I don't know at the moment, but it doesn't look like it's charging. So
no output on the alternator whatsoever.
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're not the only team. Car number 97, I was just showing the viewers it was a 10p connector on their alternator. So are these prone for it? Is it just the way they're set up, or the vibration, or?
No, not necessarily. No, it's not a common fault. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is at the moment. Sometimes these things just happen. They're all mechanical parts at the end of the day. So we need to get it to the end tonight and then have a good look at it.
It probably doesn't help now with having all the lights on board. Are you sort of taking steps with your drivers? Are you able to switch certain things off to save power?
Yeah, we've taken our big light bar off. So we've still got headlights, which are LEDs, and well, you can see enough. It's not ideal, but you can see enough. We just have to hope it will now do an hour and 10 minutes.
Gutted for you, Callum. We hope you do make it till the end tonight, mate. A very dejected Callum McDougall there. We'll cross back up to Paul Trustwell. The action is never stopping here. Back to you, Paul.
Absolutely. There goes number 7 across the line now. Very nearly missed it. Yeah, with just the headlights on. I thought these LED light bars were supposed to be extremely efficient on power usage, but I suppose it's a case of every little bit helps. So Andrew Jebson having to deal with less light coming out of the front of his Caterham than he would like, in the lead of the race, but now only 2 laps ahead of everybody else. Callum Lockie continuing to close in on Bailey Edwards, who's coming to the pits now. That's going to be a hard one for Rob to follow, because this is a driver change and car change. Bailey will be driving the green Lotus Elises back to the pits, and Michael Edwards will be coming out in the white one. So you may see Michael Edwards coming out of the garage and just waiting for his 4 minutes to elapse before we see him back out onto the circuit again. So whilst that car is undergoing its pit stop, so it's allowing Callum Lockie to close the gap, and close the gap he does when he comes through at the completion of the lap that he's currently on. Callum Lockie is going to be taking second place back in the race, so keeping an eye out of the window to see if Callum Lockie goes through before Michael Edwards rejoins, peering out still into the darkness to try and pick out the 29 car. There goes the Rob Boston Racing Lotus across the line, and the Team Canada Motorsport Honda Civic still going strong. I've lost my tracker for the moment as well, so there goes the race leader that is still the race leader, and for the moment at least, as long as Bailey Edwards is in the pits. So, and there's Callum Lockie going through into second place now, so before Michael Edwards comes out of the pits, up comes Callum Lockie into second place. And also in the pits at the moment is the Rocket Racing car, number 97. That's just come in with David Rook behind the wheel. And let's see quickly. Not sure what's going on here, but so that's David Rook in car number 50, which for some reason isn't showing at all. We'll get him in a minute. So he makes up a place. Michael Edwards does now rejoin the circuit in the white Lotus Elise number 33, and so he is back out, rejoins in third place, but he might lose that to David Rook, which was the car that was confusing me, the red and white Caterham. Back down to the pits, more information from Rob Lewis.
Well, I've managed to grab Andy Perry with car number 97 now. Andy, we were showing the viewers just now this little 10p connector has kind of scuppered your efforts. You were magical in that first race, first part of the race, dicing with the likes of Callum Lockie, chasing down that Rob Boston car. You must be gutted.
Yeah, pretty gutted, particularly given about 15 minutes earlier, Rob Austin had found himself in the garage and he was our main competition. So like, brilliant, we've got the win sewn up here, and then sod's law, 15 minutes later, our lights went out. But never mind, we're trying to claw it back. I think when I went out, we were 7 laps behind, we're now 4, so there's still time to play.
There is. I mean, this race has had myself and Paul Trustwell up in the box when we've been up there. We've been talking about the fact that it appears no one wants to win this race. Even Turn 7 have just been in the garage. They've got battery issues as well.
Oh, excellent. So, I'm pleased to hear that.
Well, I wouldn't say that too loudly. I have to remain neutral in this, but surely that gives you guys a little hope that you can maybe claw something back.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing with endurance racing. You know, it's not about the pace, it's about the reliability. We've had our little bit of reliability issues, and now it's the turn for others.
Absolutely. Right, you've just got out of the car, so I'll let you go get yourself a drink. Thank you. So that was Andy Perry there with car 97. I am just going to pop down to see if I can chat to the Rob Boston team again and find out if it was the same issue with the Lotus Elise. But for now, back to the commentary box with Paul.
Thanks, Rob. So that's Andrew Perry then out of the 97 Rocket Racing Caterham. That car currently with Steve McCauley behind the wheel and is in 5th place. And as I say, yeah, the gap's ebbing and flowing now as cars make some scheduled, some unscheduled pit stops. 97 with Steve McCulley there, and yeah, so he's dropped to 6th place with that latest pit stop. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Andrew Jebson rejoining with car 7. So he's hanging on to the lead. Callum Lockie, you know, you mustn't overlook Callum, and certainly he is continuing to go well and closing in on this. And Callum Lockie is the ideal kind of driver to have in the car right now. And interesting, I suppose if we do have a job for Rob down there in the pit lane, it's going to be to find out from the Williams Motorsport team whether Henry Williams is actually going to drive, because he hasn't driven yet. And so far it's been Toby Ballard, Callum Lockie and Roger Patke who's driving, but the man whose name is on the team, Henry Williams, hasn't been in the car yet. So if Rob can find out at what stage we can expect to see Henry, whether he's going to be out tonight or at all tomorrow, certainly it makes sense at the moment to leave Callum Lockie in the car, such as his pace, because he's closing in on the race leader. I said earlier on it was 8 seconds a lap. Last time around it was 10 seconds a lap. So there may be a 2-lap gap between them, but Callum flying along, and for my money, if there was to be a driver of the day for today, Callum would be it, because when he's got in the car he's absolutely taking it by the scruff of the neck, and clearly enjoys his driving. You can tell that when he was talking to Rob earlier on, even at this level as a former British GT champion, certainly knows how to get the best out of the car. Just going through now and completing another lap, and that puts him just over 1 lap behind the race leader Andrew Jebson. Then there goes no, that's Andrew going through. So the gap is a lap plus a little bit. There he goes. Jebson completes 167 laps to Callum Lockie, who's coming up to complete his 166th in about a minute's time. David Rook is 3rd in car number 50, so it's turning into a bit of a Caterham whitewash now. Caterham's filling the first 3 places. They may have had their problems, but it's always with us with the Caterham. It may have its problems, but they're generally cheap and easy to fix. And it's probably an unfair remark, but there is some truth in it. David Rook then 3rd place with car number 50. 4th is Michael Edwards with the number 33 Lotus Elise, but he'll be looking to go through to the checkered flag from there. In 5th place is Rob Boston at the wheel of the number 25 car. In 6th place is Steve McCulley with the Rocket Racing Caterham, and he is a lap behind Rob Boston and lapping more slowly than Rob. The driver lapping more quickly than Rob Boston at the moment is Callum Lockie. So Sean McCulley then in 6th with 97. Duncan Rogers is then next up in 7th place with 360, the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini Cooper S, but without its hatchback. Then Clayton Kingman in car number 4, his Lotus Elise, has just lost the place actually to Duncan Rogers, who's on a bit of a charge. 9th is the Track Scotland 2 car number 55, and that is Ian Bonthrone at the wheel of the leading Class B car. Leading Class, let's just see, in Class B first of all, Track Scotland 2 leading the way with Ian Bonthrone. Adam Kindness is 2nd in the Track Scotland 1 car, and then 3rd is Jaffa Cape Racing car number 96, which has Daniel Grist driving it at the moment, and he's 3rd in Class B and 11th place overall. Class C is still being led by Nick Rutter with the Clapham North MOT Mazda. Nick back in the car, having taken it over from George Grant. And back in the pits for Andrew Jepson. This is a disaster unfolding. Rob Lewis will bring us information when he has it, but number 7, the Caterham from the Turn 7 team, surely their batteries will last longer than that. He's only been out for, what, 5 laps, 6 laps? 6 laps for Andrew Jepson. And I'd say that's an absolute disaster for him as he's back in the pits again. And as I say, they may be changing the battery on that car again, but as the shot of it from the rear, yeah, it is just a battery change going on, I reckon. Not sure if Rob is down there with the camera. He can get in the front and have a look, or the camera can get in the front. Yeah, just a new battery going in. So that's a disaster. If the car will only last 5 laps, they're going to lose the lead. Well, in the next 10 minutes, in fact. Never mind the car going for another hour. It really is damage limitation. They said they were going to keep going and try and fix it, but at the moment they're losing time changing the battery too often. They're not going to have enough batteries to get through at this rate. So disaster unfolding yet again. I mean, what a race of remembrance. It's never been one like this before that I can remember. In the pits, having problems, another race leader, Andrew Jepson with the Turn 7 Caterham. Callum Lockie is now up onto the lead lap and is going to come through at the end of this lap that he's on and take the lead. Look out if you're in the start-finish line for car 29, the Caterham coming through. When it does, he'll be taking over the lead of the race. Much mirth down in the pit lane as the car that Joe Bagley is driving just getting a pit stop. That's car number 52, the BMW entered by GT Wealth. And into the pits now comes Callum Lockie. What is going on with this race? I don't believe it. Callum Lockie is in the pits, and this surely is far too early for Callum. He's coming through at the end of lap 168. He was about to take the race lead, but he's come into the pits. So we've got 2 cars on 168 laps completed, both of them, and they're both in the pits. And in third place, we've got car number 50, David Rook, with the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, car number 50, the one that started with a 10-place grid penalty, and that pushed him back to start on row 9 of the grid. Has had a relatively trouble-free race. I'll stand by that remark, actually, because nobody's had a trouble-free race, and it is all relative. So car number 50 is, at this rate, going to re-inherit the lead of the race. David Rook, having driven the car, taken the car over from Benja Headley, so he started driving the car just as it had gone dark, having his second stint behind the wheel of that car, and in effect, in a lap's time, is going to take over the lead of the race from the 2 cars that are having problems in the pits. Can Rob bring us some information, I wonder, because it would be great to hear from these cars down there having problems. If Rob Lewis can hear us down there. Just over an hour still to go in the race, with both of our race leaders, first and second, still being shown as being in the pits, and neither of them are for a scheduled pit stop. There's David Rook coming through. He's now gone through and into the lead of the race, I reckon. So he's crossed the start-finish line. He's started his 169th lap, and down beneath me the drama unfolds in the pit lane for Andrew Jepson and Callum Lockie. So we'll find out from Rob Lewis what's going on down there as soon as we can. As I say, David Rook in car number 50. This will be the first time that car has led the race as far as I can remember. I don't think number 50 has led before, and it's not had a trouble-free run, but it's been getting on with it. It's certainly not the quickest car out there, and we can now go down to Rob Lewis in the pits. Robert, you've certainly got the drama down there. What's happening?
Down pit side, and I've managed to grab Robin Welch, who's been out in the WRC Developments car. Now, you don't know, but we were doing a lot of Mickey taking while you were out, doing a couple of driver interviews, because you had a foot in each corner. But is your foot firmly in the WRC Developments camp now that car 558 is having an engine change and the extra penalties on top?
Yeah, I mean, they're 30 laps down and an engine change, so it's not really much point going for that one anymore, is it?
So, your first stint out there with the WRC Developments car, how was it for you? And your first time out in a C1 this year?
Yeah, it was really, really good fun, like it always is. Not disappointingly, but I was knackered. So I came in after an hour and a half, and I thought, brilliant, that's ideal. Got out, and Davey went, no, don't go anywhere, you're getting back in. So I did another hour and a half, so I've done 3 hours today. So I'm a little bit tired, and it's dark, and it's really hard. The distance and speed perception is really, really difficult at ROR. So it's unlike anything. Those C1s normally, they're behind you, but it's not relevant. Here you've got Lotuses and Caterhams and all the rest of it. It's great fun, but it just makes you concentrate really hard.
Now, about this event, you did enough talk. You tried enough to convince me to come to this event, and certainly to participate in it. What is it about this event that's so special to you?
You know what? I don't actually know, and I always say, I think it's the servicemen, the forces, the charity, and nothing else. So it's always funny because every time I come to this meeting, I always ring cash, because no matter what you do, James Cameron will fine you for it. So whatever you're doing wrong, James Cameron will be there. And you know what? It's brilliant. It's all Permission Motorsport. And yeah, it's just hard not to love it. It's brilliant.
So for the rest of the race now, for you, what's the plan? Are you back in the car tomorrow?
No, we were meant to only be doing 2 hour stint each in the car. So 6 drivers for us, 12 hours, 6 drivers, 2 hour stint each. But I've now done 3 hours, so we'll have to nudge the order around a little bit. But no, I'm done now, so I'll be on the spanners for the rest of the weekend. Get my dirty clothes back on.
Hopefully get that class win.
You know what, it'll be, I've been here 3 times, won it 3 times, had 2 years off because of our kids. My first time back, if we win it again, man, I tell you what, it's even better.
We'll look out certainly for that. Thank you. That was Robin Welch there, head honcho at the C1 Racing Club, the boss. It was good to have a chat with him. I'll let him go and get something to eat. But for now, back to Paul.
Thanks very much, Rob. So not quite who I was expecting to hear from, but so we've had back into the race has come the 29 car, and a question has been answered because Henry Williams is now out in that car, and so Henry, I was suggesting that Callum Lockie was going to take that car through to the checkered flag. Well, Callum just did a relatively short stint for him of just under an hour, and now Henry Williams has just over an hour to take the car through to the checkered flag. So that car has rejoined in 3rd place. Andrew Jebson, though, is still in the pit lane. And as I say, we need to find out from Rob what's going on with Andrew as to whether he can get back out onto the track, and whether Rob can find out what's going on with Andrew Jebson's car. So he's, let's say, in the pit still, and has been now for around about 10 minutes. Right, whilst all the drama is going on the track, and hopefully Rob will butt in when we can get some information about what's going on with the number 7 Andrew Jebson car. I've been joined up here by Lawrence Roke, who, Lawrence, tell me which car you're in. Sorry, tell me again which car you're in.
Car
number 53, that's it. Yeah, so in the Clouders Mazda MX5, that's the one.
That's the one.
Excellent. It's been going pretty well, hasn't it? You've been having your first race here this weekend, though.
That's right, yeah. First ever race here at Anglesey, which is a great experience.
And tell me, did you go out? I mean, it must have been dark by the time you went out.
It was, yeah. First time out on a race, and it was dark.
And so, you know, I don't want to have the whole story because it's probably quite a long one. But have you been interested in motorsport or always wanted to go racing, or did it just come out of the blue?
It's a mixture of all of it, to be honest.
Yeah, go on.
A massive fan of motorsport from a young age. Mission Motorsport helped me through my illness, recovery, and now they give me a chance to race, which is just an amazing opportunity.
Excellent. And what has been the process between Mission Motorsport saying to you, Lawrence, would you like a chance to race, and then actually getting here? Because that's not a simple process, just say, oh, okay, off you go.
No, not at all. So lots of briefs with James Cameron, followed by the ARDS test at Thruxton. Thankfully passed that first time, and a bit more direction and guidance from James, and here I am qualifying yesterday and racing today.
And have you done any sim racing before? Are you right? So very much a baptism of fire. But
Yeah.
As a motorsport fan, was it what you expected? You know, when you first got in the car and you thought, "Here I am! Wow, I'm a racing driver." Was it what you thought, or
no? Nothing at all.
Really?
So much going on and so much to think about, and everything happens so quickly. You have to be on the ball constantly. It's mentally and physically.
Absolutely,
straining.
absolutely. I mean, everybody always says it's all about the team as well, and I think one of the beauties of the race of remembrance, like a lot of endurance races, is it is a team effort. There's no one person who can be the star,
definitely.
is there?
The whole team with Claudia have been amazing. The mechanics we have been spot on. Aston in particular saved the car from when I had a mechanical breakdown earlier this evening, and it's been phenomenal team from everyone. I'm very privileged to race today and tomorrow.
And so I'm not going to tempt fate here, but have you got any plans for 2023?
I'd love to come back here and do it again, and let's see if I can do a few track days in between as well and get the proper bug for it.
Okay, is Mission Motorsport just getting you into racing, or are they doing other things as part of your recovery as well?
I've done all three of them, so I've recovered from them, doing track days at Goodwood with them and other places. They've retrained me to be a level 3 mechanic, where I now work for Jaguar Land Rover, and today given the opportunity to race, which has just been phenomenal.
Absolutely, I can see just from looking at the expression on your face how much it means to you. Just talking about your service experience, how long ago were you discharged from the service, or what happened to you?
I was medically discharged at May last year.
Right.
So quite fresh from being in the Navy for 14 years, and it's a big change into the big wide world.
Absolutely. And are you fully employed now?
I am, fully employed with Jaguar Land Rover.
Okay, so that's again through Mission Motorsport that's given you that opportunity to become employed. So you've got a full-time job, you're earning money, making your own way in the world, really, aren't you?
And racing.
Oh yeah, I just mentioned, let's go motor racing.
Yeah.
There's me, who's never raced a car in my life. So how long was your stint?
That was 90 minutes, so one of the longest stints south tonight.
That's right, and you've presumably never driven even in your sort of testing and things for that length of time before.
No, not at all.
And were the others kind to you as they came past you? Because they don't necessarily know whether you're a novice or not, do they?
No. Everyone's fair out there, and respectful, especially for this race, which is lovely.
Good.
And my times were faster tonight than they were during qualifying during the day.
Excellent. So tomorrow you'll be out again.
Yeah.
You can go faster still.
Exactly that.
That's the plan. Great, Lawrence. It's been great talking to you.
And you.
I'm sure there's a book that could be written from how you've got to where you are now. But it's great to have you up here. And thanks for talking to us and just sharing a little bit of that experience and that joy I can sense of racing.
Thank you. A pleasure.
Great. Thanks very much, Lawrence Roke. Then, just to finish off the line there, he's lost him on the list for a moment now. Anyway, so we can have an update for the meantime from Rob Lewis down in the pits. Just to say before we get down to Rob, the number 29 car is back out on the track. So is the number 97 car, Rocket Racing. So those cars that had problems are rejoined. Number 7 is the other one, Andrew Jepson. That was the one I was lost. Andrew Jepson back to 10th place but back in the race. Rob, what can you tell us?
Another update from the pit lane pool. Unfortunately, turn 7, their woes continue. They've actually found out, they got the car in, but they found out the alternator itself is breaking apart, and that's what's causing the issue. So they've rectified that as best they can. I could hear Callum McDougall, Chris Slater and the team frantically working on the car, and in their words, if it breaks again tonight, so be it. It really seems like at this moment, no one wants to win this race. Who knows? I can't pick a winner out of any of these guys, because you just don't know what's going to happen next. And that's tonight. We've still got tomorrow to go yet, but for now, back to you, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to predict, isn't it? And yeah, less than an hour to go tonight, but certainly the way things have been going, anything could happen within the remaining hour tonight. So here we go. The 53 car was the one with which Lawrence Roke is competing, and I just wanted to find out where he is in the race order and how he's going. Here he is. It's Paul Wooding driving at the moment, and they're in 47th place overall in the Mazda MX5, and are currently 9th out of 11 in Class C. Yeah, they're still in there with a shout, and as I say, it's great to talk to people like Lawrence, because they clearly just love the opportunity, and it's like all of a sudden Mission Motorsport has opened up this big birthday cake and given it to Lawrence Roke. So that's in the Clouders Mazda MX5 car. So up at the front of the field now, with, as I say, just under an hour still to go tonight, the Unlimited Performance consulting car of David Rook, and that's car number 50 leading the way. In second place, Michael Edwards in the ES Motorsport Relay Lotus Elise that he shares with Bailey, and Michael Edwards then 33 in second place. In third place, Henry Williams in the Williams Motorsport Caterham. Just looking at Henry's times, and they're not too shabby either. May not have been quite as quick as Callum Lockie was going earlier on, but still pretty good. And he's closing the gap between himself and the cars ahead. And at the moment, he's going quicker than Rob Boston, and that's always a sign that you are going quickly, if you're going quicker than Rob Boston is. So the last lap for Rob Boston, a 1:44.6. Last lap time for Henry Williams, a 1:43.3. So the Williams Motorsport car, having had 2 stints this evening from Callum Lockie, now having its first stint from Henry Williams. And Henry I could predict, but so far predictions have been so wide of the mark tonight, I'm reluctant to do so, but Henry will probably be aiming to go through to the checkered flag. In fact, pretty much the whole of the field, I would say, from this point in, unless they've had a pit stop or not had a pit stop in the last half hour, will be aiming to get to the checkered flag from where they are. The one least likely to is probably Duncan Rogers. He's going to be close on fuel before the end of the race in the 360 Motorsport Mini. They're currently running 6th, is Duncan Rogers, with the tailless Mini. Call it a Manx Mini, I suppose, shouldn't we, without a tail. And Carl then currently running in 6th place. In 7th place is Clayton Kingman in the Lotus Elise number 4, and then in 8th and 9th places are the 2 leading runners in Class B, and that's the 2 Track Scotland cars, Ian Bonthrone in car 55 and then Adam Kindness in car 155. They are 8th and 9th, and then 10th is the RAF Turn 7 boys, with Andrew Jebson with that alternator issue, and they're still going as I say, having got the car back out again, but are down in 10th place in car number 7. Behind them is the leading Class C runner. That's Nick Rutter in car number 169 for Clapham North MOT. He's still leading his class, and so far, every time I've had to say Nick Rutter and George Grant are leading the class in the Clapham North MOT Mazda, it's continued to happen, unlike with the situation for the overall lead. Into the pits comes the Mini Cooper number 77, and that's Neil Broom. 77, no it's not, it's Ross Howe bringing that car into the pits. So Ross Howe in with car 77. And so he's still going strong, 4th in Class B behind the 2 Track Scotland cars and behind the Jaffa Cake racing car number 96, which is 3rd in Class B. So there goes across the line the Michael Edwards Lotus Elise. 52 seconds the gap, first to second, but that's the gap that's going up. David Rook just trying to get as much ground as he can between himself and the pursuing cars, which at the moment is still Henry Williams, is just over a lap behind is Henry Williams, but still Henry lapping more quickly, although on that last lap not as quick as Rob Boston. So it'll be interesting to see. Rob Boston is 38 seconds down on Henry Williams, so Rob Boston trying to close the gap between himself and Henry Williams. Rob Lewis is back up here in the warmth and comfort of the commentary box, and he's brought his dinner.
I think that's lunch. I actually realised earlier on as I walked past, I was like, wow, I haven't actually eaten much today, if at all. So
go for it.
Yes.
So yes, I mean the dramas continue to unfold, Rob.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Just discovered that you haven't actually been able to hear the commentary whilst you've been down in the pit lane. So yes, I mean it's just been one drama after another, and I tell you, the race of the Remembrance isn't normally like this. Yes, we get drama, but not quite on this scale, and not at the front of the field as much as it has done this time.
Oh, it's unreal. It's literally it's turning into the race that nobody wants to win.
I mean, I don't know whether it's just that people haven't had as much time to prepare and have made little oversights in the preparation and looking for the things in the cars, or I mean, it's the same time of year every year. There's no reason from the weather point of view why we should have had these problems. But so many of the leading runners I've not experienced before. This number of leading runners having problems at the front of the field.
The thing is that struck me with it, I mean, just to clear up some points about the other teams down the field. So car 558,
news, do tell us,
a bit more news. So the car 558 Silver Lake car that was struck with the penalties, they're actually undergoing an engine change so they can cross the line. So unfortunately, it looks like that engine has, to put the technical term in, thrown a leg out of bed. It looks like it's an engine failure on the Silver Lake car, but Callum McDougall, I wanted to give him a cuddle. I could not believe it, that poor man, the turn 7 car that was running beautifully. And what it is, the team explained it to me. So on most alternators, what we would call the armature in the middle, the bit that actually spins, is a little bit unbalanced and it can provide a bit of vibration. Well, it turns out the 3 bolts that actually hold the alternator housing together has rattled loose. And they've managed to get that back together with lock wire just to hold it together to get them through to 10 o'clock tonight. And they're running it purely on the battery because the alternator is doing absolutely nothing. In terms of car 97, I showed you on the video there, that was like a 10p clip. It could well be that if it's got a bit of heat shrink over the top of it, you wouldn't be able to see a bad connection or a loose connection necessarily while you're doing it. It's all these bits of bad luck. I mean, poor Rob Boston Racing, the car's immaculate. It's turned out beautifully, and it's a professional racing wiring loom that unfortunately over time has had a couple of issues, a couple of loose wires or even broken wires, and that's put paid to them. So I don't know if it's necessarily down to poor preparation, but certainly in this race it's been a turn up for the books, because every time a car gets into the lead and looks like it's doing well, the racing gods go, nah, not you.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad I'm not on any of the teams for this weekend, because one of the beauties of the Race of Remembrance compared to some of the other endurance races that I'm involved in is that it's not a full 24-hour race. Feels a bit like a 24-hour race because it starts at 3 o'clock on one day and goes on till 3 o'clock on the next day. But of course you do get the opportunity to go back and get some sleep, hopefully in a comfortable bed, between race part 1 and race part 2. But you know what, the amount of work that's going to be going on tonight with the lifting of part ferme regulations, there's going to be an awful lot of work going on tonight, when the mechanics will be saying, do you know what, I'd rather have part ferme, because then we wouldn't be allowed to do anything on the cars.
Exactly, and again, just walking back up after I've been down for my stint in the pit lane, the BMW E30 that we've seen running has already hit trouble today. Well, they've currently got the engine out on the ground and they're rebuilding the engine because it's blown a head gasket. So they're not exactly going to be getting an early night, even if it is in a comfortable bed. One car we do see up on the screen there, car number 318, WRC Developments. I spoke to Robin Welch. Fingers crossed, you know, they're fighting for the win in Class C1 at the moment. The FTL packaging boys have been doing most of the good running so far, and they've been very, very quick. But it's like the Silver Lake team in that class as well. They've been hit by troubles, in particular with the Greg Rose and Alan Preble car, but in testing they were one of the quickest. And certainly that car was on pole in qualifying. So a lot of the fancied runners here are really just hit some terrible bad luck in this race. And a lot of the teams, I don't know if a few of them are sort of looking at what's going on with the other teams, even if their car is running well, and they're thinking, you know what, boys, the extra spanner check tonight, just the extra ifs, buts, whats, maybes, just to try and make sure that they have flawless running tomorrow.
Well, that's going to be everything. At least it's not going to be dark tomorrow when they're running, so I suppose there is that element to look forward to. Henry Williams goes through and ticks off another lap in the number 29 pink Williams Motorsport car, and continues to put in some good laps, is Henry. A 142.3 last time around, compares to a 143.8 for Rob Boston. Rob actually slipped down to a 145 on his previous time around. So still going rapidly, and it's important to point out that both Rob Boston and Henry Williams in third and fourth places, or fourth and third respectively. Rob Boston is fourth, Henry Williams is third, but they are both lapping quicker than the cars in first and second places at the moment. So they are going to, if not tonight, then certainly tomorrow, be in a position where they can close those gaps down and really make a race of this. And it's one of those tantalising prospects that we're going to have a bit of a handicap race tomorrow, where the faster cars are going to be starting with a 1 lap disadvantage, or maybe a 2 lap disadvantage, and the slower cars are going to be starting up ahead of them on the grid with that advantage up at the front. So any time that you can make up today is really worth doing, because unlike as it would do if it were a full safety car suspension of the race, the gaps will not be squeezed up at the end of today. If you are 30 seconds behind but on the same lap as the race leader, then you'll have to carry that 30 seconds right the way through to the end of the race. You won't get it squashed up.
No, absolutely. And you kind of think back, if you want to put that into context and get a reminder of where that's been seen before, if you think back to the famous Damon Hill victory over Michael Schumacher on aggregate time, I believe, was it a Suzuka 96? No, it wouldn't be 96, 95 in the wet. That was done on aggregate time. So they kind of add up the times of both races, yes. and there we have it. Because, of course, when we restart the race tomorrow, they're all going to be bunched up onto the grid. So it's as if you've almost pressed the pause button on the race. That's how I would describe it.
Yes, the problem is that what you see on the screen is not going to be what you see on the track, and that is going to have to keep us on our toes, but we'll try and keep everybody up to date with what's going on in order that we can follow the matters. But it is, as I say, going to be a very interesting 5 hours of racing tomorrow, and never mind about the Remembrance service. There's always some thrilling motor racing, but not usually quite as thrilling as what the Race of Remembrance has served up this year.
Yes, and it will be interesting. Certainly, this is my first time at Race of Remembrance, so it will be, from my point of view, it will be interesting to see the service tomorrow, because I'm told it's very poignant and quite a special moment within this motor race, and then to go on the back of that and go out motor racing again, as we see the again mixing through the traffic, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise there, and we lament the fact that they've been in the pits twice and had issues, but because everyone else has had similar issues and it's well documented, we've been down there and it's like, oh no, look at this team, they've got the issues here. So if you look at the car in first place, they had a 10-lap grid penalty at the start of this race.
10 place.
Sorry, a 10-place grid penalty. Thanks for correcting me there, Paul. And they're leading this race with a 1 minute and 5 gap to ES Motorsport in second place, but correct me if I'm wrong, that car in second place is in the relay class. Effectively, that's invitation, so they can't actually win Race of Remembrance on the sheets. They're here to have a good time, effectively. So the car in third place and the car in fourth place is Williams Motorsport, which was started by Callum Lockie in the Caterham. And they had a few issues at the start. They've done 8 pit stops, and they're sat there in third place, good to go, with 35 minutes remaining.
Can I just warn you, if you and anybody else who is looking at the TSL timing screen, the number of pit stops is extremely misleading, because do you remember when the safety car came out?
Oh yes,
twice.
Yes,
they came through the pit lane, and that will count as a pit stop, because as far as TSL is concerned, the car came into the pit.
Absolutely.
So you need to subtract 2 from that to get a proper pit stop, unless they came in and did a proper pit stop when the safety car brought them through the pits.
Okay, right. Well, in that case,
so you can subtract 2.
I'll do myself some quick maths. So that'll tell me that the Williams Motorsport team, in fact, have done 6 pit stops of their allotted one. So they're in the box seat. They don't have to do any more, but of course they
do, because
they got
one of them was a very short one.
Oh, it was a very short one. Okay.
Yeah, so Toby Ballard had a very short pit stop, and this is where we are going to have to rely on some of the information that I'm kind of scraping to get the information that I need. But in real terms, the Williams Motorsport team has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 proper pit stops out of their 6 required. So you're right, they are in the box seats, because they're not going to get through tomorrow without doing another one. But it means after they've done an extra pit stop tomorrow, the rest of their pit stops can be quick as you can type pit stops.
Yes. Because
they've done their 6 4-minute ones.
And then you look at the cars in 4th and 5th place. You've got Rob Boston Racing, Rob Boston at the wheel. He's going for the hat-trick. He's won this race before. And now, even after all those dramas, he is 1 lap down on the car in front. Now, let's play theoretics here. The race stops now. We've got 35 minutes left tonight. So let's say the race stops with that same gap, and Rob Boston really gets a lick on tomorrow. They sort the car out, they put a new wiring loom in it overnight, let's say. He gets a lick on tomorrow, and him and Tom Roach absolutely nail those stints and get it through tomorrow to get it on the podium. What do you reckon, Paul?
Absolutely possible, and not unlikely the way this race has been going.
True.
Any of the top 5 can easily win this race. So the only one from that top 5 that can't win the race is the Bailey and Michael Edwards Lotus Elise team, because it's a relay team. Into the pits comes David Rook with car number 50. Now I have to do some jiggling about for this to see what the schedule is for that, because I wasn't expecting car 50 in again before he was due. No, so 39 laps for David Rook. If they don't have an extra fuel tank attached to their car, and I'm guessing they don't, that is a scheduled stop for David Rook. He will be handing the car over probably to Neil Perry, I would suggest. So that will be a routine pit stop for that car, with half an hour still to go of the race.
And that puts Williams Motorsport up into second, in theory first,
in terms of people that can win the race of remembrance. ES Motorsport, with Edwards at the wheel there, they lead this race, but they are in the relay class, the invitational class, as it were, as we keep saying. But Rocket Racing as well, 97, they were, as their name suggested, absolutely up there at the front, rocketing away, albeit for that silly little 10p connector that failed on their alternator. And it's good to see McCulley back up there fighting fit, as we see car 50 just leaving the pit lane there after it stopped. That's actually quite a short stop then, Paul.
Yes, I think they've gone to a shorter than 4 minute stop there, which is entirely their prerogative. Decided to try and nail the position now whilst they can, and do the 4 minute pit stops tomorrow. I'm grateful to Deafening Octopus. It was the Japanese Grand Prix in 1994, Rob, says Deafening Octopus. I presume it's referring to the aggregate Grand Prix. Last time they had a Grand Prix.
Well, to put that into context, I was 4 years old then. 3 years old, actually.
So you learned to read from an early age.
Oh, absolutely.
Or you weren't brought up properly by your parents, who stuck you in front of the television so that they could watch the Grand Prix.
Something like that. I was a bit geeky in school, so there was nothing that I would enjoy better than sitting down and reading about the history of Formula One, touring cars and the like. That's why we're here. We love the sport. Everyone up and down the pit lane loves the sport, as we just see the pink Mini there, 155 into the pit lane. You can tell the car's switched off because it's not lit up like a Christmas tree at the moment. The guy's just getting to work there, getting the fuel in. As you can notice there, as we've just got the cameras on there, the team have got the flashlights, and all they're doing the little checks. What tyres do we need? How do they look like? What do they look like on the front? What do they look like on the back? Don't forget, earlier in the telecast, we did mention about how abrasive Anglesey is as a track on these tyres. So a lot of these teams up and down now, you would have seen in the rolling shots up and down the pit lane, they're changing tyres as they go. You can see the jack underneath the car ready to go. The person's not touching it, but the jack could just be slotted under there ready to go, so when the fueling's done, the team can get on it, get the front of the car up and get those wheels changed.
Yes, the regulations in this form of racing being that you're not allowed to work on the car whilst the fuel is going in. Also, the driver has to be out of the car whilst the fuel is going in, so even if you're not changing the driver, you do have to get him out whilst the fuel is going in. Rather squeaky jack, you could just about hear in the background there, being picked up by the camera.
Needs some of the best WD-40 on that, I think. Other lubricating products are available.
No need to lubricate the jack. It doesn't make the car go faster.
Well, you never know. Just silences it for the masses out there.
As long as it makes the car go faster. So I was going to talk about the relay car that's now in the front of the field then. Michael Edwards should be going to get to the end of the race without having to stop again, I reckon. The number 33 car. Bailey Edwards handed the car over to Michael, or rather handed the baton over to Michael. That car being a two-car team. Michael got in the car 3 lines ago, so just before 9 o'clock, so it's now 9:30. You should be able to rust about run to 10 o'clock before the end of the race, so it's going to be a question of whether Michael Edwards is currently 2.8 seconds ahead of Henry Williams, but is being closed in upon by the pink Caterham, so 29 the pink Caterham, Henry Williams lapping more quickly than Michael Edwards. We're going to have another change of lead before the end of this one, Rob.
I think you've called it right there, Paul. We've got 30 minutes to go, and it does look like quite a intriguing lead at the top, but not to discount. You could see the turn 7 car. It's got battery issues, but they're desperately flashing the lights, trying to get other cars to move out of the way as they make their way up through the pack. You'll hopefully see on the video footage. I do feel for the Alpha Live team having to pick out whatever car they can try and look for on the cameras out in this, when all we can see is a sea of lights. I mean, even the professionals at Le Mans struggle to do it.
There goes the number 50 car, and that car having led the race for a brief time, and now with Neil Perry behind the wheel, the Ultimate Performance Consulting sponsored car. David Rook having handed it over to Neil Perry, and that's what caused that change of the leadership. and David Roke in car number 50, with Neil Perry now at the wheel, is certainly going to be able to take it to the end of the race. The only regulation that does exist for the end of the race is that the driver who finishes this part of the race, the driver who takes the red and white checkered flag in 29 minutes time, has to be the start driver for tomorrow. So remind me to make a note of who's been driving, and then I'll know who has to drive tomorrow morning.
I think we'll have to speak to we'll have to speak to our good friends at TSL, maybe see if they can rustle something up for us.
Yes, hopefully. And the other drive time regulation is that you are limited to not driving for more than 3 hours in any 5-hour period. Now that is not necessarily a problem. However, if you change the driver sequence, if you've got a 3-driver team and you swap between drivers, you can end up doing that almost by accident. If you've got a car with just 2 drivers and you do, say, a long stint of 2 hours, have the other driver in the car for, say, an hour and a half, then by the time your first driver gets back in the car again, if he stays in the car for an hour, then he'll have done more than 3 hours in a 5-hour period. So it's easy to fall foul of that one, particularly when you've got, say, as some of these Caterhams have, the bigger fuel tank.
Yeah.
Change of lead has happened. There we are. I said it would. And so Henry Williams through into the lead in the number 29 car. He's taken over the lead of the race proper.
Yeah, Sparks, we've got, that's the number 29 car. We can just see up on the screen now. Sparks flying as it comes in and out of what looks like the hairpin, or no, the banking there, as it then comes round the back. We're just seeing the distance, overtaking the C1 car there. Absolutely flat to the mat there, the Williams Motorsport car. Thank you to the Alpha Live cameraman. They've managed to catch up with it as we just follow it on our screen. But I could see the sparks as it comes off the curbs. They sit so low, these cars. And yes, as it stands with 27 minutes to go, Williams Motorsport, I'm going to say it quietly, they're in the box seat. I don't want to say it too loudly. I don't want a crowd of people waiting for me if anything were to happen before the end of this stint tonight.
Yes, they are, with Henry Williams, as I say, lapping more quickly than Michael Edwards. Steve McCulley is the guy behind we need to look out for. The outrageous fortune of this race, swinging the pendulum in different directions. But Steve McCulley is 97. He's coming back into this race. He's on the lead lap. He's about a minute behind and currently is lapping at about the same speed as Henry Williams is. So those two, as I say, they're going to be around about a lap or a minute apart at the moment, and that gap is going to be one that Steve McCulley is going to try and reduce come tomorrow's racing. Rob Boston still going very strongly in 4th place, but he has these occasional off laps. He's done a couple where he's been in the 145s. He's just done a lap in the 146s for Rob Boston, and as I say, that's not as quick as some of the cars ahead of him have been going. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, Rob Lewis has found a way to eat his dinner by getting in touch with James Cameron. James has joined me back up here in the box. James, this has been, I don't know if you've been following the race or if you've been busy doing other things. You know how I always forget, don't I? I always think there's a race going on here and you have to keep reminding me. But this has been a phenomenal race.
I'm kind of drop in and out of it. So, because the racing when you come is just intoxicating, and you can see the battles from the very front, the Rob Bostons, the Steve McCulleys that you're talking about, all the way through to C1s who are locked, absolutely pinned together and trading lap time for lap time. It's joyous all the way up and down the field. The things that I also get involved in are the things that you don't necessarily see out here, which is teams cooperating and helping each other in order to get stricken cars back out, in order to be able to loan kit to each other, in order to be able to find tyres where people have suddenly found themselves, for one reason or another, compromised. And it's It's wonderful. It's really good. So, yeah, it's an amazing spirit down there in the pit lane as well.
I must say thank you as well. I don't know if it was you that was responsible, but somebody from Mission Motorsport persuaded Lawrence Roke to come up here.
Yeah, that's Laura to most persuasive. How was he?
He was like a boy who had just opened his favourite Christmas present on Christmas morning. He was so overjoyed.
Wow.
Been a motorsport fan from a very young age, and to have the opportunity to sit in a racing car, to go out. He did a 90-minute stint, as longer than he's ever driven before. Lapped quicker in the night than he had done during the qualifying session.
Yep, absolutely.
Promised me that he was going to lap quicker tomorrow. And as I say, the joy, you used the joyous word a moment ago, but the joy that he had, it was almost euphoria that you could see was oozing out of every part of his body. And he was able to express it very well as well. Whereas
he's an articulate lad, isn't he?
Yeah,
just such a bright kid, So, I mean, that's really great. I mean, he did his arts test a month ago. That's it. He hasn't raced in between now and then.
He said he was only discharged in May.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So, we've known him for a chunk of time. You know, he's. I first met him. I think he came along to one of our invitational things once, and he's had a bumpy old journey. You know, he's had the most horrific cancer, diagnosis, and then to come through all of that. So he was diagnosed with testicular cancer. I mean, I didn't hear his interview, so I don't know how much he talks about.
No, we didn't talk about the illness.
Oh my goodness, you know, he has been through the mill like you wouldn't believe. So joined the Royal Navy. Talented bloke, working on
the sort of... Been in the Navy for 14 years, he did say that.
Absolutely, you know, really talented guy, and as you've sort of met, you know, articulate and eloquent, and you know, just a bit of a joy to kind of be around, and then just to be knocked completely sideways, you know, by a cancer scare that it was more than a scare, you know, a series of operations in order to be able to help that. He remains at a sort of elevated risk. He's under monitoring, and they've sort of suspected. They've suspected horrors a couple of times, you know, where he's been unwell with different bits and pieces. But you know, he's kind of on the up right now. He's done a load of training with us,
and he's got a full-time job thanks to Mission Motorsport as well.
And he's got a full-time job thanks to Mission Motorsport. The really interesting thing is, as of this weekend, I think his future has become more bright as well, because of some of the other people in the pit lane who've got to spend a bit of time with Lawrence and go, hang on, you looked after internet system provision onto ships and CIS infrastructure architecture on Her Majesty's vessels, with a few of the people who he's sharing the pit lane with, who are the companies, you know. So he's got Cloud Era written across his bonnet. There's VMware, Chief Technology Officer, is cutting around here. You know, Joe Bagulay, who was up talking to you earlier, he's one of the top 16 Chief Technology Officers in the world. And they're all going, hang on, what did Lawrence used to do? He's a really cool guy. His future is really, really bright. The joy is, I mean, he's a great kid. He's got out of the car, just go, I need to go faster. Oh no, you know, I want more third gear in order to be able to make that work.
The other thing which has been great has been talking to our transatlantic colleagues. We've had a couple of the Operation Motorsport USA guys up here.
Brilliant.
We had Kevin Boehm up here, followed by Reeve. What's his first name? Hunter Reeve. Another guy having his first race, and again, somebody who only got into motor racing even due to the pandemic, and sitting on his sim rig.
Isn't that
probably a sim rig? I didn't even know the term existed 5 years ago.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? You know, you're seeing this wonderful blend across from that sort of game into racer thing that Darren Cox had a vision a while back and brought us. And brought us wonderful stuff through GT Academy, but now, it's commonplace, you know.
And as I say, Henry Harvey had another guy, first motor race, or I think he may have done a couple of races in the States, but this was his first time racing in the dark, and obviously the first time in Anglesey. But Kevin Boehm admitted that he brought more people over than they actually needed, but that was all part of the team. Anybody who was part of the team, you got in the bus, and if you didn't get off the bus quick enough, you brought over to the UK.
I mean, it's been, and hey, they've driven really, really well. I mean, you know, They're going along all right, both cars. Is the Canadian one still ahead of still ahead of Team USA? I mean, it's
USA is in 14th place, Canada is in 15th place.
Oh, look at that, they've just managed to turn it around.
They're both on 183 laps, they're separated by 4 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you just couldn't write it, could you? They've come across with identical cars, and it's wonderful. This great sort of 40-strong team that was inspired by a visit through a guy called Greer Martin, who was at the time Representative Greer Martin, and I know he's listening now over in the States. I know he's getting out of bed very early tomorrow morning, because he will be watching the live stream for the service of remembrance, because Greer's been here many times. You know, he's followed Mission Motorsport, and he's been a supporter and a helper to us since we very first started back in 2012. An extraordinary individual, you know, did incredibly creditable military service, as well as being a member of the House of Representatives in North Carolina, which is, it's the home of NASCAR, you know, North Carolina, but it's also where the largest standing military population in any state in the US is. You've got a huge US Army base, you've got a huge US Marine base, as well as a big US Air Force presence, and therefore they've got an enormous veteran population in North Carolina as well. And Greer's kind of, you know, he eats, sleeps, breathes this. He was very much sort of plugged into it, but an absolute petrolhead, loved endurance racing, listened to Radio Le Mans, and that's how he found us in the first instance. And then you sort of like go and trace back, and you realise that he's been in some of the places where I've been, you know, and we've crossed over at sort of different times in our past. And then it was through listening to Radio Le Mans that Greer kind of found us. And it was him that brought Tiff and Diesel here. And, you know, say, I've got some crazy British mates, but trust me for the price of an airfare, and I'll show you something that you won't believe, and brought them to an early race of remembrance. I think it was 2016 that they brought them to. So that would have been the third race of remembrance. Tiff and Diesel so inspired that it's created that thing that's brought us here too, and they're 4 seconds apart. I wish that their hire cars, which they are driving the team around in, has fared as well as the cars which they've shipped across and they're racing, but unfortunately that's not necessarily the case.
I wonder if it's the way they drive them.
Had some off-track incidents, yes.
I wonder if it's the way they drive them.
The seat's on the wrong side, apparently, and our roads are very stupid and not straight and quite small.
And we have funny rules on the road.
Yeah, no, we do. I mean, to be honest, we're a backward nation, and we haven't got as much freedom, of course, as they have. So they're making that very clear by crashing our hire cars.
But to take the credit that you are due, James, and I know it doesn't sit easy with you, but they've taken their inspiration with what they do from Mission Motorsport and what you've done. So, I mean, I think, you know, a pat on the back to you for making Mission Motorsport what it is, because, you know, we've talked about this crossover of families and so this kind of thing. But you do make it happen, and without you, it wouldn't work as well.
No, thank you. It's really kind of you to say that. And I have these conversations a number of times where people are like, look, if this is because of you that this has happened, and you are the one who holds credit for it. And I was talking earlier to a guy who's serving on pit crew on one of the teams. He's not on one of the Mission Motorsport cars. He's elsewhere down the pit lane running one of Paul Sheard's cars. He does that now, and he helps out Paul Sheard. He goes racing with them many times a year. He's part of that activity, you know, that's what he does. And he did that because he met Mission Motorsport, and he's been on a bunch of things, and through a Three Sisters event in Wigan, he's then met Paul Sheard, and that connection has been made. And he was sort of going, you know, this is down to you. And it doesn't sit with me. I mean, like, it sits with me because I made the introduction, and okay, so we created the conditions in order to allow that to happen. But Paul has been doing motorsport a long time at a really good level. He knows his onions, and he's had an awful lot of people who come through, and they work really, really hard. And he doesn't suffer fools gladly. And the fact that Ian, for it is he, and his mates, and I know that there are lads who also take part in all of that, who are watching at home tonight as well. Sean, I'm thinking about you, mate. What they've done and where they get to, there's a bit of catalyst that we do to make those introductions, but the hard work is entirely down to them. And the fact that they're perceived so well is not because Paul Sheard thinks highly of me. He probably doesn't. But it's how highly he thinks of Ian because of how Ian works, how those guys go, what their work ethic is, and the fact that that resonates with them, and that credit is entirely down to them. We just create the conditions and open the door.
Perfect, absolutely. I knew you'd say that. Last question for the moment, because we're rapidly running out of Race and Remembrance for Saturday night, another 15 minutes ago, but a quick question. Where's the poppy car?
Yeah, okay, so we've done 3 poppy cars.
Yes.
So first poppy car, 2015, made for Chris Harris. It was a project with Mazda UK. It was the first ever ND, so 4th generation Mazda 1.5 race car that was ever built. And it was built in the Mission Motorsport workshops. It was turned into this wonderful, arguably perhaps the most beautiful of the poppy cars. God, discuss. Lots of people will argue about that. Thing which was all created by Mission Motorsport Beneficiaries. It was built in the workshop. It was decorated. It was all done. Wonderful thing. Existed for 4 or 5 months because it was actually a prototype being shipped across from Japan. And was destined for the crusher because it was a prototype vehicle and it was just one of those things. So that first poppy car lived a short but glorious life and was wonderful. 2 years later, 2017, Jaguar Land Rover did a poppy car on the side of the factory at Castle Bromwich, 35 feet up in the air, visible from the main road going into Birmingham. There is on the side of the Castle Bromwich factory an F-Type, and they did this amazing poppy car design. And we also did an F-Type SVR that was on the deck that we could use, and it was going to come here in order to be, say, poppy car, the safety car for Race Remembrance. It did 2017, and we were supposed to give it back at the end of November. It then did 2018. It then did 2019. So we got 3 years out of this wonderful loan of this incredible 600 brake horsepower Jaguar. And then away it went, back into the system. It was never ours, to be able to play with. And last year, of course, we did the wonderful Lotus poppy car with the Exige. But of course, the Exige, last of a line, very much done in order to activate Lotus's Armed Forces engagement policy to flush out their veterans. It was incredibly successful, but it's an Exige. They don't make Exiges anymore. They're onto something else. We're making Emiras. The world is changing as Lotus is moving into these bright new uplands. Very exciting. So, hey, there'll be more poppy cars. Don't worry, there will be more poppy cars. It will come. Doesn't happen every year, and when it does, it has to be special. Because there's a real responsibility on us, because that bar has just been raised from car to car. So this isn't the sort of thing you can knock out every year with any old car that you've got dotted about. When we do it right. And yeah, you're absolutely right, there will be others. We're talking to people about next year, but who knows?
Okay, right, thank you for that teaser. Without actually guaranteeing whether it's going to be next year or not.
Well spotted.
James, thank you very much.
And thank you. And as we go into the evening, I absolutely need to thank you, the commentary team, and the guys who are bringing the live feed and the YouTube feed. I'm getting text messages. I'm getting stuff from all over the world for people who are tuning into this, who are watching. And also we'll be watching this on playback, because it exists out there, and there will be people who will be catching up and watching this, who'll be listening to your words, who'll be watching these images, who'll be entranced by Race of Remembrance and the stories which we're doing. Thank you very much indeed, and I'm very much looking forward to. We've got another little bit less than a half of the race still to go.
Exactly so, yes. We've split it so that we've got 7 hours today, 5 hours tomorrow. But it's the Remembrance service that people will go home and talk about.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
It is what it's all about. Let's focus on the remaining 10 minutes for now, though, James. Thanks very much for coming up and having a chat and enabling Rob to have his dinner. But great to hear from James Cameron. If anyone was wondering who James Cameron is, he's CEO of Mission Motorsport. They've had a huge turnover of staff at Mission Motorsport, and James has been one of about 2, I think, who have been constant throughout, but a massive supporter as being in charge of the Mission Motorsport organisation. And you said earlier on, we learn something every day. There's something that James has to share. All of us have to learn from him and the way he goes about his business.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Paul, there's a shortage of people in life. You get those people in life occasionally that will just come into a room and captivate the room. James Cameron is one of those people. An astounding human being. I was lucky enough to attend the Remembrance dinner yesterday when he got up and he spoke very kindly about Operation Motorsport that have come over, and we did the raffle and everything. And I've never seen someone get hold of a room and talk about something that he holds so much passion for. And if you are out there and you're listening to this live stream and you're waiting for the end of this race, don't forget, we are going to get that number across to you, but there is somewhere to donate to Mission Motorsport. There is a number you can text, in fact. I think Paul Trustwell is just scrambling to his phone. My apologies, Paul. I didn't want to put you on the spot like that, but I'm told there is a number you can text.
I'm a master with this phone. I'm not. I'm hopeless. I'm one of these people that texts like that. Everybody else texts like this. You know what I mean? The two thumbs rather than the one finger. The message to text is 10 ROR, 10 ROR, and you text that to 70085. And so that can be your way of contributing to the Race of Remembrance and to Mission Motorsport. The number 10, 10 ROR, which stands for Race of Remembrance if you don't get it, and then text that message to 70085. And so, as I say, Mission Motorsport is very grateful for every penny that they get. We are on our 200th lap of this 7-hour segment, so they've been churning away the laps. Henry Williams has been continuing to extend his advantage at the front of the field. As I say, he goes on to his 200th lap this time around. He'll get to the end of that before the end of the race. We've got 8 minutes still to go before we get the red and white checkered flag, which will bring this segment to an end. Michael Edwards is in second place in the relay Lotus Elise, the white car from that two-car team. In third place, although Steve McCulley could well go through. In fact, he does go through. Yes, Steve McCulley then going through in second place now. So just picked that one up in time. A minute exactly behind is Steve McCulley, so that gap has remained pretty much constant between Henry Williams and Steve McCulley the whole time we were talking to James Cameron. It was about a minute when we started talking to James, and it's still about a minute now. So Henry Williams and Steve McCulley lapping in very comparable lap times, but they've now gone through ahead, Steve McCulley has gone through ahead of the Michael Edwards Lotus Elise, which is still there in third place. Fourth place is Neil Perry with the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, the red and white Marlborough coloured car. They are 2 laps behind the race leaders. And then in fifth place is the number 360, Duncan Rogers at the wheel of the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini Cooper S. And then I've got a question for Rob, because the number 25 Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise has a penalty against it, and I can't see what that penalty might be. Now, whether that's been a bulletin or what, I don't know, but the various problems that have befallen Rob Boston, he doesn't need any more trouble, but he seems to have picked up a penalty for something.
Well, that's been the story of their race, isn't it? So it's just over 6 minutes to go as we go into the final stages of this part 1 of our Race to Remembrance here in 2022. As we still see cars going in and out of the pit with their little niggles, but Rob Boston Racing, it's been a tale of get a good start, about an hour in, get a few issues going out with safety cars, and they fall behind a bit, and then trouble hits. They have that issue with the wiring loom, and they think they sort it. They drop down. They spend about 15 minutes in the pit lane. That drops them down the order about 10 laps, and they start fighting back up. And just as they look like they're going to get back onto that podium spot, bang, the issue crops up again. And I feel for poor Tom Roach. I saw him. We were actually, in fact, going to grab him for a second interview when I was down there in my last stint down in the pit lane, but they looked a bit forlorn. Hopefully they will come back fighting fit tomorrow, because as it stands, they're still in this. With the way this race has gone, they are still in this race. There's make no bones about it. Although on our timing screens now, they've dropped down to 6th, perhaps as a result. I'm just scrolling through. The BRSCC, as with many racing clubs, normally have a notice board, an online bulletin board, so you can scroll through and see what's going on with the various penalties.
I've run out of screens, unfortunately.
That's all right. I'm just having a look now.
Good, well done. So whatever the problem is, let's say the other car that received a red exclamation mark like that was the 558 Silver Lake Citroen C1. Which was given a 30-lap penalty. So I hope whatever it is that has befallen Rob Boston isn't that serious in nature. However, Rob Lewis will tell us what he can find out when he can. Class B currently being led by the Track Scotland team. Track Scotland 1 now ahead of Track Scotland 2 though, so it's 155 leading 55. Class C being led by Nick Rutter still with the Clapham North MOT car, and Nick looks like he's going to take that through to the end of this part. In the Citroen, actually no, let's do Class A first, even though they're a bit further down. It's the Auto Bliss team. Andy Dyer is now leading that class, well he was before, in fact, when Stuart Bliss was driving the car, and so that Auto Bliss car number 118 still leading in Class A. In the BMW class, the Marines are still in charge of that. Car number 17, the Royal Navy Marines Motorsport team, on 184 laps in 18th place overall, leads the BMW class. And in the Citroen C1 class is David Drinkwater in car number 318, the WRC Developments car, which leads that class. And then Silver Lake are second, albeit now 2 laps behind. So that's quite a big gap in the Citroen C1 class between first and second, because there's 2 laps separating the 2 Citroens from one another.
Well, that would be
it's unusual for the gap to be
very
as big as that.
very unusual for the gap to be that wide. But I tell you what, that David Drinkwater, he's a hell of a peddler, isn't he? He's in the car, so he won't be able to see me, so his head doesn't swell up too much. But you know, that team there, Robin Welch, he did that mega stint. I managed to have a chat with him down in the pit lane, of course, further back in the telecast. And, you know, that team with David Drinkwater, they're all hungry to win this class again, and they're in the box seat this time.
Yeah, and David with a huge amount of experience of racing long-distance races. He's one of those drivers who kind of thrives on the endurance aspect of he's a bit like George Grant, you know.
Absolutely,
you give him a challenge and he'll say, yeah, I'm up for that. And you say, shall I tell you what the challenge is? No, I'm up for the challenge, whatever it is. Such is the way that David thinks. Rob Boston across the line. That car indicates it to the right, and to me, that car going slowly. It is
very
slowing.
Slow.
It looks slow across the line, but it's now going even slower. Rob Boston's problems are worse, or bad, are getting worse, it would seem. The car isn't going to make it. It's going to have to pull off. It's going up towards the banking, but it's going to grind to a halt before it gets there. Quick reset. Oh, he does get it going again. Speeds up briefly. We've got it on the TV screens. There it is. So Rob Boston turning through the banking.
He's definitely indicating right. So
he put the indicator on as he came across the start-finish line.
Yeah.
Just after he passed the pit lane entrance. So the worst possible moment for trouble to strike.
I fear this is possibly a re-emergence of the problems seen earlier. I mean, it may be, if they have got radio communications on board that car, they have got 1 minute and 20 seconds left. So if they can crawl that car across the line, they don't have to sit in the pit lane. They won't lose a lap.
Exactly.
That's the important thing. So maybe the team will just say to him, look, get it out there until it crawls to a stop, because I mean, we've got a minute left. The speed the car's going, he's not going to get to the pit lane in time. So if he could just make it to cross the line, as I'm sure the marshals down there are getting ready to unfurl the red and white checkered flag. Very unusual for this event.
Don't think it's ever happened before. I've seen different flags used. I've seen purple flags, I've seen orange flags, but a red and white checkered I've not seen before. So I think we might be making history. Interested to know whose idea that was. But waiting for Henry Williams to cross the line, because that flag won't be shown until Henry crosses the line after 7 hours have elapsed. So there he goes now. So he crosses the line with 20 seconds to spare. So everybody's going to have an extra lap to do. That's not good news for Rob Boston.
No, sadly not. We'll just keep an eye out on the pit lane entry there, because unless he's going to pull a bit of a sneaky one and slow down on the track, maybe pull off and then pull back onto the circuit if he can to cross the start-finish line. We are expecting Rob Boston in the pits any time now as we look out the window. Now I can see, if we look out to our right-hand side here, Paul, that is car 25 slowing again as they go past the start-finish line. Now that's telling me they're getting some sort of fuel surge. You can see him weaving left and right as they go over the start-finish line, so I'm wondering if there is a fuel pickup issue with the car, or pure and simply they've ran out of fuel.
Well, it was a fuel surge problem that Rob described to you that he thought he was having earlier on, wasn't
it?
Yes. And it seemed to be a pickup problem, but it turned to be an electrical problem with the wiring to the fuel pump, I think it was. So,
no, it was to the coil pack, so it's the ignition system.
So, yes. Anyway, he stayed out there. He's still being shown in 6th place. He's still being shown with the red exclamation mark indicating a penalty of some sort. And we do have a penalty being shown on the screen. That's a stop and go penalty for car 223, but it's a penalty that was issued a little while ago to the Pure Track Racing Renault Clio.
Yes, I did speak to Simon Coombs regarding that. So it looks like the car stopped at the end of the pit lane and then reversed, as there was an issue with the HUTAG system, which...
Yeah, reversing in the pit lane is clearly forbidden,
no.
Unless you get a push. There it goes. Checkered flag is now out, as across the line goes Henry Williams then, completing 205 laps in 7 hours, 1 minute, and 26.481 to be precise. But he'll finish on the same lap as Steve McCulley in the Rocket Racing Caterham in 2nd place, and he will also finish on the same lap as Michael Edwards with the Lotus Elise relay car, and he'll then finish 2 laps ahead of Neil Perry's Caterham number 50. Interestingly, that if you ignore the relay team cars, it's turning into a bit of a Caterham benefit. Despite the pace of the Lotus Elises, it's Caterham's 1, 2, hesitate while the relay car goes through, and 4. And then we've got a Mini Cooper in 5th.
We've got a car stranded. Is that the turn 7 car? I could see a flash of blue on it. You can see the smoke coming out the front of the car there. That doesn't look very well at all. It looks like the turn 7 car, but unfortunately we can't quite get the number on the side. But with the red and white checkered flag out, hopefully they lose half a lap there. But
yeah, they've got the light bar on the roof rack, though, that I don't think that's where the turn 7...
That is the turn 7 car. I can see the livery.
Car. Yeah, no, you can see it now. When they opened the door, there was an extra bit of light onto the car. So it is the turn 7 car.
Oh, gutted for them.
You've been gutted for them already?
Oh, just,
Or you're allowed to be gutted twice for them, are you?
Absolutely. It's heartbreaking. I wear my heart on my sleeve, Paul. What can I say? But... So let's summarise this first 7 hours of this race to Remembrance. Car 25 stops, so Rob Boston doesn't quite make it to the checkered flag. We can't even summarise anything yet. It's still kicking off out on circuit. Rob Boston, the Lotus Elise, they've had troubles twice into the... according to the timing, so car 25 did make it to the checkered flag in the end. Rob Boston has stopped the car out on circuit, so they need to get that car back in the garage. And because of the way Parc Fermé rules are in this race, in terms of there are no Parc Fermé rules, hopefully they can get that car back into the garage and repaired, ready to race tomorrow.
And TSL will be issuing a starting order, which will be exactly the same order as they took the checkered flag. So it will be the order as they cross the line that they will be restarting the race in. So it won't be first overall, second overall, third overall that they'll be starting the race in. It'll be first who cross the line, then second who cross the line, and third who cross the line when they restart. So go on then, summarise that.
Right, tell you what, come on Paul, let's summarise this first 7 hours. It has been entertaining, frustrating, heartbreaking. So many superlatives can describe the first 7 hours of this race of Remembrance. It is, in fact, the 2022 version, I think, will always be remembered as the one that nobody wants to win. Because no matter what car goes near the front, we saw those superb scraps first up between overall second, third and fourth place with the likes of Callum Lockie. And we had the 777 with the way I put it was the big fire on the start-finish straight, which brought out that lengthy safety car. I mean, the scrap between those top 5 or 6 cars was monumental, Paul. But not only that, you also had the C1 Club cars, the 2 Silver Lake cars and the WRC Developments cars scrapping it out for overall honours in the C1 class. You then had the RAF, you had the Navy, you had all the BMW 116 trophy cars. The action has been non-stop up and down this grid. I, for one, cannot wait to get back onto the commentary box and just bring this race to a crescendo. It's been absolutely fantastic. I'm running out of superlatives to describe it.
The unfortunate thing is, though, that, I mean, and I agree with everything you've said, the stories have all been about people having problems. Yes, we had some great scrapping on the racetrack early on. And the way Callum Lockie and then Henry Williams, who took over, I was asking the question whether Henry was actually going to drive that car today, because I thought that Callum Lockie was going to go through till the end of tonight's session, but he did a slightly shorter stint. Henry Williams then did a full stint of over an hour and brought the car from 3rd place up to the lead of the race. So Callum did a great stint. Henry Williams has done a great stint. But as I say, the things that have brought the action to the race, unfortunately, have been cars having problems. And, you know, we never like to see cars having problems, but it does spice it up. And I have to say, one of the things that's great about this race is, with a little bit of unreliability here and there, you never quite know what's going to happen. And you have to keep paying attention. You have to keep your eyes on the ball, because you never quite know, as you said there right at the end. You were just ready to summarise, sensible thing to do, cars were on the slowing down lap. And things were kicking off all around.
It was still happening.
two cars not making it. One car breaking down on the slowing down lap. Another car breaking down on the last lap of the race. The one, the 25 actually managed to get across the line, but the number 7 car, Andy Jebsen, wasn't able to cross the line and broke down on the penultimate lap. So, yeah, dramas throughout, and another 5 hours of racing tomorrow.
Well, Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure to help cover this first part of the Race of Remembrance in association and run by British Motorsport with the BRSCC today. It's been a great 7 hours of racing, so much action as we've described, and all that's left is to come back onto the YouTube channel tomorrow. So don't forget, guys, it's on the Mission Motorsport YouTube channel, BRSCC, Race of Remembrance YouTube channel, on the various Facebook pages as well. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning, because this race has got to finish, and with the action we've seen so far today, it is going to be absolutely mega. So for now, from me, Robert Lewis, and from Paul Trustwell up in the commentary box, good night.